Chapter 1082. With the encouragement of Chun Rue, Adeline also joined the game. However, the Naga girl did not participate in the battle game between Oliphius and Lalaria. Instead, she chose her favorite standalone game, and she quickly immersed herself in the entertainment with relish. At this time, there were still a few hours before returning to the Blue Lake mountain range of the Dark Moon. Chun Rue thought for a while and released Ben Hong from the super system. Since Ben Hong had truly surrendered, there was no need to confine her in the super system anymore. After absorbing the power of Quiriana's clone, Ben Hong's damaged soul had almost recovered. Although her strength had slightly regressed compared to before, she was an out-and-out peak pseudo-god after all. She was the strongest trump card in Chun Rue's hands. Ben Hong, who left the super system, felt a little emotional as if it was a lifetime ago. This was the first time she breathed free air since the battle at the light divine if a soul body needed to breathe. If it was an ordinary soul body, it could not survive for a long time in a normal environment unless it was transformed into an undead creature or with the help of some special treasure. Even the dark magician Garatum, who was proficient in undead magic, took a huge risk when transforming himself into a corpse necromancer. If it was an ordinary soul, the transformation would lose its autonomous consciousness and become an undead creature with only the fighting instinct. Ben Hong had a very special soul talent which was extremely powerful. She could survive freely as a soul body without relying on any external force. She had even been coexisting with the origin of destruction in the silver box over the years. However, without a body, some abilities could not be exerted or maximized. This is an independent space. The outside of this space seems to be moving at a high speed. Such a huge internal space is definitely not an ordinary magic item. It is simply a magnificent city. Ben Hong looked at the surrounding environment and immediately discovered the space mystery of the City of Stars. What is that giant? It actually has the strength of a kingdom level. This is the first time I have seen this kind of creature. This is the city of the ancient alchemy civilization. It is also a civilization outside the main plane that I inherited. That kind of giant is called Titan. It belongs to the alchemy creature with the talent of lightning and storm. Follow me. We will go to the evolution pool now. You will see more alchemy creatures. Ancient alchemy civilization? What a surprise! Ben Hong glanced at Chun Rue. However, even the main plane may not have that kind of cosmic power that is close to the ultimate. Don't tell me that the ultimate power was inherited from this small civilization outside the main plane? As a veteran semi-divinity realm expert, Ben Hong possessed a vast amount of experience and shrewdness. It would be easy for him to fool others with that kind of excuse, but it wasn't easy for him to fool her. In a way, Ben Hong was the first person to expose the lie of inheritance. Chun Rue's eyes flashed. The real universe is boundless. There shouldn't be only one main plane. Maybe I'm an unlucky guy who came here from another main plane. This was probably the closest thing to the truth Chun Rue had said since he came to this world. Unfortunately, Ben Hong didn't understand flirting. With the existence of the originator, many things can happen. However, I haven't heard any records or legends about foreign gods. Ben Hong's eyes also flashed. Compared with such vague legends, I believe in the rebirth of some kind of soul more. Chun Rue smiled bitterly. Soul rebirth? I don't know whether you guessed correctly or misunderstood. Let's not talk about this. It's meaningless to argue about this topic. Okay, if this is the order of the Lord. Ben Hong's eyes turned. Then let's talk about these strange facilities. What you see now is the evolutionary pool. The creatures who operate the equipment are gremlin servants. They are the only non-combat units, but they are more important than combat units. They can manufacture, repair, and operate all kinds of equipment. If the whole alchemy city is a large machine, then they are the indispensable gears. The area where the cocoon is formed is the evolutionary pool. Alchemy creatures generally can't train or advance. They can use super evolution to advance to the next level, but there is a considerable failure rate. Chinrue found that Ben Hong's eyes were fixed on one thing since he started talking. He introduced, "This is a lamp spirit who failed to advance. Her name is Manlace. She is a special creature created by a crazy guy in the ancient alchemy civilization. She can't be imitated now. Originally, she should be the most promising to succeed in super evolution, but unfortunately she hasn't succeeded. The only difference is that although she has experienced many failures, her strength has never regressed or her body has been annihilated like similar creatures. It's just that her soul has become weaker and weaker." "You just said similar?" "No, she is an alien." Ben Hong stared at Manlace's body closely. "I didn't expect her to be a soul fusion body, and it has reached such a level." "Soul fusion body? This woman still has a trace of soul left. She should not be directly created like other creatures, but transformed from a real living body." Ben Hong's word surprised Chinrue. The dim lamp spirit is not a lamp spirit produced by alchemy equipment. Instead, the mad scientist used a real person. It turns out that my thinking was wrong from the beginning. No wonder Crystal Phoenix couldn't crack it with the lamp spirit's way of thinking. This body is too perfect. It is much more perfect than the body I prepared for myself. No, the original body. Ben Hong's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Manlace, I will be called Ben Hong in the future." Chinrue immediately reacted. "You mean, with this perfect soul fusion body, I can truly be reborn?" Ben Hong smiled. "If the power you give me is as miraculous as I imagine it to be, not only will I be able to return to my peak state, my power will also improve." "Will her original consciousness disappear completely?" Chinrue frowned. "Although Manla's soul power is extremely weak now, it has not been completely annihilated. I will fuse with her soul. It can be understood as her soul will be devoured by me into a part of myself, but it will not disappear completely. This way, I can perfectly control this body. However, her residual memory or consciousness is likely to have some corresponding impact on me. I don't know if Sir can understand this explanation." "I understand." Chinrue shrugged. No one knew this feeling better than him. "Okay, let's start now." Ben Hong's eyes lit up. "I need Sir's help." "What should I do?" A confident smile appeared at the corner of Ben Hong's mouth. The power of the origin of creation. Chinrue nodded in realization. No wonder Ben Hong had been racking her brains to go to the holy mountain of light to obtain the origin of creation. It turned out that it was not only to covet a higher level of power, but also for her own rebirth. For this, she had already prepared a body suitable for soul fusion. It was indeed far-sighted. Ben Hong's soul power was much stronger than Manlace's. With the help of the power of the origin of creation that Chinrue cast, it did not take too long to successfully fuse Ben Hong's soul and Manlace's body into one. Manlace, who had her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes. Chinrue felt that her temperament had suddenly changed. Although her facial features were still the original dim red spirit, her body exuded a special demonic aura that made people involuntarily attracted. At the same time, they felt trembling and fear, like some kind of deadly poisonous flower. Manlace looked at her hands and revealed a smile, a very perfect fusion. This body actually has so many additional abilities, and its plasticity is also above my imagination. Very good. With that said, Manlace waved her hand at Chinrue, and a ray of light enveloped him. Of course, this kind of light would not cause any damage. On the contrary, Chinrue was surprised to feel that his soul power had risen out of thin air. Soul enhancement was not something that ordinary enhancement magic could achieve. It was a brand new skill. It should be due to Ben Hong's fusion with the enhancement magic talent of the dim red lamp spirit. In addition to enhancement and debuff abilities, there is also the talent of elements. Manlace, palm was constantly flashing with different lights. She stretched her limbs for a while and made a few feinting movements. It seems that my close combat ability is also quite outstanding. This makes up for some of my previous weaknesses. Manlace will be my surname. From now on, my name is Ben Hong. Manlace. Race. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, S++ Physique, S++ Strength, S++ Spirit, S++ Speed, S++. Analysis, Indestructible Attribute, Powerful Magic Body, Elemental Enhancement, Melee Proficiency, Bed Proficiency. The question mark shown in the analytical eyes should mean that the analysis result has not been confirmed yet. It seems that a very wonderful change has occurred after the fusion. The only thing that has not changed is the strength level. Your strength? Wait a minute. Ben Hong narrowed his eyes. Although this Manlace was transformed into a lamp spirit by the guy named Daruda, the original trace of soul has not disappeared. Many memories have been retained, but she just can't disobey the will of the controller. Since you saved her, she has a special gratitude to you. She even wants to repay you in some way, but unfortunately, you haven't grasped the opportunity yourself. Chinrue just realized that the dim lamp spirit still retained a trace of consciousness before being transformed. Looking at Ben Hong's meaningful smile, his old face couldn't help but blush. He said embarrassedly, "Let's discuss your strength." Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but as a person who is close to the peak of strength, a powerful controller, and a leader, Ben Hong shook his head and sighed, your performance is simply not up to standard. First of all, your words and actions are unable to make people feel the respect they deserve, let alone other things. I just want to be myself. Chinrue thought for a while. Could it be that after putting on a layer of power, the me inside is no longer me? This sentence made Ben Hong silent for a moment. Then he changed the topic, about strength. With that said, the breath on her body began to skyrocket. The original peak stage of the demon overlord power instantly broke through to the kingdomization, and it was still rising. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the peak stage of the kingdomization. Due to the characteristics of fusion and the limitations of this body, my soul power is temporarily suppressed below demigod. I urgently need to train now to improve the soul fusion and body strength so I can gradually recover to the peak state. Veronica should have taken you to the training ground to see. The time rule there is 1,000 times. That is indeed a wonderful place, but it is not enough. Ben Hong nodded. The fastest way is actual combat. Chinrue's heart moved. If you want actual combat, I have a place that is quite suitable. Chapter 1083. Chinrue greeted the 3 girls who were playing happily in the game room and kept Ben Hong in the Tower of Glory. Then he activated the Stargate and entered the UFO land. During this period of time, he had been paying close attention to the situation of the spiritual link. Fortunately, none of the relatives and friends who entered the UFO land had their spiritual link fail. In other words, everyone was safe. With a flash of light, Chinrue had already released Ben Hong from the Tower of Glory. Ben Hong looked at the floating island in the distance. Above the island, there were wisps of smoke-like things. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that they were some kind of undead creatures. This is what you meant by dangerous. Ben Hong suddenly thought of something or felt something. Her words came to an abrupt halt, and her expression changed greatly. Apart from the battle at the Holy Mountain of Light, this was the first time she had been so moved in front of Chinrue. This is... Ben Hong's voice was trembling. This shock fell into Chinrue's eyes. Looks like I don't need to explain too much. Ben Hong turned her head, her face full of undisguised shock. How could you enter this place so easily? This, the forbidden, forgotten land. As far as I know, this should be called the UFO land. Chinrue smiled slightly. As for the way to enter, Didn't you just come out from the Tower of Glory? This is already close to the core area of the end. Although the Tower of Glory is a rare spatial artifact, it is impossible to travel through space of this degree. No one can do this. Even Satan and Michael can't do it. Only when a special time is right can they use the accumulated power of sacrifice and a secret technique to barely open the outermost entrance. And from the time I entered the Tower of Glory until now, only a few seconds have passed. Ben Hong's burning gaze fell on Qinrui's face. How did you do it? You can think of it as an ability derived from another universe. In the vast universe, anything is possible. A door of light appeared in Qinrui's hand. Actually, you've seen this ability before. I used it to escape during my battle with Michael. Ben Hong was shocked. She had a deep impression of this door of light. At that time, she wanted to use it to escape, but the door of light rejected everyone except Qinrui, including her and Michael. At that time, if Qinrui hadn't used the space force left behind by the Tower of Glory, giving her an opportunity to take advantage of, she would have died in the Holy Light Mountain. After all, Ben Hong was not an ordinary person. He quickly regained his composure. This is truly a forbidden place. Powers above the demigod level are forbidden here. Even with the fusion, my soul energy has been suppressed to the peak of the demigod level. In other words, I can't use any demigod level powers here. However, the power of my current body is at the nation level. This is indeed a very suitable place for cultivation. Qinrui finally understood why Satan and Charlie had sent a team instead of themselves when they were scheming for the silver box. It turned out that all demigod-level powers were forbidden here. Qinrui remembered that he had used the snake emblem to summon Satan's clone. Now that he thought about it, that emblem was somewhat similar to his pearl of holy shadow. It would disappear after its power was used up. Even if Satan had some kind of secret technique to project his clone, he couldn't do it in this space. Previously, when Qinrui had brought his friends and family here to cultivate, he had never tried the power of the polar star transformation due to the needs of cultivation. Instead, he had kept it as a trump card just in case. Now, it seemed that he hadn't been careless. Otherwise, if the polar star transformation had failed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, 3 swift figures appeared in front of them. In a flash, the wandering souls were quickly killed. After those figures killed the wandering souls, they immediately rushed over. Ben Hong didn't expect there to be other people here. She usually didn't think much of those people's strength. But now that her body only had the power of a nation, she couldn't ignore them. However, she quickly noticed Qinrui's confidence and immediately let down her guard. Qinrui, Captain! 3 voices called out at the same time. The people who had come were Lomont, Isabella, and Paglio. Qinrui had set up the star at the gathering place. When he was talking to Ben Hong, he had activated the special gathering tool. The 3 of them happened to be nearby, so they quickly rushed over. Yo, Captain! Ah, my beloved uncle, I see beautiful women by your side every time, and they're all new faces? Lomont whistled and winked. Poor guy. Your jealousy and envy are almost written on your face. Paglio said unceremoniously, I've seen this woman. She is the commander of the Lamp Spirit Imperial Guards of the Fallen Angel Palace, Manlace. Lamp Spirit? His nephew's words to sow discord suddenly rotted in his throat, and he added unwillingly, Maybe Sir Uncle will eat some grass by the side of the nest or something on a whim. Miss, have we met before? Isabella naturally noticed the woman next to Qinrui at first glance. She had seen this dim lamp spirit more than once. However, a woman's intuition told Isabella that there seemed to be something wrong with the manlace in front of her, as if she was another person. Your intuition is very accurate, Ms. Innie. Ben Hong smiled slightly. Do you remember my good sister, Sari in Jinyao territory? Sari was the pseudonym used by Ben Hong for Rala and Isabella when he visited the Jinyao territory. Isabella suddenly understood, and she looked shocked. "It's you." "Madam, Aunt, this is—" Lomont felt an abnormality from Isabella's reaction, and he asked tentatively, "You have to ask your sir uncle." Isabella glanced at Chun Rue. Her smile clearly flashed with the cold light of a hatchet. "I don't know when such an existence actually became my good sister." "Ms. Innie, I just have some kind of agreement with this, sir." Ben Hong smiled indifferently, "So, in theory, we can only become another kind of good sister." The title of "sir" made Isabella understand something. She said with a smile, "Ms. Sorry, please take care of me in the future. I hope we can become true friends." Ben Hong nodded faintly. "Sorry? So you are not a lamp spirit?" Nephew's eyes lit up. "Beautiful lady, is there anything I can help you with? Don't embarrass yourself with your strength. Can't you see that Ms. Sari's strength is at the peak of the kingdom?" Master Poison Dragon also came over and fawned. "My name is Paglio. I am only a step away from advancing to demigod. I hope I can verify with Ms. Sari in the future training and make progress together." "I don't look up to those who are too weak." Ben Hong smiled lightly. "1 month. Those who are weak must promise to do one thing." "Anything?" The Poison Dragon's eyes were glowing. Chinrue on the side was speechless. Isn't this guy going to marry little Betty soon? Why is he still like this? At the same time, he saw Isabella's winking. "Well, I won't die if I don't seek death. I will give this guy an unforgettable experience." "Okay." Ben Hong showed a strange smile. "Anyway, this kind of training to restore strength is very boring. It's good to have an aunt to relieve the mood." "Okay, that's it. Some weak fellows shouldn't recklessly come over." Master Poison Dragon winked at his nephew in a demonstration. "I am the one who doesn't know. The reckless one is me." A few hours later, the group of relatives and friends who participated in the trial received the news of Chen Rue's arrival, and they returned to the gathering place one after another. Rala finally advanced to the peak of demigod, which surprised Ben Hong, who had contacted the fairy dragon before. Catherine's early demigod realm was also completely stabilized. The rest of the people had different gains. What surprised Chinrue the most was Garadam. This corpse necromancer made surprising progress in studying the wandering souls. He merged his soul with the wandering souls and became a real wandering soul. This wandering soul was not simple. Not only was it not attacked in the group of wandering souls, but it also had a mutated devouring ability. It could devour low-level wandering souls to strengthen itself. It was precisely because of this characteristic that Garadam often took the lead as a scout to find a suitable group of wandering souls. Then the trial team would selectively send people with a corresponding strength to train. This could largely avoid the danger of being besieged. The current corpse necromancer's 1-star strengthening had not been completed. If it was all completed, plus the power devoured, his strength would have a great leap forward. Unfortunately, the soul essence buried in the life box somewhere had considerable restrictions on the advancement. It couldn't change qualitatively just by devouring external force, but even if it could improve by a small realm, it was enough to be a surprise. Rala was surprised to learn about Ben Hong's identity from Isabella. However, when the fairy Miss Long listened to Sister Innie about the bet between the poison dragon who was kept in the dark and the peak of pseudo-god, her hidden black belly attribute immediately flashed. Next, not only did the fairy Miss Long not remind Paglio, but she also hinted that as long as the poison dragon provided the corresponding wealth as a reward, she could consider helping him to break through to the demigod realm as soon as possible. After coincidentally coming and coincidentally becoming the witness of both parties, Miss Innie smiled as she watched Rala and Paglio reach an agreement. Her smile fully displayed the charm of the devil's snare flower. Obviously, Paglio will have an unforgettable experience. To be more precise, it will be a lesson. After this, his thoughts of flirting will probably be restrained a lot. I believe my best friend, little Betty, will also be happy if she knows. Shinrue didn't know that his two wives, once again, cheated the poor poison dragon. He told everyone about his experience in the Dead Sea. Only then did everyone know that Shinrue's experience these days was actually so ups and downs. After experiencing the terrifying battle of life and death, he actually defeated the clone of the Lord of Despair, Delothro, destroyed the main altar, won the bet with Satan, delayed the decisive battle for 10 years, and rescued Oliphius and others at the same time. What was regrettable was not only the death of Vasilna, but also the rupture of the Water Elemental King's elemental heart. I will definitely find the Phantom Ice Spring and help Lambost repair the elemental heart. Phantom Ice Spring? Rala said thoughtfully. Do you know where it is? Shinrue's eyes lit up. I don't remember. The fairy Miss Long replied blankly. Chapter 1084. Rala didn't mean to tease her man, but she did hear of this key item that could resurrect the Water Elemental King. It seemed to be in the human world, but unfortunately, she couldn't remember the specific situation. Shinrue knew that it was useless to rush this kind of thing, so he could only let the fairy Miss Long recall slowly. However, the human world was also a very important clue. He could return to the human world through the Stargate to search. Under the unanimous strong request of Rala and Isabella, Shinrue did not expose Ben Hong's identity, but he secretly told Ben Hong to be merciful and not kill the poison dragon. In this way, Ms. Sari officially joined the training team. Ben Hong, Rala, and Isabella were old acquaintances when they were in the Jinyao territory. Due to Ben Hong's deliberate approach, the relationship between the three was quite congenial. However, after Shinrue came back and exposed Ben Hong's identity, they immediately became antagonistic. Subsequently, in the Holy Light Mountain, the two women had always maintained a high degree of vigilance against this terrifying enemy. They couldn't help but feel emotional when they unexpectedly became comrades on the same side. Ben Hong did not deliberately lower his posture to Rala and others because of the contract, but he maintained a calm attitude that was neither servile nor overbearing. In fact, he still attached great importance to Rala and Catherine, who became the two goddesses of that world. Especially the goddess of wisdom, Catherine. Perhaps it was because of the deity position, but she gave Ben Hong a very special feeling. Although the decisive battle with Satan was postponed for 10 years, and the current crisis was temporarily resolved, everyone was unwilling to give up this training opportunity and return. Instead, they decided to stay and strive to improve their strength to the next level. They also wanted to comprehend the two-star evolution as soon as possible to become a real help to Shinrue. Only Catherine was worried about the state affairs, so she proposed to return to China first and then try to find time to come. Catherine had now broken through to demigod, and she had the deity position of the super system. She became one of the main constellations of the celestial star's mirror. She and Rala were the first two to complete the mission, and they were also the targets that the rest of the people had been trying to catch up with. Catherine was the empress of the Shadow Empire. Shinrue understood her feelings very well. Now that there was Garatum, the super scout, around, even without Catherine leading the team, the danger was greatly reduced. Moreover, with Ben Hong's strength, it would not take long for him to break through to the demigod level. As long as he remained cautious, there would not be any problems in this trial. After arranging everyone's cultivation, Shinrue took Catherine back to the City of Stars in the Blue Lake mountain range. Currently, the 7 stars were as follows. The Island of Storms and the peak of the Holy Mountains served as the entry points to the surface world. The mysterious floating land was used by everyone for cultivation. There was one in the Milieu Sea of the Demon Realm's Sea of Death that led directly to Lambost's frozen island. There was one in the City of Stars in the Blue Lake mountain range. It was recently set up as a temporary teleportation portal. There was one in the Fallen Angel Empire Palace. It was used as an emergency when Satan and Darkness Temple forces appeared. It could be revoked. There was one in the Shadow Empire Palace. It was used as an emergency when Satan and Darkness Temple forces appeared. It could be revoked. As for the Shadow Empire's original star point, it was replaced to the Milieu Sea at that time because Catherine herself was training in the floating land. If necessary, Chinrue would set up the star point again when he brought Catherine back. The upgraded City of Stars surprised Catherine. Her first reaction was that this city could be used as a strategic large stronghold or as a mobile refuge. Some of the ideas that Catherine subsequently put forward did make Chinrue feel very ingenious. For example, using the formation of the soldiers in the human world to greatly improve the combat power of the alchemy creatures. Human soldiers were best at collective combat. They generally used some kind of mageweth or magic circle to combine the vitality and strength of the whole into one, exerting several times their own power to compete with those powerhouses. Nowadays in the demon realm, with the construction of the academy, various academic research had also ushered in the spring, including the relatively unpopular disciplines such as mageweth and scroll study. In the most popular Endless Warrior Online, the corresponding items and profession skills had also appeared. The Scroll Master and Mageweth Master in the game belonged to lifestyle professions, but they were extremely popular. They were not inferior to mechanics and potioneers at all. The role of scrolls was very obvious, especially when they could save lives at critical moments. Meanwhile, the Mageweth Master could improve the combat power of a team, especially in monster siege activities. The large formation formed by the players who had received the Mageweth could exert offensive and defensive abilities that they did not have in the past. The casualty rate was greatly reduced. The scrolls and Mageweth in reality were still quite different from the game. However, under the complementarity of the two, the Demon Realm scroll study and Mageweth study developed extremely rapidly. Many aspects were applied to the army, greatly enhancing the army's combat power. Although the Demon Realm was now in the peaceful period of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, they couldn't relax their vigilance. Even if the Three Kingdoms Alliance could be maintained, the world was not at peace. There was the worry of the Darkness Temple nearby, the trouble of the Abyss far away, and there was still the war with the human world more than 100 years later. Chinrue already knew that the war between the demon realm and the human world was actually a contest with no result. A large number of dead soldiers on both sides were equivalent to some kind of sacrifice. There seemed to be a bigger secret waiting to be excavated, and Ben Hong didn't finish his words. Anyway, there were still more than 100 years. There was still enough time to find a way to crack this infinite cycle of sacrifice. If the war between the two worlds was a sacrifice, then the Darkness Temple was a personal ambition. Chinrue wouldn't take chances just because of the success of this bet. However, he still had 10 years, and he was confident that he could surpass Satan in all aspects. Compared with these, the Abyss was the real big trouble. Now that the three main altars had been destroyed, it had greatly slowed down the dark hand of the Abyss that extended to the main plane. But the Abyss would never give up. Judging from the situation of the Cloud Empire, the mysterious church, etc., sooner or later, this world would face the bloody destruction. Now that the scroll study, Mageweth study, and various disciplines and tactics were passed down and carried forward, even if Chinrue and others were no longer around in the future, it could still greatly enhance the ability to fight against the Abyss. Alchemy creatures had the characteristic of absolute obedience to commands. If the Mageweth could be successfully attached, then it would become the most terrifying war machine. Especially those super rank creatures, they might even have the ability to fight across realms. Chinrue told Crystal Phoenix about the corresponding knowledge of the Mageweth and his ideas. Crystal Phoenix immediately began to faithfully carry out the relevant research and experiments. After completing all this, Chinrue returned to the Dark Moon City with Catherine, Adeline, and others. The Blue Lake Mountain Range was within the Dark Moon Estate. Chinrue did not use the star brilliance. He used the power of teleportation, and he arrived at the Dark Moon in a short time. Now most of his relatives and friends were training in the UFO land. Athena was pregnant, so Kia and others stayed in the palace to take care of her, so the house was temporarily empty. Chinrue went directly to the Dark Moon Palace. It was already morning. When she saw Chinrue and others appearing in front of her, Athena's eyes flashed with surprise. Chinrue, Catherine, and Oliphius, Adeline, Lala, Aria, you are all back. And you look good. Catherine looked at Athena. Although it is still early, you must pay attention to diet and safety. Stick to the diet I made for you last time. I know, Catherine. Athena smiled at Catherine, and she nodded to Adeline, who was a little shy. Athena was the most popular one in the harem group, especially now that she was a mother-to-be. She had a lot in common with Catherine. Catherine was the one who noticed her pregnancy at the beginning, and she received a lot of valuable pregnancy experience and advice. Chinrue was about to go up and give Athena a hug, but Oliphius jumped ahead of him. In the heart of the Black Dragon Chick, Athena was a good friend and a big financial backer. As early as in the battle against Prince Obsidian in the Dark Moon, the trustworthy Athena had made Oliphius a lot of money. She had never broken her promise. Coupled with her daily care, her position in the chick's heart was definitely in the top 5. Athena, I heard that you are going to be a mother. The Black Dragon Chick happily put her ear on Athena's actually very flat abdomen and listened. She nodded like an expert. I think this must be a good egg. Athena, Chinrue, while they were busy, Chinrue suddenly felt that the fire phoenix divine mark on his arm began to faintly heat up. Catherine also seemed to have some kind of reaction. Her daughter's happy cry came from a distance. Mom! Dad! In the blink of an eye, a red light flew over and plunged into Catherine's arms. It was the Duo baby. The little girl arched in her mother's arms for a while. Then she reached out to Chinrue. Dad, hug! Chinrue walked over with a smile, took his baby daughter from Catherine, and kissed her again and again. The little girl also left several mouth prints on her father's face. However, Ms. Duo obviously strategically avoided those prickly beard stubble, and she even used the pulling skill from time to time to try to eliminate them. Athena looked at the family of 3 being intimate, and she subconsciously touched her abdomen with a warm expression on her face. At this time, Kia's resentful voice sounded at the door. Duo, do you not want Aunt Kia now that you have a mother? And Aunt Alice. It was the lowly princess who wanted to clear her name in a hurry. It's Sister Alice. Duo corrected the lowly's mistake in time and turned to look at Kia. Aunt Kia, Duo is hungry. Okay. Kia frowned, took out a large bag of food from the space ring, and placed it all over the table. Duo immediately jumped out of Chinrue's arms and flew to the table. Kia, you don't have to eat so much. Chinrue smiled. We have already had breakfast. There is still some time before lunch. No, this is not for you. Kia's words stunned Chinrue, and the scene that he saw next made Chinrue's smile freeze on his face. The table full of food was eaten by Duo in the blink of an eye. Duo, are you okay? Chinrue quickly walked over and picked up his daughter. The little girl nodded with tears in her eyes. Chinrue was shocked. What's wrong? Baby? I'm still hungry. Chapter 1085. According to Kia, since a few days ago, Duodua's appetite seemed to have begun to increase. Yesterday, it had risen to an astonishing level. Even when she slept, she would wake up hungry and yell for food. Today, Kia and Alice took Duo to the street to eat a lot. But unexpectedly, the little girl was hungry as soon as they got home. This was by no means normal, let alone some kind of game like Hungry Bird. Both Chinrue and Catherine felt that Duodua's aura was getting more and more chaotic, and they couldn't help but look worried. After the little girl ate a lot of food, she was still not full. She just complained that she was hungry. Right. Chinrue suddenly thought of the situation when Duo was in the human world. With an idea in his mind, he took out a piece of fire-red crystal stone. Duo, Before he finished speaking, he saw the little girl flying over happily. She took the crystal stone and touched it with her little hand. The fire power of the crystal stone was rapidly weakening. In the blink of an eye, it had become transparent, turned into powder, and disappeared in the air. "Dad, I want more." Chenrue clearly felt that the chaotic aura calmed down a little. He finally understood and quickly took out a few more pieces. In the blink of an eye, the fire crystal stone was absorbed again. "Dad, Duo still wants to eat. This is not called eating, baby. This is called absorbing energy." Chenrue simply took out all the fire-related things in the storage warehouse and piled them into a hill. Some of them were still valuable materials, but for his baby daughter, there was nothing he couldn't bear to part with. Duo looked at the pile of fire crystal stones and props, and she rushed up with stars in her eyes. "Dad is so amazing!" Seeing his daughter happily rolling in the crystal stones and materials, Chenrue was relieved. Duo should have grown to a certain stage and continued to absorb a lot of fire energy, so she has been complaining of hunger. Chenrue's words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "Boss," Oliphius looked at the sparkling crystals. "Those things are very expensive." "Of course it's expensive." As a dragon's who also had a strong appreciation ability, Lala's eyes lit up. "That's a red flame crystal. That's a fire dragon garnet. What's that? Could it be the legendary final flame, Mist Heart?" Oliphius quickly asked, "Is that heart valuable?" "It's priceless." "Wait a minute. Duo that." Lala Leah's voice trembled because she had just seen the priceless Terminator Misty Heart turn into a dull, useless crystal in Miss Dwidwa's hands. The tablet lowly looked pained. An entire city had been eaten just like that. Worth a city? The black dragon chick's eyes were full of swaying black crystal coins. She immediately moved in front of Chenrue. "Boss, I'm hungry too." "I want to eat." "No, absorb energy." Chenrue's optimism didn't last long. A few hours later, the hill-like fire crystals and magic materials were all absorbed by Duo. The little girl absorbed so much fire energy, but she didn't feel full at all. She was still complaining about being hungry. Chenrue also noticed that the chaotic breath on Dwidwa's body had not completely stabilized. Obviously, the absorbed energy was still not enough. Athena made a prompt decision. "Kia, ask Ina to immediately bring people to various markets and magic shops in the estate to buy fire materials. The more the better. There is no limit to the price." Kia responded and hurried out. Duo, how do you feel?" Catherine hugged Duo nervously. Even though Her Majesty Empress had always been wise, she couldn't help but panic at the moment. "Mom, I'm not full. I'm still so hungry." The little girl looked at Catherine pitifully. "Hold on, Duo. Auntie Kia and Auntie Ina will bring something for you to eat later." Chenrue coaxed his daughter, but the worry in his eyes became stronger and stronger because what he took out from the storage warehouse just now were extremely precious materials, and the fire materials collected by the Dark Moon were far inferior in both quality and quantity. I'm afraid, sure enough, after a large number of fire materials that Kia and Ina subsequently got were absorbed by Duo, it was still far from enough. At this time it was already night time, and the lamp spirits served dinner. Due to concern about Dwidwa's situation, everyone just barely ate something at noon. Now that it was almost dinner time, no one had an appetite. Only the pregnant Athena was forced to eat some by Catherine, feeling that the breath on Duo was becoming more and more unstable. Chenrue gritted his teeth and took something out of the storage warehouse. As soon as this thing appeared, the surroundings suddenly became hot. This was a diamond-shaped red stone that was steaming with amazing power. At first glance, it gave people the illusion of burning. In fact, this was not a complete illusion. If it weren't for Chenrue, who could isolate most of the power of this thing, everything nearby would be burned under the terrifying high temperature. Origin of fire fragment. The origin of Fire Fragment was the trophy obtained by Chunrui during the battle with Delothro. Under the power of the final blow, Celestial Star Mirror, Delothro disappeared, and the origin of Fire Fragment that was used to fuse into the Flame of Despair was also obtained by Chunrui. The origin of Fire Fragment was a special item that could only be used by the Elemental King. It had great power. Chunrui didn't know what impact it would have on Duo. He wanted to go to the human world and hand it over to the Fire Elemental King Ogmartin as promised, but he couldn't care so much at the moment. Duo clearly felt the power of the origin of Fire Fragment. Her big eyes flashed with curiosity and surprise. She reached out and grabbed the stone. Chunrui saw that Duo was not affected by the high temperature, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After the origin of Fire Fragment fell into Duo's hands, the horrifying high temperature immediately became gentle. The power of the origin of Fire Fragment was indeed powerful. No matter how much Duo absorbed the power, the fire breath never weakened. Duo didn't complain about being hungry anymore. She held the origin of Fire Fragment and played for a while. Soon, she fell asleep on Chunrui's body. Looking at his daughter's quiet little face after she fell asleep and feeling that the chaotic power breath finally calmed down, Chunrui was finally relieved. Even if she fell asleep, Duo's hands were still holding the origin of Fire Fragment tightly. "Give it to me." Catherine took Duo from Chunrui's hands. "I'll take her to rest for a while first." Chunrui nodded, and the lamp spirit guard led Catherine into the bedroom at the back. Seeing that Duo was fine, the little black dragon chick, who had not dared to mess around, also regained her vitality. She complained that she was almost starved to death some time ago. She hadn't tasted the Dark Moon's delicacies for a long time, so she proposed to go to the princess retail store to have a feast. She also told the magical adventure story in the Dead Sea some time ago. As a host and a good friend, Alice naturally couldn't refuse. She turned her expectant gaze to Chunrui. Chunrui looked at Athena and shrugged apologetically at the lowly princess. Kia rolled her eyes. She used the excuse that she was too tired from taking care of a hungry bird last night, so she needed to go back to sleep, so she also stayed. The lowly princess pouted in dissatisfaction. She couldn't stand the desperate urging of the little black dragon chick who wanted to eat a free meal. Finally, she took Adeline, Lalaria, and Oliphius to form the team of Reject Big-Breasted Aliens and headed to the Dark Moon's Princess Retail Store branch. "Why don't you accompany Alice?" Athena looked at Chunrui, who was sitting next to her. "Can't you see that she misses you very much?" "Can't you see that I miss you guys too?" Chunrui hugged her waist and waved to Kia. The succubus, who was yawning and saying that she wanted to sleep, immediately appeared beside him in high spirits. The word "we" is so forced. The little succubus was obviously snuggling with Athena on one side of Chunrui with a happy face, but her tone was sighing with hidden bitterness. Chunrui scratched the little succubus' nose angrily. "You said it yourself. Then I have to remove the word "we." Athena, let's find a quiet place to talk alone." "You are too stingy." Kia just said it casually. Athena supported her good sister. These days, Kia was busy sharing her worries and taking care of the Duo. Athena saw it in her eyes. Humph. Athena is still the best. Much better than those heartless men. The little maid said, but intentionally or unintentionally moved her hand to a certain part of the man. Chunrui quickly grabbed the bold hand. "You are not being honest so soon? Can't we talk quietly?" "Oh, by the way, it should be Athena's turn today." The little maid said to Athena mysteriously, "Hey, Sir Lord, let me make a deal with you. Let's change, okay?" "Exchange for what?" Athena blushed and asked a question that she already knew the answer to. "Hee, how about I add another one? I'll return it to you the next time it's my turn." The little succubus was particularly spirited when it came to some kind of threesome. "Stop it, what do you think I am?" Chinrue slapped the succubus buttocks. I said to talk quietly. Is that all you have in your head? The little succubus winked at him and whispered into his ear. Then let's wait for that quiet to finish. Then the three of us will concentrate and study this in depth, okay? Chinrue felt that Kia actually licked his earlobe when she spoke, and his hair stood on end. He could not help but feel restless. At the same time, a certain part of him had a faint, instinctive reaction. Clearly, this seductive little succubus had used her talent of seduction again. Okay, next, Chinrue recounted the adventure, and gradually, even Kia was engrossed in it. Chinrue, you just said that the City of Stars has now become a spaceship. That's right, just like in those space stories I used to tell you. In the future, when everything settles down, we'll completely put aside the mundane matters at hand and travel to various places on the Star of Stars, including the universe, okay? Athena and Kia could not help but reveal looks of longing. At this moment, Catherine's anxious voice sounded. Chinrue, come quickly. Duo. Chinrue immediately reacted and instantly appeared in the bedroom. He saw Duoduo's eyes close tightly, holding the origin of fire fragment while trembling and shouting, It's so cold! Chinrue touched his daughter's body and felt as cold as ice. He could not help but be shocked. What's going on? I don't know either. Duo only slept for a while, and she started to complain about the cold. I tried to remove the red stone, but her body became even colder. Chinrue tried to inject power to protect her, but it was useless. What should we do? Catherine looked anxious, seemingly at a loss. She had lost her usual calmness. She was not the wisest person in the demon realm or an empress now, but just an ordinary mother. Duo originally has a fire physique. Why is this happening? Could it be the mutation caused by the origin of fire fragment? At this point, there is only one way. Chinrue took a deep breath. Go find the owner of the origin of fire fragment. I'll go too. Catherine hugged her daughter tightly. Chapter 1086. Since Duo had a fire physique, this special situation was likely to be related to the power of fire or the origin fragment of fire. Therefore, Chinrue did not dare to use divine healing technique or potions to avoid making things worse. The best way was to go to the fire elemental king, Ogmartin. Chinrue didn't know where the stronghold of Ogmartin or the fire elementals was, but there was one person who knew. That was the wind elemental king, Seth. Chinrue met with Ogmartin twice at the cloud palace of the wind elementals. Chinrue explained the situation to Athena and Kia, who arrived later. Catherine also contacted Lilith and friends through the message. After rearranging the political affairs, the two did not dare to delay at all. Chinrue took Catherine and his daughter through the Stargate overnight with the Tower of Glory and arrived at the Storm Island in the human world. Chinrue came to the Cloud Palace immediately. To his disappointment, the Wind Elemental King, Seth, was not in the palace. According to the elite Wind Elementals who stayed behind, Royal Highness King was invited by the Fire Elemental King a few days ago to go to the glorious sun volcano in the Red Flame mountain range to discuss important matters. The Red Flame mountain range was located in the southwest of the human world. As one of the main veins, the glorious sun volcano was in the territory of the Red Eagle Kingdom. The Red Eagle Kingdom was once the largest kingdom in the human world. Its territory area ranked in the top 3, but most of the former kingdom's territory had become the territory of the neighboring Long Huang Empire. This was the result of the painstaking planning and management of several generations of Dragon Bright the Great. The original Red Eagle Kingdom was continuously divided and weakened. It was once the number 1 kingdom that was on par with the 2 great holy empires, but it became weaker and weaker. 10 years ago, it finally became a vassal state of the Dragon Bright Empire and completely fell under the control of Rex the Great. Chinrue only heard about the Red Eagle Empire when he was the lord of the Jinyao territory. now that he was no longer a lord or a prince. These things had nothing to do with him. The only thing he wanted was to rush to the glorious sun volcano immediately, find the fire elemental king Ogmartin, and cure his daughter's illness as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Chun, Rue, Catherine, and Duo appeared at the courier station of Dragon Tooth City in the east of the Long Huang Empire and boarded the carriage to the central Dragon Horn City. "Daddy, are you very tired?" Duo moved her upper body out of Catherine's arms and kissed Chinrue's face on the opposite side. This time, the little girl didn't dislike her father's prickly beard. "It's all right." Chinrue touched his daughter's pigtail. Last night, he had teleported according to the sea map, but due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain and the interference of the sea, he had almost lost his way. Fortunately, he had found the location of Dragon Tooth City, which had wasted a lot of time. After all, when sailing on the sea, the Sandmen were the real navigation experts. Chun Rue himself was just a temporary captain. Moreover, in this area, the magic map couldn't be used, and the sea map was inevitably biased. Chen Rue's power consumption was mainly caused by maintaining the Tower of Glory, but it was much faster to reach Dragon Tooth City overnight than by ship. Duo and Catherine had been in the Tower of Glory last night. She was still cold, shivering, and in a semi-conscious state. She had not woken up. After waking up during the day, her condition was much better, but sometimes she felt cold and unbearable. "Daddy, let me massage your shoulders." Duo lay on Chunrue's body and massaged his shoulders with her small fists. "Wow, Duo is so powerful. Daddy doesn't feel tired all of a sudden." Chinrue's words made Duo pound harder, but Chinrue didn't let his daughter work too hard. He turned around and hugged her tightly in his arms. Chinrue vaguely recalled the time when he was sick when he was a child and his parents carried him to the hospital for treatment. Although the voices and smiles of his parents were very vague in his memory, the warmth of their embrace was so clear, just like he was now. Catherine felt Chinrue's emotions and held his hand gently. Chinrue nodded at Catherine. At this moment, their minds suddenly became one. His daughter would definitely recover. A family forever together. The border city between the Long Huang Empire and the Red Eagle Kingdom was Dragon Wing City. It would take too much time to go directly from Dragon Tooth City to Dragon Wing City. According to the information that Chenrue had obtained at a high price in Dragon Tooth City, the most time-saving way was to go to Dragon Horn City first. The Empire's 2nd Griffin Legion, the Thunderclap Legion, was stationed in Dragon Horn City. As long as one was willing to spend money to get through, one could take military griffins to Dragon Wing City. Those griffins were well-trained and had a strong memory. They could automatically choose the fastest route to arrive. Chinrue thought that if he could use this kind of griffin, with his analytical eyes and the ability of various strengthening potions, he would definitely be able to reach Dragon Wing City faster than normal. As for money, it was not within the scope of his consideration at all. Chinrue hired the best carriage and arrived at Dragon Horn City in 3 days. The security in Dragon Horn City was extremely tight. Even entering the city was strictly checked. It was said that a big shot had come to Dragon Horn City to inspect the Legion's affairs. When Chenrue went to the Ryo Empire to get married in the Jinyao territory, he had prepared a lot of gadgets. Coupled with the presence of his family, he easily passed the inspection as a businessman from a well-known chamber of commerce. After the carriage arrived at the courier station, Chinrue found an inn to settle down first. As he was about to go out, Duo refused and asked to go out to play together. Catherine knew that her daughter had been sitting in the carriage for a few days and was already bored. How would she be willing to stay here and rest? Besides, if her mood was unstable, it would be harmful to her illness. After discussing with Chenrue, she took Duo out shopping while Chenrue went to inquire about the Thunderclap Legion's connections. Chenrue thought about it, took out a magic phone, and gave it to Catherine. He taught her how to use it to keep in touch. This kind of magic phone had not appeared in the demon realm yet. It was the new gadget that he made in the human world. Under the promotion of the dragons and the church, magic phones had become popular rapidly nowadays. In big places like the Dragonhorn City, there were dedicated signal amplification stations based on the magic game signal towers to make calls clearer. Catherine was still dressed in a long robe and veil. She was walking on the street with Duo in her arms. Although the rich light element breath here was somewhat oppressive to Catherine, who was used to the demon realm environment, she was a demigod powerhouse after all. After a long time, she slowly adapted to it. On the other hand, Ms. Duo didn't feel the slightest abnormality. She looked at all the novelties around her in high spirits and seemed very happy. Catherine restrained her power breath, and she looked no different from ordinary people. Although she concealed her true face, her mysterious and graceful temperament, coupled with the cute little girl in her arms, still attracted a lot of attention. "Mom, what is that? It smells so good." Duo pointed to a candy that looked like cotton wool made by a vendor and asked. For Catherine, who came to the human world for the first time, these were also novelties. She shook her head. "If Duo likes it, Mom will buy it for you." "Beautiful lady, cute little girl, this is a special magic cotton candy. There are 4 flavors, 3 white crystal coins for a bunch, and 10 white crystal coins for 4 bunches. Give me a bunch of each flavor." Now that Duo had the origin of fire fragment, she was no longer as hungry as before, but the little girl still liked to eat some snacks. Although Catherine was an empress, she usually traveled incognito, so she naturally had money with her. She immediately took out a black crystal coin and gave it to the vendor. When the vendor saw it, he was a little bitter. "Beautiful lady, this denomination is too big. I can't change it." Catherine was about to speak when she suddenly keenly sensed some kind of covetous gaze. She glanced around and found that there was a group of people in the distance. A middle-aged man among them was staring at Duo. To be more precise, he was staring at the origin of fire fragment. At this time, the origin of fire fragment had been covered by Chinrue with a special medal, made into a lantern-shaped pendant and hung on Duo's neck. "Lord Lavadino, have you taken a fancy to that woman?" A young man who looked like an aristocrat next to him said with a smile. "Although that woman hides very well, she has an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, I can tell that she is not an ordinary person. However, in my memory, there doesn't seem to be this mysterious flower among the noble ladies in Dragonhorn City. Do you want me to invite her over to have a chat with Sir?" "I'm not interested in that woman." The middle-aged man, Raftino, shook his head, but his eyes did not leave the origin of fire fragment. "I have a special sensing talent. The necklace on the little girl's neck seems to be a very powerful fire treasure, but it is actually treated as an ordinary plaything. What a reckless waste of God's gift. So that's how it is. Anything that can catch the eye of a royal mage like Sir Ran must be extraordinary," the young man said indifferently. "In that case, I'll let that treasure return to the hands of its rightful owner and play its true role. Thank you very much. Sir is a distinguished guest of Dragonhorn City, so I naturally have to do my best as a host. It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite." At this moment, Duo had already taken a bite of the cotton candy, and her face was full of smiles. "It's delicious. Mom, you eat too." With that said, Duo removed Catherine's veil and handed the cotton candy in. The so-called royal mage was only at the demon overlord level. Catherine didn't take these people seriously. She opened her mouth, took a bite of the cotton candy, and smiled slightly. "Yes, it's delicious. Duo is the most well-behaved. She always remembers Mom when there is delicious food." Although Catherine quickly closed her veil, this glimpse had already been seen by the young man. His eyes suddenly widened. He originally wanted to let the guards go, but he immediately changed his mind. There is actually such a beauty in the world. Even that Princess Mingzhu, Rambus, is just like this. Sir Ravdino, let's make a deal. You can't fight with me for this woman. The treasure and the little girl are yours. I'm taking this woman. Ravdino's eyes had been staring at the origin of Fire Fragment, so he didn't notice Catherine's appearance at all. He nodded casually. Catherine heard it clearly and frowned. As she was about to leave, she saw the young man had already walked over. Beautiful madam, I'm Porchuri, the son of the Dragonhorn City Lord. I wonder if I have the honor to invite madam for lunch? Sorry, I don't have time. Catherine had heard the conversation between these guys long ago and knew that the other party was up to no good. At the moment, Chinrue was going to the Legion to set up the Griffin, and Dwedwa's illness was more important, so she didn't want to complicate matters. My husband will come to pick me up soon. It seems that you still don't understand who invited you. Porchuri's smile remained unchanged. Since I said it, you can't refuse anymore because I'm Porchuri. Lackney, if you still want to see your children or your husband, be obedient. Otherwise, I don't mind making them disappear forever. Reckless. Catherine's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chapter 1087. The glimpse of unveiling the veil was too amazing. Porchuri felt that he had never had such a possessive desire for any woman. He was proud of his superior eyesight, although this woman didn't seem to be from an ordinary family. She was traveling alone with a child without even a guard beside her, so she must not be a dignitary. Even if he used force, it wouldn't be a big deal. In this Dragonhorn City, with the words, "My dad is the Castellan," as long as he, Porchuri Lackney, wanted something, there was nothing he couldn't get. Not only that, the capital's new aristocrat, the royal magician, Sir Lafardino, also wanted the necklace on the little girl. Even if it was only for this, his father, Veron, would also fully support him. By the way, if he held this little girl hostage, he could definitely make this beauty submit obediently. At this moment, the woman's words, reckless, fell into his ears. He felt as if he had fallen naked into an ice cellar, or as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. From his body to his soul, it was torn apart bit by a terrifying force. The others saw Porchuri standing still, then shivering all over. His sweat, snot, and tears flowed uncontrollably. They could also faintly smell the stench coming from his pants. The royal magician Lafardino was taken aback, seeing the mysterious woman who had left with the little girl. He knew that something was wrong. He might have kicked an iron plate. Porchuri was the Castellan's son, and he accompanied him out for sightseeing. If anything happened to him, not only would he lose face, but it would also be difficult to explain to the Castellan, Veron. Most importantly, Lafardino was determined to get the fire gemstone. With a loud shout, he instantly appeared behind Catherine, and a flame flew toward Catherine. The people nearby were repelled by a huge force. The cotton candy vendor was the closest, and he flew backward. The black crystal coins in his hand also fell to the ground. Many people saw the flame shot by the magician flying toward the woman, holding the child, and they couldn't help but exclaim. When the flame was about to approach, Catherine suddenly looked back. Lafardino felt that the powerful flame power he controlled was like a clay ox entering the sea. It disappeared in an instant. The other party just took a glance. The power of this gaze didn't stop there. When the power contained in Lafardino's gaze shone on him, the mental energy he had been accumulating to attack suddenly exploded in his body. Mana uncontrollably devoured his entire body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Such terrifying power. Who was this woman? Lafardino was appalled. He glanced at the black crystal coins that the peddler had dropped on the ground beside him. Suddenly, he trembled and immediately activated some kind of special alarm. At this time, Porchuri's guards had already rushed toward Catherine. Catherine didn't move at all, but the guards seemed to be thrown away by an invisible force. They fell to the ground far away, and they couldn't get up for a while. Now was the time when security was tight, and the number of guards was several times more than usual. Soon, a large number of guards rushed over. Catherine didn't want to be entangled with these people. Her figure flashed, and she was about to move away. However, after moving twice, she only moved tens of meters away. It seemed that the space was restricted by some power. Catherine's eyes fell on two figures. One was a middle-aged man with a thin face and figure with a mustache. The other was a silver-haired young man with a high brow ridge and a gloomy look. The space just now was restricted by this young man's ability. "Who are you? What is your purpose of coming here?" The mustache man looked at Catherine for a while. He obviously felt an unfathomable breath, and he showed a cautious look. "I'm just a passerby. It was those two blind guys who took the initiative to provoke me." "I'm already being merciful," Catherine said lightly. "Both of them should be dragons. The mustached middle-aged man's strength is at the peak of the kingdom, and the silver-haired young man's strength is even slightly above her." Although she wasn't afraid of these two, she was afraid that Duo would be affected. Moreover, a battle of this level might expose her identity as demons. Therefore, she didn't want to make a move if she could avoid conflict. "Teacher, be careful," Ravdino, who was in the distance, said with difficulty. "This woman is a Black Death Apostle." When the words Black Death Apostle fell into the ears of the surrounding people, it immediately caused panic and they all retreated. Recently, the Black Death Apostle's activities had been very frequent, and they had caused many terrorist incidents all over the world. Even 2 emperors of the Holy Empire had been assassinated. "So you're his teacher. I'll make it clear first that I'm not a Black Death Apostle. If you want to provoke me, you must consider the consequences." Catherine's aura gradually exuded from her body. "My principle is that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I won't stop until they die." The demigod-level breath made the silver-haired young man slightly moved, and the mustached middle-aged man looked like he was facing a great enemy. "Teacher, don't listen to her quibbling." Ravdino held something in his hand. "This is the coin she used just now. I can clearly feel the dark breath emitted from it." The currency of the human world was similar to that of the demon realm. They were all crystal coins of the same weight and texture as the unit of currency. The currency of the human world was usually engraved with the head of the king or the royal family's emblem, but the one that Catherine just gave to the vendor without any engraving could also be circulated. The slight difference was that the demon realm's crystal coins contain dark breath, which was difficult for ordinary people to detect. Ravdino had a special perception talent, so he immediately sensed the abnormality. The mustached middle-aged man was Ravdino's teacher. He glanced at the silver-haired young man as if asking for his opinion. "Even without that coin, as a member of the Saint Dragon family who bathes in light," the silver-haired young man said coldly, "I can also clearly feel the incomparably rich dark breath that you've been trying to hide. At our level of strength, quibbling is meaningless. If you're not willing to surrender, then—" As the silver-haired young man spoke, the people in the distance felt that the figures became overlapping and blurred. It seemed that the vicinity was isolated by a special space. At the same time, the silver-haired young man's body shone with silver light, and a suit of armor quickly formed. Since he activated the armor of faith so quickly, he obviously wanted to go all out and take down Catherine as soon as possible. "Mom, this is a bad guy. Hit him." Duo clearly felt the man's hostility, and she clenched her small fists. Since the surrounding space was locked by that special force, she couldn't escape for a while. Catherine knew that this battle was inevitable, so she snorted coldly without showing any weakness. Her body was instantly ignited with black and red flames. In the flames, a full body armor appeared. The black was dotted with red. It was elegant and solemn, faintly showing the brilliance of the stars. "This is the goddess of wisdom, S-star armor. Since it's unavoidable, I'll fight with all my strength." Even outside the space, the mustached man could feel the terrifying power of both sides. He was secretly shocked and hurriedly used his magic to set up another protective barrier. The silver-haired man looked at the full body armor on Catherine and felt the powerful aura that erupted from her. It was actually comparable to his. He was slightly surprised and then snorted coldly. Flashy, but impractical. Generally speaking, the armor of faith of a demigod was a half-body armor. This was the energy form that was most suitable to unleash the power of the kingdom. Only those at the pseudo-god level would use full-body armor. This woman had clearly just advanced to the demigod level, but after equipping the armor of faith, the aura she exuded could actually be on par with an intermediate-stage demigod like him. It was most likely a bluff. The silver-haired man waved his hands at high speed, and countless white lines appeared around Catherine's body. They entangled her and engulfed her in the blink of an eye. They kept spinning like a white cocoon. The spinning cocoon of light suddenly paused, and a crack appeared on it as if it was solid. The crack instantly spread out, and the shape of a huge wing could be vaguely seen. This wing flapped, and the entire cocoon of light was torn apart. However, the cocoon of light that was torn apart did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into countless golden lights that were several times more powerful than the previous white lines. They whistled and flew toward Catherine. The silver-haired man sneered contemptuously. He was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. The white lines just now were just a probing attack. The real killer move was this golden brilliance. This was a powerful attack that combined a huge amount of light elements. It was equivalent to the perfect combination of magic and power, and it was the nemesis of the power of darkness. He was confident that he could use this move to completely defeat his opponent. However, the sneer on his face immediately froze. The moment the golden light touched the wings, it actually began to weaken rapidly, like a snowball approaching a bonfire. In the end, it actually disappeared. The image of the wings gradually faded, revealing the hand that covered this armor. It was Catherine's right hand, and her left hand was still holding Duo. The silver-haired man's pupils shrank, and there was no longer any contempt on his face. He clearly felt that the power of the light elements of the golden brilliance just now had encountered some kind of strange power with strong restraint. It was not the dark elements, but another kind of power. This woman's strength could no longer be measured by the surface level. She was definitely a strong opponent that must not be underestimated. Perhaps the little girl was her only weakness. As the silver-haired man was thinking, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His figure swayed, and he disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, a huge foot had stepped on the place where he was originally. The power of this blow was so great that the entire sealed space trembled slightly. It was a tall body that should be made of some kind of metal, showing a dark golden light. Judging from the power of the foot, just now, it was at least at the demigod level. Undead puppet, war puppet, was a powerful talent of the Asmodeus royal family. The power level of ordinary puppets was fixed. For example, golden puppets were demon overlord level, silver puppets were demon emperor level, etc. However, some mutated talents of the royal family could increase the strength of the puppets with their own growth. Catherine's war puppet talent did not have such a mutation, but she had the strongest undead puppet in history. The undead puppet could easily exert power equal to, or even beyond her own strength. With it, it was equivalent to having a powerful close combat helper. Looking at the metal giant that rushed over again, the silver-haired man's body swelled up and turned into a silver dragon. He breathed a dragon breath at the undead puppet. The undying puppet didn't dodge or give way. The dragon breath struck its chest, instantly creating a large, transparent hole. However, the undying puppet didn't seem to feel anything, and its momentum didn't weaken in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to the dragon and punched it. The dragon's body flew backward. If this was not an independent space, it would have crushed a large number of houses. Without waiting for the undead puppet to continue its pursuit, it had stabilized its center of gravity and rushed toward the undead puppet again. In the roar, The two huge figures fought together. Chapter 1088. After all, the giant dragon, transformed by the silver-haired young man, was stronger, so he quickly suppressed the undead puppet. However, the indestructible characteristic of the undead puppet also made the Saint Dragon suffer a lot. At this moment, the metal giant suddenly disappeared. Saint Dragon was a little surprised. He returned to his human form and locked his gaze on Catherine again. But he was even more surprised because the armor of faith on Catherine's body had also disappeared. Saint Dragon's first thought was that the enemy was exhausted, but he immediately denied it. It was obvious that this woman still had a lot of energy left. So why? The answer was immediately revealed. The little girl cried out happily, "Daddy!" Immediately after, the space sealed by Saint Dragon trembled violently and collapsed. Saint Dragon was shocked. Before he could react, his face tightened, and he was already held by a terrifying force. He clearly felt that this was the first time he was so close to death. As long as the 5 fingers exerted force, his head and even his entire soul would be shattered. Even if Saint Dragon had a strong self-healing ability, there would only be a dead end for him. From the beginning to the end, Saint Dragon actually couldn't resist at all. This was a complete suppression of power. This woman actually has such a terrifying companion. That's right, that little girl just now called him daddy. Damn it, I can't move my whole body, and even my soul seems to be solidified by some kind of destructive aura. I can't even summon His Majesty Dragon Emperor by casting a secret technique. Just as Saint Dragon was in despair, a voice sounded in his ear. Stanwell, you should thank His Majesty Palgoris and Aunt Maria. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear this sentence. This familiar voice shocked Saint Dragon Stanwell, and his mind seemed to explode with a boom. It's actually him. Although the face has changed, this voice, there's no mistake. If it's really this person, then even if I use a secret technique to summon His Majesty Dragon Emperor, it would be useless. This voice was his greatest humiliation. The title of brother-in-law made him and his sister Lorraine the laughingstock of the entire Ryuzaku. The owner of this voice offered benefits that Dragon Emperor Palgoris couldn't refuse, and forcibly reversed Great Elder Maria's disadvantage, causing Maria's position to be unshakable, and his dream of becoming the Great Elder was shattered. In Stanwell's heart, he hated and feared this person. He secretly made up his mind to train hard, break through the bottleneck of strength, and wash away this humiliation as soon as possible. However, after witnessing the battle at the God of Light Mountain's Holy Son's coronation ceremony, Stanwell no longer had any thoughts of revenge, even if his strength had recently broken through to the middle stage of demigod. This was because this person was someone who could fight against one of the 3 supreme angels, Raphael. Raphael was one of the strongest peak pseudo-gods, and even Dragon Emperor Palgoris couldn't withstand a single blow from him. However, this person actually fought against Raphael for so long, and even almost caused Raphael to suffer a loss. In the end, he swaggered away from the God of Light Mountain, the nest of the 3 angels. Even Raphael could only watch the other party escape, helpless. The news of the coronation ceremony battle was blocked, and all the guests were warned not to leak it. To the outside world, they only announced that the Holy Son Arthur had been poisoned by the Black Death Apostles and died suddenly during the coronation ceremony. This was the start of a large operation to exterminate the Black Death Apostles. However, the Black Death Apostles were not to be trifled with, and they frequently launched all kinds of counterattacks. No matter what, Arthur's powerful pseudo-god strength was undeniable. It seemed that back in Ryuzaku, he did not even bother to lay a hand on an ant like him. Even in front of His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, he deliberately hid his strength. Stanwell clearly remembered the shock in the Dragon Emperor's eyes when he reported this to His Majesty Palgoris. He did not expect to meet this terrifying Arthur again. I provoked his woman and that little girl. O dragon god above, why did you let luck abandon your most loyal believer? Stanwell's mind was filled with shock and confusion. He did not even react after Chinrue let go of his hand. There was still a horrified expression on his face until Duodwa's voice sounded. "Dad, beat up these bad guys!" "With Dad here, these bad guys won't dare to move." Chinrue smiled at Duo. "Catherine, how did you get into a conflict with them?" Catherine glanced at Porchuri, who was protected by guards not far away. Her gaze swept past Lavadino, who was already scared out of his wits, and said indifferently, "It's very simple. This royal magician wanted to snatch your daughter's necklace, and that so-called Castellan's son wanted to snatch your daughter's mother. I just casually taught them a lesson, and it attracted these two dragons, and they even said that I'm a Black Death apostle." When Stanwell finally came back to his senses, he heard Catherine's words, and his heart felt as though 10,000 Cur horses were roaring in his heart. Damn, these two idiots who don't know life from death actually dared to target a demigod powerhouse. And behind the demigod powerhouse, there's still this damn fake god. Oh, so that's what happened. Chinrue glanced at Stanwell. Stanwell felt the murderous intent around him immediately thicken, not only towards the two idiots, but also towards himself. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Wait, this is a complete misunderstanding. We're here to protect. Stanwell glared at the mustached man fiercely to ease the fear in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Perrin, you bastard. You accepted a good disciple." Perrin was also an acquaintance of Chinrue. Together with Stanwell, they could be considered the tragic duo of Ryuzaku. The trap that Rala escaped from was his son, and his other little Andrew gave Chinrue a good impression. Although Perrin didn't know who this couple was, judging from the fact that Stanwell was subdued in one move just now, coupled with his flustered and exasperated tone now, there were definitely big shots that couldn't be provoked. "I only accepted this disciple under the instruction of His Majesty the Dragon Emperor to further strengthen the cooperation with the Long Huang Empire, and the recommendation of Rex the Great. Lavadino's magical aptitude and talent were really good. I didn't expect to cause such a disaster." Bang! Perrin made a move, not at Chinrue but at Lavadino. At this moment, Lavadino felt that all the magic in his body collapsed, and there was a sharp pain in his lower body. It seemed that he had lost some male functions. He couldn't help but scream, but then even his voice was lost. He could only bow his body and fall to the ground, twitching like a fried shrimp. Lavadino became a eunuch a little innocent. He didn't covet Catherine's beauty, but the origin of fire fragment that Duo was wearing. But now, in addition to the pain, there was more fear. He already understood what kind of iron plate he had kicked, an existence that even the two super elders of Ryuzaku had to fear. At this time, he was a little envious of Porto, who still hadn't recovered his consciousness. The ignorant were fearless. "This honorable sir." Perrin made a prompt decision and bowed. "First of all, I would like to express my most sincere apology to Sir's family. Although I don't know the whole story of this misunderstanding, after all, I didn't know a person well enough to accept such a misbehaving disciple. Not only did he want to snatch Madame's treasure, but he even framed Madame as a Black Death apostle. I'm willing to compensate, sir, for all your losses. As for that Lavadino, he is no longer my disciple from now on, and is at Sir's disposal." Chinrue saw that Perrin didn't seem to be lying. "Catherine, is that true?" "More or less." Catherine nodded. "You should have called me in such a situation. I'm just not used to it, and—" Catherine looked at the disassembled parts in Duodwa's hands. "Your baby daughter seems to be more interested in it. Dad, look. Duo is so powerful." Chinrue was talking and laughing as if there was no one else around, but the two dragons' elders next to him were silent, not even daring to breathe loudly. "Stanwell, have you been to Mount Sunshine?" "Yes." Stanwell quickly replied. "Very good." Chinrue nodded. Suddenly he frowned and saw that the nearby streets had been surrounded by a large number of troops. The leader of the group on horseback was none other than the governor of Dragonhorn City, Veron. Immediately, a guard reported to him about the murderer who had injured Porto. Unfortunately, these guards' eyesight was too poor to judge the level of power represented in the battle just now. Seeing his only son's miserable state of incontinence with tears, snot, and feces, Wagilin couldn't help but fly into a rage. Looking at Catherine and Chinrue, who were identified, he waved his hand. "Take them down!" "Wait a minute." A voice sounded in the distance. When this voice fell into Wagilin's ears, his anger was immediately extinguished, and he quickly jumped off the horse. The army slowly separated, and a team of extremely well-equipped knights appeared at the back. These knights were uniformly wearing gold and silver armor, exuding a powerful aura. At first glance, one could tell that they were the elites of the elites. Among the knights was a middle-aged man in a light golden robe, riding a pure white war horse. He wore a crown on his head, had a long sword on his waist, and exuded a supreme majesty. "Your Majesty, why did you come in person?" Wagilin quickly took a few steps forward, bowed, and said, "These suspicious people are likely to be the Black Death Apostles. They are very dangerous. My son Porto was seriously injured because he stopped their plot. It turned out that the person who came to Dragonhorn City to inspect the Legion was actually Rex the Great. It was said that Rex the Great had been assassinated by the Black Death Apostles before. No wonder even Stanwell and Perrin were here. As soon as they received the alarm from Lavadino, they immediately rushed over and mistakenly identified Catherine as a Black Death Apostle, resulting in a fight. The arrival of Rex the Great should have been a semi-secret situation. The people only knew that a big shot had come, but they didn't know that it was Rex himself. But now, Rex no longer hid his identity and directly appeared here. Wagilin said a few words, but found that Rex the Great didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, his gaze fell on the Black Death Apostle with a very strange look in his eyes. "Your Majesty!" Rex the Great waved his hand, and Wagilin didn't dare to say anything more, retreating. Then he saw Rex the Great jump off the horse and actually walk towards the dangerous people alone. The gold knights and silver knights behind him quickly formed a circle, isolating the army brought by Wagilin. Rex the Great walked into the field step by step. No one knew what kind of boundary tool he had used, but Veron only felt that his vision became blurred, and he couldn't hear the voices in the field. Could it be that His Majesty is familiar with those dangerous people? Then Porto. Wagilin began to have a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 1089. In the field, Rex quietly looked at Chinrue. "Elder Stanwell, Elder Pylon, I'm sorry. I have a few words to say to this sir alone." Seeing that Chinrue did not object, Stanwell immediately gave Pylon a look. The two bowed to Chinrue and left the boundary. Rex the Great was also a witness of the battle in the Holy Mountain. Stanwell knew that the Emperor might have recognized Arthur. Of course, he did not think that Arthur was Rex's son. The Emperor had long chased this son out of the Empire and reported it to the Church of Light. Now, even the Church itself had completely clarified this matter. However, now it seemed that there might be other connections between the two. Rex then said to Chinrue, "What a surprise to meet you here." "I'm also surprised," Chinrue said indifferently. "Phelps misses you." Rex shook his head. "No matter how I explain, she still believes that he is her brother. At least her wish is good. Take good care of her." Rex sighed. "Garfield is dead." "Oh." Chinrue raised his eyebrows. "Luke." Rex said a name. "That fourth prince?" Chinrue smiled disdainfully. "He has been hiding for a long time. Finally couldn't hold it in any more. He has always been in cahoots with the remnants of the Cloud Empire. The assassination that I encountered was planned by him. He wanted to frame Garfield and then create the illusion that Garfield committed suicide to escape punishment. In the end, is Luke also dead?" "No, he was just secretly imprisoned by me. He can only spend the rest of his life in a courtyard. Rex's eyes were filled with loneliness. You are in the prime of your life and have a firm grip on the entire empire. Qinrui shook his head lightly. For an empire, it is a blessing. For an emperor's family, it is a misfortune. Not every heir has enough patience, and not every emperor has the courage and determination to let go. Whether it is Luke or Garfield, this ending is a kind of relief. Don't tell me that there is no successor. You are still young, and the empire is still young. You have time to cultivate or give birth to another heir. I just hope that some repetitions will not happen again. Rex stared at him for a moment, sighed softly, and continued. The Blue Brilliance Emperor, Coverant, was also assassinated, but his luck seemed to be worse than mine. He was seriously injured, and his old injury was aggravated, causing him to fall into a coma. During this period, Princess Rambus quickly swept away all the dissidents, including the second prince, Victor, and firmly controlled the situation. If there are no accidents, when Coverant wakes up or dies, the Ryo Empire will have a new empress. Rambus finally got what she wanted. This has nothing to do with me. Qinrui smiled indifferently. Rex looked at Porturi and Lavdino outside the enchantment. I already know what happened today. Let me deal with these two people. Qinrui thought for a moment and nodded. If you can't give me and my family a satisfactory explanation, I don't mind dealing with it myself. Family? This is... Rex's gaze fell on Catherine. There was a look of surprise in his eyes because he keenly felt that this seemingly mysterious woman exuded a very special power. A ruler. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary superior. That look, that temperament, aura, and momentum, it is clearly a king who controls everything. Catherine also noticed the strangeness. When their eyes met, they both felt the feeling of the same kind. Perhaps even Qinrui didn't feel this kind of feeling. Only those who had also stood at the peak of power for many years could feel this. Rex's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't know when the human world had such an empress. Not an ordinary king, but an empress. She is my woman. Catherine seemed to understand something. She bowed deeply to Rex. Rex understood that if it weren't for Qinrui's words, the etiquette between him and her wouldn't be like this. Dad, Mom. Duo said curiously. Qinrui shook his head at her. Duo suddenly pouted in dissatisfaction, but she didn't speak anymore. She just rubbed her father's hair. When the words Dad, Mom fell into Rex's ears, he couldn't help but be shocked. The way he looked at Duo immediately became soft. This is your daughter? What's her name? Her name is Duo. Qinrui took his daughter from Catherine's arms and lovingly straightened her crooked braid. Because there's something wrong with her body. What's the problem? You don't need to know this. I'm planning to take her to the glorious sun volcano in the Red Eagle Kingdom for treatment. Glorious sun volcano. Qinrui revealed a mocking expression. Seems like you still don't know. As long as you're willing to pay a high price, the elite griffins of your Thunder Crash Corps can be turned into private aircrafts to transport goods or people at any time. I know now. There's still some other things that I'm here to solve together. Rex took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Oh, right, the Thunder Crash Corps is going to Glorious Sun Volcano for a flight exercise. Putting aside the harsh environment of Glorious Sun Volcano, its location should be in the westernmost part of the Red Eagle Kingdom. Your corps is going to cross the hinterland of a neighboring country for a flight exercise? You don't need to know. I just want to tell you that the elite griffins of the corps are much faster than ordinary scouts. Of course I don't need to know. Your exercise has nothing to do with me because I don't need griffins anymore. There are other creatures that are much faster than griffins. Qinrui said calmly, Sorry, my time is limited. I have to go. Please take care. Rex the Great was silent for a while. He looked at Qinrui, who turned around and left without saying anything. Catherine tilted her head at Rex. This time, Rex didn't stand still and accept it. Instead, he solemnly bowed back in the same way. Catherine didn't speak and followed Chanrue's figure. Dad. Duo moved closer to Chinrue's ear and asked quietly, "Who is this uncle?" "You can't call him uncle." Chinrue paused and replied softly, "He's my—" Rex immediately pricked up his ears. Unfortunately, he didn't hear what he said because Chinrue had already walked out of the soundproof enchantment with Duo in his arms. When Rex removed the enchantment, he saw Chinrue walking to Stanwell with Duo and Catherine in his arms. Duo should have understood the relationship with this uncle. She probably got some kind of instructions from her father, so she didn't speak. She just waved desperately at Rex, with surprise flashing in her eyes. Seeing the little girl's pure smile without any impurities, Rex felt that a soft place hidden deep in his heart was touched. This emotion was like the first time he met his beloved Ocarina at the ball, and it was also like the feeling of becoming a father for the first time when his first child was born. Then he saw the dragon's elder Stanwell transform from a human form to a huge dragon body and lowered his usually arrogant head. Chinrue and Catherine sat on it with Duo. The saint dragon flapped its wings and rose into the air. Rex saw that the little girl was still waving at him. It was not respectful or awe-inspiring, but just intimacy. Rex wanted to wave at her too, waving hard. But he couldn't. He could only silently watch as the three of them, as well as her, disappeared from his sight on the giant dragon. Retracting his gaze from the distance, Rex slowly walked back to the center of the Golden Knights. His cold and dignified gaze swept past Porchuri, who was still peeing in his pants, Lavdino, who was limp on the ground, and finally landed on Valen, whose eyes were flickering. The Black Death Apostles you mentioned are Ryuzaku's distinguished guests. Rex's words made Veyron break out in a cold sweat. I haven't introduced him to you yet. This is Ryuzaku's elder parent. He was ordered by His Majesty Dragon Emperor Palgoris to secretly protect me. The one who flew away just now is Dragon Emperor Palgoris's confidant, the demigod Saint Dragon Elder Stanwell. Veyron then knew that these two strangers were the dragon's elders who hid around Rex to protect him. The one who transformed into a dragon body in public and respectfully carried the three of them away was actually the Dragon Emperor's confidant, the powerful Saint Dragon with demigod strength. No wonder Rex the Great went forward so cautiously. That kind of soundproof conversation is likely to be a negotiation. Then the Black Death Apostles that he had just identified, Veyron was already sweating profusely when he thought of this. Those with extraordinary strength could be said to be above the ordinary world. Some rules were basically non-existent to them. If they really wanted to retaliate or attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the Long Huang Empire was backed by dragons. That person should have given face to Rex the Great. Your Majesty, it seems that it was a misunderstanding just now. My son Porto was actually thinking about Your Majesty's safety. Shut up. What does my safety have to do with your son's lust for beauty? Rex the Great said angrily, You still want to quibble? According to the accurate information I received, the cause of this incident is your good son who has taken a liking to that lady with ulterior motives. And you, Lavdino, not only are you greedy for treasures, but you also framed that lady as a Black Death Apostle. You disappoint me. Elder Pylon, I'm very sorry for recommending such a person with such a bad character to you. So you also know that this is a trap. I was almost tricked to death by this idiot. Pylon muttered to himself. On the surface, he shook his head with a resolute expression. I have already received the orders of that, sir. From now on, I have nothing to do with Lavdino. Your Majesty can do whatever you want with him. Don't worry about me. In addition, I suggest that you give him a heavy punishment as a warning to others. The last sentence made Lavdino, who was already suffering from pain and fear, unable to hold on any longer. His vision darkened, and he finally fainted. Then, what Rex the Great said almost made Veyron faint. Let's not talk about your damn son first. Let's talk about my son. In private, do you also call one of my sons your majesty? Your majesty is wise. I have never. Before he finished, a booklet was thrown at Veyron's feet. Rex's cold voice sounded. See for yourself. Veyron picked up the booklet with trepidation. He had only flipped through a few pages when he began to tremble. Your accomplices in the plan, the commander of the Thunder Legion, Fry, the deputy commander of the Thunder Legion, and many others have already confessed, Rex said in an eerie tone. The reason I came to Dragonhorn City this time was not only for inspection, but also to confirm some things. The results really surprised me. Don't hold on to any luck. What you see now is an army completely loyal to me. I have uprooted all your forces. Your Majesty, I was just muddle-headed for a moment and was threatened by the Fourth Prince. Your Majesty, please take into account that I have been in the Rachni family for many years. Veyron knew that the situation was hopeless. It was useless to quibble, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. Rex said gravely, Since you are so muddle-headed, there is no need for the Rachni family to exist anymore. Extermination? Old Kovac, the dean of the government council, was shocked. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty! Rex raised his hand and stopped old Kovac's admonition. He completely ignored Veyron's wailing as he was dragged away. He just slowly shifted his gaze to the cloud where a huge figure had disappeared. Chapter 1090. Chen Rue didn't know about Rex the Great's purge in the Dragonhorn City. In fact, it really had nothing to do with him. What he was most concerned about now was to reach Mount Sun as soon as possible, because Duoduo's cold illness had begun to act up again. Dad, Duo is so cold. Stanwell, can you go any faster? This is already the fastest. At this speed, we can reach Mount Sun in about 2 days. Chinrue nodded. He was too concerned just now. In fact, Stanwell's strength and flying speed were far beyond the Griffin. It was much faster than he imagined to reach Mount Sun in 2 days. Duo, Dad will sing you a song. Listening to Chinrue's slightly off-tune singing, Stanwell thought it was ridiculous previously. Slowly, he couldn't help but think of the situation where he and his sister Lorraine depended on each other when they were young. Suddenly, there was a sour feeling in his heart. A certain hatred and fear faded a little for no reason. After rushing day and night, they finally reached the area of Mount Sun in the afternoon of the next day. This was not a volcano, but a huge group of volcanoes. Just like the name Sun, many volcanic craters would emit rays of light that shone like the sun from time to time. They kept erupting, and hot magma flowed all year round. Although this was the territory of the Red Eagle Kingdom, there were no people at all because of the harsh environment. There are too many volcanoes here, and the area is huge. Stanwell, do you know where the fire elementals are? Stanwell shook his huge head. This damn place is too hot. I just came here by chance with a red dragon a long time ago, but I haven't explored it carefully. Well, you can go now. Chinrue nodded and flew down with Catherine and Duo. After thinking about it, a black potion bottle appeared in front of Saint Dragon. I already know what happened before was a misunderstanding. This bottle of resurrection potion is for you as a reward. Resurrection potion? Stanwell's eyes lit up. This was a medicine that only a grandmaster could concoct. In this world that no longer had grandmasters, it could be said to be a unique treasure. Duo waved at Stanwell. Uncle, you're not a bad person. Goodbye. Stanwell subconsciously waved his hand and suddenly reacted. His face turned red, and he turned into a flash of white light and disappeared into the horizon. Your daughter's lethality is much greater than yours. Catherine touched Duoduo's little face. Kill! Duo waved her fist proudly. There's nothing we can do about it. This daughter is just like her mother. She can topple a city with a smile and subdue the enemy without a fight. Chinrue pretended to be relaxed and squinted his eyes. Due to Duoduo's condition these days, He and Catherine were under tremendous mental pressure. It was rare for them to relax a little. Glib tongue. Catherine shook her head. Let's think of a way to find the fire elementals. After thinking about it, there is only one stupid way. Chinrue covered Dwedwa's ears. You cover your ears too. It really is a stupid way. Catherine showed a weird expression. But I think you are even more stupid. Why don't you put us into the Tower of Glory? Well, I admit that you are right, smart woman. Chinrue shrugged. After a while, the purple starlight shone in the sky, and then a penetrating voice shrouded the entire area of the main volcano. Ogmartin, origin of fire fragment. Although it was only 2 short words, Chinrue believed that as long as Ogmartin heard origin of fire fragment, he would come out immediately. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, 3 rays of light appeared in sight. White, cyan, and red. The 3 kings of light. Chinrue let out a sigh of relief and put away the polar star transformation. Even in the memory of the elemental king, you are the well-deserved first person to shout like this with the strength of pseudo-god. Light elemental king Delcus had a weird expression. Wind elemental king Seth's eyes flickered. Your strength advancement surprised me, my friend Chinrue. I don't like these 2 hypocritical guys who like to beat around the bush. Fire elemental king Ogmartin was the most impatient. He asked anxiously, where is the origin of fire fragment? It's a long story. Ogmartin immediately interjected. Then make it short. In fact, I did find the origin of fire fragment. Chinrue looked at the 3 elemental kings with different expressions and sighed. But there is one thing I need your help with. Soon after, in the Palace of Flames where the fire elementals were stationed. After listening to Chinrue's brief description of Dwedwa's situation, Fire Elemental King Ogmartin looked at the little girl flying around happily in the palace made of lava and flames. His burning face showed surprise. Chinrue, is your home similar to this Palace of Flames? Chinrue was speechless. Your home is full of fire. Well, it is indeed full of fire here. Seth shook his head. Your analogy is as bad as your temper, Ogmartin. You should say that this little girl is a fire elemental in human skin. This analogy was even worse. Chinrue was even more speechless. Your Royal Highnesses, I know that the appearance of the origin of fire fragment makes you feel happy. However, my wife and I are worried. Is there any way to help my daughter get rid of her pain? Ogematon carefully looked at Duo, a look of suspicion on his face. That little girl, is she really your biological child? If someone else asks me this, I will punch him without hesitation. Chinrue frowned. I'm here to ask for help. Seriously, how to cure Dwedwa's illness. If you really have a way and really treat me as a friend, please answer truthfully. I'm also serious. Is she really your daughter? Chinrue originally thought that the Fire Elemental King should have a way to cure Dwedwa. He didn't expect the other party to ridicule him so rudely. The pressure accumulated in his heart suddenly burst out, and he shouted, Ogmartin! Chinrue. Catherine held down Chinrue in time. Your Royal Highnesses, because it is related to my daughter's safety, my husband lost his composure a little. Please forgive him. Although it is the first time I met him, I once heard from Chinrue that the 3 Light Kings can be regarded as heart-to-heart friends, especially Royal Highness Wind Elemental King Seth. For Royal Highness Ogmartin and Royal Highness Delcus, Chinrue can keep his promise to find the origin of light fragment and the origin of fire fragment, so he should also be a friend who keeps his promise. So, I want to confirm one thing first. Is Dwedwa's situation serious? Ms. Catherine, your observation is admirable. Seth said, It's just that your daughter's situation is more special than you think. Yes, Ogmartin said, the aura of power contained in this little guy gives me a vast and intimate feeling. Not only that, but she may also have some kind of ancient and rare bloodline power. So, I want to ask if she is your real daughter. Chinrue also slowly calmed down. I'm sorry, Ogmartin. I was too impatient just now. I prefer friends who are straightforward. Ogmartin shook his head. It's a pity that I'm far from being your opponent in my current state. Otherwise, we'd have to have a good fight. Put away your bad habits and don't go off topic. Delcus said, both of you as the Elemental Kings, we are very grateful to you for bringing back the origin fragment. You are the true friends recognized by the Elemental Kings. Now that you need help, of course, we will do everything we can. At present, we must first figure out the exact situation of Duo before we can choose the right judgment and method. I won't say more polite words. Catherine nodded. To be honest, I am from the demon realm. I am the Asmodeus royal family. We are indeed Dwudwa's parents. However, my initial pregnancy is likely to be related to the special power I received from Chinrue. It was under this power that I completed the 5th nirvana of the Asmodeus royal family, and then I became pregnant with this child. Special power? Delcus glanced at Chinrue. I wonder if the three of you have heard of the existence of Phoenix. Phoenix. Delcus patted his head. No wonder I felt that level of fire affinity in her. Phoenix is an ancient demonic beast with powerful combat power, and it can be reborn in the flame. However, after a catastrophe, it is almost extinct. I didn't expect that there is still a Phoenix now. But why is she in a human body now? I once hatched a Phoenix by chance. She is like a family member, but due to some accident. Chinrue showed the fire Phoenix mark on his left arm, but she is not really annihilated but resides in this mark. You may not be able to see it, but in fact, this mark exists. Later, Catherine and I became husband and wife, and Duo is likely to reincarnate into a human body in this way and be reborn as our daughter. Delcus pondered. This can explain why Duo likes the fire environment so much. But this is not the key question. Even a Phoenix does not have that kind of bloodline. The ancient bloodline you're talking about is not the Phoenix. This greatly exceeded Chinrue's expectations. She resides in your body, and then is born through the mother's body. Seth looked at Catherine for a while, shook his head, and finally looked at Chinrue. Not only Seth, but Ogmartin and Delcus also looked at Chinrue, making him a little scared. What's wrong with me? There are two possibilities. One is Dwudwa's own reason, and the other is you, Seth said meaningfully. No matter what the reason is, I can tell you accurately that Dwudwa's condition is not an illness, Celestin said meaningfully. It's not an illness. Chinrue and Catherine said in unison. This should be the awakening of a bloodline power, Delcus said solemnly. It is not the Phoenix bloodline because she originally has the purest Phoenix power. This kind of bloodline is very rare, and it can be said to be the existence closest to the ultimate, or rather, it is the easiest shortcut to the ultimate. Ultimate? Catherine and Chinrue looked at each other, and Catherine couldn't help but say, Duo has the bloodline closest to the ultimate. It may be Duo or it may be him. Delcus looked at Chinrue, but finally said to Catherine, The strange thing is that you also have a little bit. It should be because of him or her that some kind of transfer has taken place, and you have benefited a lot. Transfer? Benefited? Catherine looked surprised, and she suddenly understood something. The 5th nirvana! Chapter 1091. I still need to confirm it. Chinrue, Ms. Catherine, please give me your hands. Relax all your strength and don't resist. Delcus' hand glowed with a crystal white light. Catherine and Chinrue reached out their hands as instructed. Delcus held their hands and closed his eyes. The white light wrapped the two of them and flickered. After a while, the light disappeared and Delcus let go of his hand. He looked at Chinrue with a profound look in his eyes. It stands to reason that your body of glory should be more easily detected by the light elemental heart. But, surprisingly, I didn't find anything substantial. Even the divine mark you mentioned can't detect it. Relying on some kind of instinct, I can faintly feel that your body contains boundless power as deep and unfathomable as the universe. In other words, the secrets you have are far beyond the limits of what I can detect." The Wind Elemental King and the Fire Elemental King looked at each other in surprise. The Light Elemental King's elemental heart had the ability to see through everything, especially this kind of probing deep into the body. Even a fake god couldn't hide his ability. However, Delcus actually said that Chenrue's secret had exceeded the limits of what he could detect. Chenrue knew that this was because of the super system. "Ms. Catherine, you are equally incredible. If the nirvana you mentioned is some kind of talent of the demon realm's Asmodeus royal family," Delcus turned to look at Catherine, "I can tell you that the true mystery of that talent is to seek to approach a certain initial bloodline step by step to obtain the strongest power. This kind of process of fighting at a disadvantage is quite dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be destroyed. Judging from your state, you should have been guided and successfully integrated by a stronger bloodline. In this process, a small part of that bloodline remained in your body, and it also induced special changes that made you gain great power. I can sense that your strength has improved beyond imagination. Moreover, with your current beginner demigod level, you should be able to go against an intermediate demigod." Delcus's words reminded Chenrue of what analytical eyes showed that Catherine had the Phoenix's blessing, and he himself was the Phoenix's blessing. These should be because of Duo. Delcus' judgment was indeed quite accurate. Catherine's special power had begun to show signs during the Bloody Empire's martial arts competition. Catherine herself had said that Duo gave her a very powerful power, but she had only digested a part of it. As for the battle at the super level, the battle with the intermediate demigod Stanwell in Dragonhorn City was the best proof. Although Catherine had stopped when Chenrue arrived because she was concerned about her relationship with the demons to avoid revealing more power, she didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the previous confrontation with Stanwell, not to mention the disadvantageous factor of holding Duo. Close to the original bloodline, Catherine noticed the secret of nirvana that Delcus mentioned. Yes, the original bloodline is extremely powerful. Although it is divided into 7 strands, relatively speaking, the power of void possessed by your bloodline should be the purest existence. Void? Chenrue's mind turned quickly, and a cloak appeared in his hand. "What do you call this?" Catherine recognized that the cloak in Chenrue's hand was the Dark Shadow Cloak, one of the 7 artifacts. Celestine had already called out its other name. "It really is the chapter of void. Wind, fire, water, earth, light, dark, void." Chenrue seemed to have understood something. "Are these the 7 scattered bloodlines you mentioned?" "Yes," Delcus frowned and said. "How did you take out the chapter of void just now? Unless the bloodline holder recognizes it, even space items can't store it. There is a secret that I will simply disclose to the 3 royal highnesses." "I hope to get an accurate answer," Chenrue said, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The 3 kings of light were moved again. Chapter of light. No, there is also the chapter of earth, the chapter of fire. Elemental goddess above. Ogematon exclaimed, "The 7 parts of the Supreme Being are all here. Is history going to repeat itself?" Ogematon didn't finish his words, and Chenrue immediately asked, "What is the Supreme Being? What is the secret of these 7 items? It's not the first time I've heard of this, but I still don't have an answer. As their former and current owner, you should know better than us." Delcus looked deeply at Chenrue. "No wonder I have that kind of feeling for you. No wonder your daughter has that kind of bloodline. I can say with certainty that you have all misunderstood." Chenrue shook his head firmly. It was not the first time he had been misunderstood like this. It seemed that the 7 artifacts had once again become the source of the misunderstanding. Duo has that kind of power on her own. As for these 7 items, strictly speaking, I'm not their real owner. I just used a method similar to a secret technique to barely control their power. Seth interjected. No matter how you did it, you are now their owner. Sooner or later, you will understand. Duo, who was flying and playing in the distance, suddenly trembled and began to tremble. Her body then fell down. Chinrue and Catherine had been paying attention to their daughter's movements, and they moved almost at the same time. In the end, Chinrue was a step faster and caught his daughter in time. Daddy, I'm so cold. Duoduo's voice became weak. It's going to be okay, baby. Chinrue's heart trembled, and he hugged his daughter's body that was quickly turning cold. Daddy, don't cry. The little girl reached out her hand and touched Chinrue's slightly red eyes. Feeling the coldness of the little hand, Chinrue squeezed out a smile. Daddy's eyes are just uncomfortable. I'm not crying. Duo has to be brave too. Duo curled up her little body and trembled without saying a word. Catherine took Duo from Chinrue and hugged her tightly in her arms. Chinrue instantly returned to the front of the three kings. I don't want to know any secrets now. I just want to know, how can my daughter get rid of this pain? Delcus shook his head. I understand your feelings. As I said, she is not sick, but a sign of the awakening of her bloodline. This is a natural and inevitable process, and it is inevitable. As long as the awakening is successful, she will gain unimaginable power and potential. It's just that it's probably the reincarnation you mentioned or some other reason. This awakening is a bit early. Seth continued. Actually, this is a normal phenomenon. It's not a big problem. When the awakening is successful, all the symptoms of discomfort will naturally disappear. What you should worry about is not this, but something else. The awakening of this bloodline is quite dangerous. Once it fails, not only will she lose all her power, but her life will also be in danger. Chinrue glanced at Catherine and his daughter and said resolutely, I don't want her to have any unimaginable power. I just want her to be safe and sound for the rest of her life. This was what parents were like. Only now did Chinrue understand what it meant to be a compassionate parent. A true understanding. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance to repay his parents. The awakening of the bloodline can't be stopped or reversed. Orgemitin's voice sounded. Fortunately, she has a pure fire body. With a flaming fist, which is the origin of fire fragment, I can cast the origin secret technique and integrate the fire origin power into her body in the form of an imprint. This kind of origin seal will greatly increase her chances of completing the entire awakening process, and it can also relieve the cold illness that flares up from time to time. I have the rest of the materials here, but you still need to find one more thing. What is it? Chinrue asked hurriedly. Condensed fire crystal sand. It also contains pure earth power and can neutralize the origin power. It is the most suitable medium to cast the origin secret technique of fire. Orgemitin showed a look of regret. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is extremely rare, and I don't know where to find it. It is indeed rare, but I know a place that may have this kind of thing. At this time, Delcus interjected. This is what I overheard when I was working with the Church of Light. That place is the Dream Oasis in the Black Prison Desert. Black Prison Desert. Chinrue thought for a while. I seem to have heard of it. It is known as one of the major dangerous places along with Storm Island and Nightmare Volcano. You are wrong. If it is the Black Prison Desert, Storm Island is not worth mentioning in front of it. Wind Elemental King Seth looked solemn. I found the origin of wind fragment on the periphery of the Black Prison Desert. The process can be said to be very dangerous. If I didn't have the power to control the wind element, I would have been annihilated long ago. I have never been to the Dream Oasis. It is said to be the core of the Black Prison Desert. Let me give you a piece of advice. Even for you now, if you rush in rashly, you will encounter unimaginable danger. I will not doubt the advice of a friend, especially an elemental king. But no matter what, Nothing can stop me from bringing back the fire crystal sand. This mist pearl is for you. It can be used 3 times to resist any storm or wind element attack, but it may not be effective against some strange forces in the desert. The wind elemental king opened his hand, and a blue pearl flew to Chinrue. Thank you, and thank you, my friends. Chinrue accepted the mist pearl. By the way, there is one more important thing. I forgot to tell you because I was in a hurry to tell you about Duodwa's illness. It is about the origin of Fire Fragment and the Water Elemental King. Ogmartin said, I also want to ask you, where did you find the origin of Fire Fragment? Demon Realm. To be more precise, it was at the main Altar of Despair. At that time it was Delothro's clone, a clone that was about to approach the final form. Chinrue briefly described the battle that happened in the Dead Sea, especially the rupture of the Water Elemental King's elemental heart and the need for the Phantom Ice Spring to repair it. So that's what happened. Ogmartin touched his chin. I thought that once all the origin fragments are gathered, it would be fine. I didn't expect that guy's elemental heart to actually shatter. What can I do? Chinrue glanced at Ogmartin. Unfortunately, the Fire Elemental King did not continue. Actually, the Water Elemental King is right. Any Elemental King would do that. Delcus said, you guys did quite well to be able to destroy the main Altar of Despair. However, I don't know where to find the Phantom Ice Spring that can repair the Water Elemental Heart. There are still 10 years. I will definitely find it. Chinrue said to Catherine, you stay here and take good care of Duo. I will leave immediately for the Black Prison Desert. Be careful. Catherine nodded. She hugged Duo, who had gradually fallen into a deep sleep, and reminded her. Chapter 1092. Sha Han Kingdom, Toria City. A skinny young man who was 14 or 15 years old was trying his best to sell goods to a foreign tourist. Honorable sir, this is the most famous handicraft of the Sha Han Kingdom, the bright sand mirror. It's the best gift for women. I sell it directly from the premium house. I only charge the cost price of 4 purple crystal coins for one side. If you buy 3 pieces, there's a discount. It only costs 10 purple crystal coins. You won't be able to find this price in any shop in the city. The foreign tourist was Chinrue, who rushed all the way here. The Black Prison Desert was located in the southwest of the human world. It had an extremely vast area, but due to its remote location and harsh environment, there were only 2 barren small countries near the periphery. The Sha Han Kingdom was one of them. Toria City was the largest city in the kingdom other than the capital city. It had a small area and a small population. In Chinrue's opinion, this second largest city was at most equivalent to a small town in the Dark Moon Estate. Seeing Chinrue's interest, the young man rolled his eyes and put the mirror back into the small bag in his hand. It should be Sir's first time coming to Toria City. Although the girls here can't be compared to the big cities, they have a unique charm. Do you want me to bring Sir to a good place? The girls there are the cleanest and hottest in the city. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Sir only needs to give me a small reward for my hard work. Looking at the young man who spared no effort to pimp, Chinrue shook his head secretly and asked, I'm not interested in souvenirs or women. Are you familiar with the desert area? To answer, sir, I grew up here. There's no one here who doesn't know me, Little Jim. I'm known as the know-it-all. I even know how many sand dunes are in the Black Prison Desert. Little Jim said attentively, It's indeed my first time coming to Toria City. Tell me about the Black Prison Desert first. Little Jim, who's known as the know-it-all. Little Jim blinked and looked at Chinrue without saying anything. Chinrue smiled and flicked his finger. A piece of purple crystal coin was tossed up high. Little Jim quickly caught it and bowed for a while. However, he secretly thought in his heart that I met a generous outsider today. It seems that I can fool him and scam more money. While he was thinking, another purple crystal coin appeared in the other party's hand. Little Jim was overjoyed, but he saw the hard, purple crystal coin instantly turn into dust in the other party's hand. I will ask the others about the same question. If what you said is the slightest bit false, I don't think I need to say anything more. Little Jim shuddered and immediately put away some unnecessary thoughts. He honestly started to introduce the situation of the desert. Chinrue asked about a batch of materials indirectly, which included the fire-condensing crystal sand. Little Jim was indeed a know-it-all. He was quite clear about ordinary materials, and could even tell where he could buy them in the city. However, he knew nothing about the fire-condensing crystal sand. He had never heard of such a thing. Chinrue could tell that the young man was not lying, but the light elemental King Delris would not lie to him. The fire crystal sand must be in the Black Prison Desert. There was another legend about the Dream Oasis. A long time ago, there was a mysterious and remote kingdom in the desert called the Red Doe Kingdom. The king was fatuous and trusted an ambitious prime minister. Under the tyrannical rule of the prime minister, there were many people who believed in cruelty and in humanity. There were fewer and fewer people who believed in the light. The prime minister not only coveted the throne, but also the beauty of the princess. The princess was a devout believer of the light. Her fiancé was a young and promising general of the kingdom. Unfortunately, the general was killed by the prime minister, who slandered the king, and the princess was remarried to the prime minister. The princess went on a hunger strike for 3 days and died after praying to the god of light. The princess's piety and infatuation moved the god of light. He launched a terrible storm to engulf the Red Doe Kingdom. Only the place where the princess died turned into an oasis, and the believers of the light were spared in the oasis. The princess's soul entered the holy kingdom under the guidance of the light. She was given the name Tessaniel by the god of light, which was the ancient desert messenger. Over time, she was worshipped as the desert goddess. Sir, this goddess is a real existence. Every few years, or hundreds of years, she will show miracles to help the lost people in the desert return safely. Only those who believe in her can turn misfortune into blessing. Little Jim took out a small ornament from his clothes. It was engraved with a small statue of a god. This is the statue of the desert goddess Tessaniel. Although she's just a small god under the god of light, she's the real god in this black hell desert. If Sir really wants to go to the desert, then please be sure to wear this statue to get the goddess blessing. This is an advanced statue. It only costs 10 purple crystal coins. Hearing that little Jim was promoting products again, Chinrue shook his head. You all believe in the goddess Tessaniel? Then is there a church of light in Talia City? Only the capital has a church of light. However, the desert goddess is a god under the god of light, and this place is at the edge of the desert. The church in the capital also recognizes this belief, so there is no conflict. The Church of Light recognizes it? Chinrue was even more curious about this so-called desert goddess. According to Little Jim, it was rumored that the Red Doe Kingdom had left many treasures, and the key point was in the Oasis of Dreams. Many adventurers once went there, but not only did they not find anything, most of the treasure hunters never returned. The popularity of adventuring and treasure hunting had greatly decreased. Instead, the dangerous reputation of the Black Prison Desert had spread. Little Jim finally mentioned information about the Oasis of Dreams. The Oasis of Dreams was actually active. In other words, the oasis did not have a fixed location. Instead, it was like a living creature that could move at any time. Chinrue frowned. The Black Prison Desert was as vast as the ocean, and the environment was very harsh. Magic maps could not be used. Finding a small oasis in such a huge area was as difficult as finding an unknown island in the Sea of Death. This concerned Dwudwa's safety. With the lesson of almost taking a wrong turn in the waters of the Island of Storms, Chinrue did not dare to be careless. He asked, "Little Jim, is there a guide in Talia City that can help me find the Oasis of Dreams?" "Sir, You want to find the treasures in the Oasis of Dreams? Little Jim looked shocked. It is said that the location of the oasis is in the core of the Black Prison Desert. No one can even enter the core area, let alone find the oasis. Other than the terrifying sandstorm, there are also ferocious desert bandits on the road. Those desert bandits will attack the cities from time to steal food and property. Last month, Talia City was attacked. You don't need to know why I am looking for the Oasis of Dreams. You just need to answer me. A black crystal coin appeared in Chun Rue's hand. The prices of goods in such a small place were much lower than those big cities. A black crystal coin was already a shocking amount of money. Little Jim could not help but swallow his saliva. However, he shook his head regretfully. Although I really want this money, it's a pity that I really don't know. It seems like my luck is not that good. Chun Rue did not look at Little Jim. He only looked around and kept the black crystal coin. He asked for the location of the hotel in the city and walked straight there. Soon, he disappeared from Little Jim's sight. Little Jim saw that Chun Rue had walked far away. He looked around and slowly walked into the alley at the side. After making a few turns, he seemed to have relaxed and ran forward quickly. Suddenly, he tripped on something and fell to the ground. The small bag in his hand slipped out. He was in so much pain that he could not get up at the moment. Immediately after, a few pairs of old cowhide boots appeared in his line of sight. At the same time, a voice that he did not want to hear the most sounded. Little Jim, you sure King run fast. Little Jim endured the pain and raised his head to look at the fierce-looking face. He smiled apologetically and said, Lord Pino, I'm just worried about Father Lar. The old fellow's old illness has been acting up again recently. The burly man who came with Pino shouted, Stop acting stupid. I heard from the biscuit seller, old Carrie. Did you bump into a foreigner just now and make a huge sum of money? Old Carrie's eyes are blurred from old age, so I sold him a mirror and got a few white crystal coins. Before he could finish a sentence, his right hand was stepped on tightly by Pino. You still dare to act. Pino exerted force, and Little Jim's tightly clenched right hand finally loosened. The purple crystal coin that was covered in sweat slipped out from between his fingers and was snatched away by Pino. That's the money I used to treat my father's injuries. Return it to me. Little Jim struggled to get up and tried to snatch the purple crystal coin back. Where did that foreigner go? Tell me, and I'll return it to you. Little Jim recalled the scene of Chun Rue crushing the purple crystal coin and replied, The inn. Come, let's go to the inn. Pino waved his hand at his accomplice. Little Jim panicked. Return my money. Go to hell. Pino turned around and kicked Little Jim's frail body, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. Brother Pino, an accomplice at the side, suggested, At the inn, let's check it out first. Yes. Pino weighed the purple crystal coin in his hand. If we're going to do it, we have to do it cleanly like last time. If that guy isn't strong, Pino revealed a sinister smile and made a knife shape with his hand, making a slash across his neck. Who knew that this slash would actually cause blood to spurt out? Pino was stunned. He only realized what had happened when he felt a sharp pain in his throat and his hands were covered in his own blood. He immediately covered his neck and let out a terrified hee-hee sound from his throat. This strange scene looked like a cold joke, but no one could laugh out loud. At this moment, a voice sounded, You're looking for me? Only then did everyone realize that there was another person around them. At the same time, a chill rose in everyone's heart. It was as if their limbs had been frozen and they were unable to move. Little Jim got up and looked at the foreigner who had given him money in fear. Who are you? Pino's brother-in-law is the captain of the city's defense team. If you dare, so you're from the same family. It seems like you're all experienced in killing and robbing. Since you dare to kill, you should be prepared to be killed. Chun Rue flicked his finger. Under Little Jim's horrified gaze, The bodies of the 4 burly men, including Pinot, instantly shattered into sand-like particles and disappeared without a trace. There wasn't even a trace of blood left. Only the purple crystal coin that Pinot had snatched automatically floated in front of little Jim. However, the young man was shocked by the scene just now and did not dare to take it for a moment. "Little Jim, it seems like the one with bad luck isn't me but you." Chinrue shook his head. "Actually, I could tell from the start that you weren't telling the truth. Is the person I'm looking for the Lars father that you mentioned?" Little Jim trembled. Chinrue smiled. "Let's go to your house. I forgot to tell you that other than killing, I can also save people. As long as your father is still breathing, I have a way to save him." Chapter 1093. This was an extremely simple and crude house. It had all the attributes of a broken house, such as leaking wind and rain. However, the house was still tidy and tidy. The only piece of furniture that was relatively intact was a wooden chair. The thin and weak Lars' father was lying on it weakly. Lars' father, who had a long beard, was actually not very old. His actual age was only in his 50s, but he looked withered and half dead. Seeing that little Jim did not bring back any food, but a stranger who did not look like a good person, Chinrue, Lars' father did not give little Jim any face. He cursed and even threw things, wanting to chase little Jim and Chinrue out. "The injuries on your body are not ordinary. You've been poisoned." Chinrue's first sentence made his father's cursing stop abruptly. "You can tell that little Jim was forced to come here by me. You're afraid of implicating him, so you chased him away on purpose. Don't worry, I mean no harm." When the second sentence fell into his ears, Lars' father's gaze froze. Little Jim was about to say something when he saw Chinrue's body emitting a dazzling white light. He could not even open his eyes for a moment. When the light faded, Lars' father's expression had changed from shock to astonishment. The withered look on his face gradually faded. His sickly appearance was swept away, and there was even a ruddy color on his face. Lars' father let out a low grunt, and an aura that contained power burst forth and spread in all directions. The muscles all over his body swelled up like a balloon that was filled with air. His shirt almost burst open, and some kind of tattoo on his chest was revealed. The whole house suddenly shook. Little Jim could not believe his eyes. He had only seen a similar aura from the famous powerhouse in the city, Sheriff William. When did Lars' father have such power? It was even more powerful. This strong man. Is he the sickly old man that I usually see? Lars' father took a few deep breaths. "Thank you, sir." Although he said thank you, Lars' father's tone did not have the slightest hint of gratitude. The expression on his face was also very cold, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. That kind of aura just now was released on purpose. If I couldn't withstand it, I'm afraid that your gratitude would have been in a different way. Chinrue frowned and glanced at little Jim. "You have the heart to raise an orphan, and you had that kind of behavior just now, so you shouldn't be a heartless person. Why do you have this kind of attitude towards someone who has helped you?" "My lord, there's no need to beat around the bush. I didn't think that after hiding for more than 10 years, I would still be found here." Lars' father sighed. "I don't think my lord is the kind of judge who indiscriminately exterminates people. You should be someone important. I can go with you, but this child is innocent. Furthermore, he has no strength or value. Please spare his life, my lord. Otherwise, if I put my life on the line, even if I can't perish together with my lord will inevitably suffer some unexpected injuries." "Referee? Hiding for more than 10 years?" Chinrue shook his head. "All right, another misunderstanding." However, he already had many experiences of being misunderstood. At this time, the more he tried to explain, the harder it was to explain. Therefore, Chinrue did not say much and moved his finger slightly. Little Jim felt his vision blur for a moment, as if something had happened. Meanwhile, Lars' father was already standing dumbfounded on the spot, his eyes filled with shock and despair. Little Jim could not feel it, but he could clearly feel that the power he had felt just now had almost shattered the entire space. Such power had far exceeded his imagination. It was not something he could shake at all. One finger was enough to turn him into ashes. The funny thing was that he had just threatened to injure the other party along with him. Let me make one thing clear first. You've misunderstood. I'm not from the church, and I don't know you. I've come to find you today for something else. Do you understand? Lars' father was stunned. He watched as Chun Rui walked over and sat on his chair, calmly rocking it. Only then did he react. He could not help but smile bitterly. His body shriveled again, returning to its usual skinny state, and he bowed deeply. I understand. With the power you've shown just now, my life and death are completely under your control. I can't even commit suicide. There's no need for me to lie. Chen Rui secretly thought that this was indeed the way to clear up misunderstandings. Unfortunately, it would be a long time before other misunderstandings, such as Ben Hong and Satan, could be resolved using this method. Even if it was an elemental lord, his true form should be an existence that he could not rival. To be honest, I was the target of the church's pursuit back then. I've been hiding in this small city for 17 years. The dispelling power you've just used to remove the poison in my body should only be able to be used by the higher-ups of the Church of Light. That's why I had such a misunderstanding. Please forgive me, sir. Chinrue nodded. The poison in your body is special and stubborn. In fact, it hasn't been completely healed just now. However, I can only use this ability once every hour. I'll use it a few more times later, and it should be completely removed. Sir's power is simply amazing. Lars' father sighed. You can even remove the poison of the phantom spring water. Phantom spring water. Chinrue's ears suddenly perked up. It's actually a treasure that can repair the water elemental heart that can't be found anywhere. Wait a minute. Although phantom ice spring and phantom spring water only have a one-word difference, I wonder if they are the same thing? Sir, have you heard of the phantom spring water before? Chinrue calmed down and asked. I've heard of the phantom ice spring. I wonder if there's any connection between the two? Sir is indeed knowledgeable. The phantom ice spring is the essence of the phantom spring water. It only produces one drop every few hundred years. The specific function is unknown. One can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance one finds it by chance. My luck this time is too good. I actually got this unexpected good news. Chinrue was overjoyed. He asked calmly, This ice spring is slightly useful to me. Where were you poisoned? The phantom spring water only produces one drop every few hundred years. I don't know if it's the time limit now. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. It's in this black prison desert. I wonder if Sir has heard of the illusory oasis? The phantom spring water is in the illusory oasis. Chinrue was surprised. It seems like this trip to the black prison desert was right. Old man Lar nodded. Chinrue looked at him. I came to find you because of the illusory oasis. I wonder if you're willing to accompany me to search for this mysterious oasis? Old man Lar looked at little Jim. Little Jim hurriedly shook his head. Dad, I didn't say anything. Chinrue smiled indifferently. He really didn't say anything. You know, there are some things in this world that can't be hidden from others, even if you don't say it. Not to mention that he's still a child. This old man, Lar, should have many secrets on him. For example, why was he chased by the church? Why was he hiding in this small border town for more than 10 years? However, to Chinrue, Lar's greatest value was the illusory oasis. He would not delve into the rest. The fire crystal sand and the phantom ice spring were things that he had to obtain. I can guarantee your safety. The price is also easy to discuss. Although Sir is powerful, the Black Prison Desert is not an ordinary place. When the time comes, I'm afraid that you will not be able to protect yourself. Back then, I only barely escaped with my life because of luck. Old man Lar sighed. I don't dare to ask, sir, why you're going to the Black Prison Desert. But since you've decided to go, you must be prepared. So you agree? Old man Lar laughed bitterly. Can I still refuse? Not long after, Chinrue and Old Man Lar changed into a set of ordinary desert residents' clothes and walked out of the city gates. This is actually not the closest residential area to the Black Prison Desert in the Shehan Kingdom. There is a stone horse village on the edge of the desert. It is rich in mystic sand, blue earth sand, and other magic materials. There were originally many residents there, but now a portion of that place is controlled by the desert bandits. It has almost become a stronghold. Only a few merchants with strong guards dare to go there to trade. There are also some bold people who bypass Stone Horse Village and directly go to the desert to explore and mine materials. But these people are killed by the desert bandits, and some are buried in the desert. The chances of survival are very small, but there are still people who go, right? Chinrue wrinkled his brows. Only to survive. Old man Lar shook his head. Me too. Relax. I said you won't die, so you won't die. Actually, Sir has already given little Jim a large sum of money. You also got rid of the city guard captain, Pinot's brother-in-law, and eliminated any future troubles. As long as that kid is a bit smart, he won't have to worry for the rest of his life. Old man Lar laughed at himself. Back then, I only wanted to raise him to deceive people. But after so many years, I more or less have some feelings. Right now, we are going to Stone Horse Village. The Black Prison Desert is as vast as the ocean. Sir is looking for the fantasy oasis. The range of activity is in the core area of the Black Prison Desert. It contains special power, and the danger is several times that of the periphery. Even if ordinary people can survive the terrible sandstorm on the periphery, they will be lost in the strange power along the way. It is impossible to find the real core area. Chinrue nodded. Just like in the Sea of Death. Even if you had a sea map, it would be difficult to find the real Double Red Fang Sea without the help of the Water Elemental King. It would be difficult to succeed without a year and a half of work. And in this desert, there is no map at all. He must rely on an old horse like Old Man Lar who knows the way. I was a bit distracted just now. Continue. We will go to Stone Horse Village and make a deal with the shipyard there. That is to buy or rent a desert boat. With a desert boat, entering the core desert will be a lot easier. Sir can rest assured that I and the shipyard boss, Old Panrue, are old friends. Although I haven't seen him for a few years, I will give him some face. Desert boat? The 9 years of compulsory education in the other world was undoubtedly successful. Even though he had transmigrated for so long, Chinrue's first reaction was still some kind of animal when he heard these words. Old Man Lar didn't speak again because they had already entered the sandstorm area. Although it was only the periphery area, the sand and dust still made it very inconvenient to speak. Most of the time he used a mask or a scarf to cover his face. When Chinrue followed Old Man Lar all the way to Stone Horse Village, he finally saw the so-called desert boat. It wasn't a camel, but a real boat. On the surface, this boat was not much different from an ordinary small ship. It had a mast, sails, a cabin, an anchor, etc., but the shape of the hull was slightly different, and the bottom was driven by a special wheeled oar. Chapter 1094. 1,000 black crystal coins, and this ship is yours. Only selling, not renting. The tall, bald man extended a finger. This is the smallest ship, and it's already so old that it's deformed. 1,000 black crystal coins is simply asking for a sky-high price. Even 1,000 purple crystal coins isn't worth it. This is the only ship left. If you don't want it, then scram. You think I don't know that sand ships can be assembled on the spot? Father Lars sneered. Where's Old Panrue? Tell him to come out and see me. I'm his old friend. I don't believe that Old Panrue would dare to use this kind of trash to fool me. Old man, you're too uninformed. Killing intent flashed across the bald man's eyes. He slammed the table, and a dozen people immediately rushed into the room. Old Pan Rue already died at my hands last year. This shipyard is now under the control of Lord Okafor. Now I've changed my mind. Hand over all the money you have. Otherwise, leave your lives behind. Father Lars was still on guard. Chinrue took a step forward. Everyone felt the air suddenly freeze, and a chill that penetrated their souls quickly spread throughout their bodies. They completely lost the ability to move. This ship is indeed very old. Chenrue had only said a few words when the ship instantly collapsed. Everything turned into grains of sand and disappeared, as if it had never existed in this world. This scene caused the people who rushed in to break out in cold sweat. Among them was the bald director. Chinrue slowly said, "You're called Okafor, right? Do you want to find that ship? Or do you want to give me a ship that I'm satisfied with? I don't have the ability to confine you. If you don't speak in 5 seconds, I'll take it that you've chosen the first option." "My lord," Okafor shivered and hurriedly shouted, "I'll give you the best ship. I'll send people to assemble it right now." An hour later, a newly assembled sand ship appeared in their line of sight. Whether it was the size or the quality of the ship, it was far superior to the small ship that had just disappeared. "Sir, this kind of boat requires at least 6 people to drive." Old man Lars stepped forward and said, "This is the first time I've been on this kind of desert boat. Master Okafor, may I have the honor of inviting you to be the captain?" Chinrue looked indifferently at the bald man beside him. "This is my honor." Everyone could tell that the bald Lord Okafor was so honored that he was about to cry. Soon, Chinrue entered the desert on the brand-new boat of the desert. At first, the sand boat was still relatively slow, but as the sandstorm grew stronger and stronger, it began to slide in the sand after raising its sails. Its speed gradually increased, especially when it was crossing sand dunes. Although it was bumpy, it did not capsize. It was indeed amazing. Chinrue was wearing a sandproof cloak and a pair of goggles specially made for sandboats. Looking at the boundless sand, he felt like he was in a frozen ocean. There was a trace of grace in the vigorous atmosphere. Traveling in this kind of world, one's mood would become vast and transcendent. Of course, the vastness was only a small part of the desert, especially this black dungeon desert. It displayed its berserk nature most of the time. The sand and dust that filled the sky engulfed the boat of the desert wave after wave. The drag marks left behind by the boat gradually disappeared in the sand and dust, as if nothing had ever been there. Old man Lars pulled Chinrue into the cabin of the boat. "Sir, I saw Okafor send out some kind of special signal. Even if he isn't a bandit, he is definitely in cahoots with them. We must make preparations to defend against a bandit attack." Chinrue curiously asked, "We are already very far away from Stonehorse Village, right? The sand behind us has covered up all traces of the boat. Moreover, this place should have a strong interference with magic and perception. How can those bandits find us? Because they are bandits. They are like sailors who have been at sea all year round. They can always rely on their instincts to smell something." Old man Lars shook his head. "They might not dare to intrude near the core, but they know the outskirts like the back of their hand. So you're saying that I should be looking for a bandit to lead the way and not you?" Chinrue's relaxed attitude made old man Lars wrinkle his brows. "Sir, I know you are powerful, but in this environment you absolutely cannot lower your guard. The bandit leader, Bloodbeard Montlamy, is infamous and powerful. The bandits' boats are better than ordinary sand boats, faster, and equipped with large-scale weapons. The people on our boat originally had ulterior motives, so I'm afraid." Chinrue nodded. Old man Lars continued, "The bandits' methods are very strange. Just in case, from now on, we have to be especially careful with our food and drink, especially water. Every time we drink, please use that powerful purification spell on us to avoid poisoning. Okay, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed in the boring and long journey. On the night of the third day, Chinrue was resting at the bow of the boat with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard some kind of humming sound in the wind. It seemed to be the sound of some kind of horn. Old man Lars hurriedly walked over and loudly said, "Sir, not good. It's the bandits." The sand boat suddenly slowed down. The bald Okafor and the others who were operating the boat all jumped off the boat and fled in all directions. Chinrue didn't panic. He slowly stood up and glanced at Old Man Lars. "You're not running?" Old Man Lars felt as if that gaze could see through his soul. He couldn't help but tremble and shake his head. "I'm on the same boat as you, sir. Where can I run to?" Chinrue nodded and didn't say anything else. He just quietly stood at the bow of the boat, looking in the direction of the horn. Not long after, the enemy appeared in his line of sight. Even though the wind and the light affected his vision, he could still see the 4 large sand boats under the moonlight. They were much larger than the boat they were on, and much faster as well. When Lars saw the blood-red flag fluttering on the largest boat, he turned pale with fright. Bloodclaw, Bloodbeard Montlami, the leader of the bandits. He actually came personally. Chinrue glanced at the large boat. That boat should be much better than ours. Lars was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. "What did you say, sir?" The bandits' large boats were getting closer and closer. Chinrue's boat had already stopped because of the seaman's escape. It looked like it was resigned to its fate. On the other hand, the bandits' large boats were already charging over on horseback. There were about 20 to 30 of them. Chinrue didn't even look at the incoming bandits. He just calmly said, "If we were to sit on the main boat with the red flag, we should be able to reach our destination much faster." As he said, Chinrue slowly stretched out his palm and slightly raised it. The desert boat with the blood claw flag in the distance actually slowly rose into the air. The horn on the boat stopped abruptly and was replaced by a burst of horrified cries. The palm slowly flipped over to face down and pressed down slightly. Except for the main boat floating in the air, the other 3 boats seemed to have been subjected to a terrifying pressure and instantly collapsed, turning into fine powder and dissipating into the sand. This scene completely stunned the bandits, who were charging over. They felt like they were in a dream. Even the leader of the bandits, Red Beard Montlami, on the main boat in the air, had the same feeling. 3 excellent combat. Sand boats had turned into powder just like that? This must be a dream. In this dream, not only the sand boats, but also Montlami and all the bandits' bodies began to disintegrate. Just like the ashes that usually burn down houses or living people, they dissipated bit by bit. A nightmare. This was the last thought that almost all the bandits had. Then they were completely turned into ashes. Old Man Lars stared blankly at the scene. The surroundings were deathly silent. Even the whistling of the wind could not be heard. In the entire area, apart from him and Chinrue, there was no third living person, including the main boat floating in the air. This kind of strength was simply indescribable with words. "Are you very disappointed?" Chinrue's calm words shocked Old Man Lars. "I'm very sorry. My time is limited, so I didn't give you a chance to perform." "My lord!" Old Man Lars' back was already soaked in cold sweat. The bald Okafor wasn't the only one in contact with the bandits. "You left a mark in the shipyard. Previously, you told me to pay attention to what I ate and use dispelling magic to prevent poisoning. However, you poisoned my water after I used the dispelling magic, making it impossible for me to detoxify it. Unfortunately, that didn't work on me." Old Man Lars' body trembled slightly. He had just personally witnessed this person destroy all the bandits with a single wave of his hand, including Red Beard Montlami. Montlami was more powerful than him, but he couldn't withstand a casual wave of this person's hand. This person's strength saint level? No, he probably wasn't even at the saint level. Last time, I saw a tattoo on your chest. This tattoo gave me a familiar feeling. Afterwards, I remembered that you were originally someone from the Cloud Empire. To be more precise, you were a very high-ranked royal guardian. Old man Lars clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If it's just to borrow your strength to find the oasis of dreams, I have a very simple method to control you and make you a puppet that listens to my every command. You should feel lucky that I didn't do that to you because of a person. Old man Lars didn't ask who it was. It was clear that he didn't care about life and death. You don't even have the least bit of curiosity? I'm curious. The Grand Cloud Empire's royal tutor, Ligia, actually fell to the point of becoming a bandit. Ligia's real name made old man Lars' eyes tremble, but he wasn't too surprised. Stop pretending. What you used to treat my poison is clearly the Empire's holy item, the crown of thorns. And you say you're not someone from the church. However, you won't be able to get any secrets from me. Chinrue shook his head. I have no interest in the Cloud Empire's old treasure. Even if I know that it's in Lobo Lake, it's not worth mentioning to me. The wealth I have is more than 100 times more than that treasure. How did you know? Old man Lars' body trembled. Who told you? Before you try to kill yourself or do anything else, you should meet someone first. It's inevitable that I'll have to use a new secret technique here. It's similar to war projection, but it's a pity that I haven't fully mastered it yet. The projection's duration is also limited. Chanrue said something that old man Lars didn't understand. He opened his hand, and a ray of light appeared in front of him. The light gradually condensed into the shape of a woman. The figure gradually became clearer. Old man Lars' gaze froze, unable to believe his eyes. Is that you, Ligia? Laguna's gentle voice rang out. This familiar voice and address made old man Lars no longer hesitate. He knelt down on one knee. Your Highness. Chapter 1095. Of course, the little princess was not Alice, but Veronica. Father Lar was one of Veronica's teachers. Although he was not very strong and had only reached the boundary of pseudo-holiness, he was good at military strategy and was knowledgeable. He was good at astrology, geography, identification, herbology, and many other miscellaneous skills. He was also in charge of a secret treasure map of the royal family. Although the Cloud Empire had been destroyed for a long time, it was still one of the holy empires. The cloud-soaring royals were still around, and they still had a group of loyal followers. These followers were different from the Black Death apostles who believed in evil gods. They were the true loyalists of the royal family, and most of them opposed the alliance between the royal family and the mysterious church. Laguna, Father Lar, was one of them. Back then, Veronica was still a little princess in her teens, and she was chosen by the mysterious church to be a blessed. Laguna and the others, who opposed this with all their might, wanted to escape with Veronica, but they were captured in the end. In order to save Laguna and the others' lives, Veronica voluntarily agreed to participate in the ceremony, while Laguna and the others were banished. Along the way, Laguna and the others were ambushed by the Church of Light and were heavily injured. In order to protect the secret of the treasure map, Laguna and his two companions escaped to this border town. When Laguna and his two companions escaped to this border town, they were caught by the referees sent by the church. Outnumbered, Laguna and his two companions were forced to escape into the depths of the desert. The referees continued to chase after them, and they finally had a decisive battle in the desert. In the nick of time, the oasis of dreams suddenly appeared, and they accidentally entered the area of the Phantom Spring. Other than Laguna, who was the least poisoned, everyone else was poisoned and died. Laguna barely managed to escape. From then on, he changed his name to Lar and lived in seclusion in this border town. However, because he was poisoned by the Phantom Spring, he could not get rid of it no matter what he tried, and his strength gradually decreased. These years he had a rough life. He had joined an adventure group, worked as a desert guide, and was once captured by bandits. With his knowledge and wit, he improved the desert boat for the bandits and finally left the bandits' lair safely. When Chun Rue appeared, he used divine blessing to get rid of the poison in Laguna's body. However, Laguna recognized the crown of thorns and was even more certain that it was related to the church. In order to get rid of the problem, the resourceful Laguna first pretended to be courteous with this high-ranking church. He brought Chinrue to Stone Horse Village and purposely lured him into a conflict with the bald man from the shipyard. He left a special mark that he learned from the bandits, meaning that a big fish had appeared. On the boat in the desert, Laguya took the initiative to point out that the bald Okafor could do it. He also reminded them to be careful when eating and drinking. After Chinrue cast the god's blessing, he poisoned the water bag. He wanted to use the hands of the desert bandits to completely eliminate this enemy. He didn't expect that all his schemes had fallen into the other party's eyes. He didn't expect that this person would actually summon the soul projection of Princess Veronica. Not long after, the desert boat named Red Sand resumed its journey. Chinrue and Laguna would not be able to operate such a large boat. It needed at least 10 crew members. However, the death of the bandits did not mean that Chinrue did not have any crew members. Although these crew members were novices in sailing in the desert, they quickly grasped the gist of it, and the speed of Red Sand was faster than usual. These crew members were, of course, sandmen. In this desert, where the earth element was extremely dense, sandmen were much stronger than at sea. Laguna, Chinrue frowned. You heard me and Veronica say that I completely destroyed the main altar of the Black Death Apostles. The high-ranking Cloud Empire members who joined the mysterious church are almost all dead. It can be said that the Cloud-Soaring Empire's royal family no longer exists. Speaking of which, I am the enemy of the royal family. Laguna interrupted Chinrue's words. Sir is wrong. They are the Black Death Apostles. They are no longer the descendants of the Cloud-Soaring Empire. Her Royal Highness is the only one. To be precise, it is the Royal Highness who was saved by Sir. Even so, didn't Veronica say that? You are completely free. No, Sir, please don't belittle the previous oath. That is the highest oath of loyalty of the Cloud-Soaring Empire's royal family. Chinrue knew that Laguya didn't lie. The oath that Laguya made had formed a master-slave spiritual link that appeared in the super system. I understand, but as long as you are willing, I can easily remove it with my power. Let me tell you, I actually do not belong to this world full of sunshine. Do you understand? Since the fall of the Cloud Empire, we have been walking in the darkness. The loyalty of the Guardian covers any time and any place. If Sir removes my oath power, then not only the oath and loyalty will disappear, but also my life. Laguna said stubbornly, I pledge my loyalty to Sir not because of Sir's strength, but for Her Royal Highness. Sir is the most important person to the princess, which means you are her highest guardian. Of course, if Sir doesn't like my strength and loyalty, you can kill me at any time. Chinrue thought of how Veronica introduced him as the most important person and sighed. All right, I officially accept your loyalty. The Cloud Empire had been destroyed for a long time. Those who could become a guardian and did not join the Black Death Apostles could be said to be absolutely loyal. Laguna was tenacious and resourceful. If it was not for the absolute difference in strength, Chinrue might have already fallen into his trap. Thank you, Sir. Laguna solemnly bowed. All right, there is no need to say anything else. I came to the Black Prison Desert to find the Oasis of Dreams for 2 purposes. One is the Fire Crystal Sand, the other is the Phantom Ice Spring. These 2 things are very important to me, and I must get them. I would like to hear your advice. I have only read about the Fire Crystal Sand in some ancient records. It is a rare treasure that combines the essence of fire and earth elements. Its function is unknown, and I don't know if it is in the Oasis. I have seen the Phantom Ice Spring with my own eyes, but I am not sure if it has formed the Phantom Ice Spring. I can only be sure that the phantom ice spring is the same as the oasis of dreams. It can move freely and its position is not fixed. Furthermore, it can turn invisible. It gives me the feeling that it is some kind of prey. Prey. Chinrue was slightly surprised. He did not expect the phantom ice spring to be able to move and turn invisible. It was indeed worthy of its name. Let's talk about the oasis of dreams again. Laguna said solemnly, I have joined a desert adventure group in recent years and gradually became familiar with the terrain of this area. Later, the adventurer group disbanded after suffering heavy casualties during a mission. I was heavily injured, and with the poison I almost lost my strength, so I became a desert guide. Over the past decade or so, due to staying in such a place for a long time, I had developed a sense of smell to avoid danger. Other than the time when I was chased by the church's adjudicators, I had only come across the illusory oasis once. However, before I could reach it, it had already disappeared. In the following years, my legs became more and more inconvenient, and little Jim was slowly able to take care of himself. So I did not become a guide anymore. I know that you are extremely powerful, sir, but I have to remind you not to underestimate the Black Prison Desert. You must remain cautious at all times, or else even if you can escape unscathed, you may not be able to get what you want. I understand. Chinrue nodded. The Sandmen are now proficient in controlling the sand ships. Why don't we rest here for a while, and then set off at full speed after we've recovered our spirits? No, we must advance at full speed for this part of the journey, Laguna said apologetically. Previously, because I mistakenly thought that you were an enemy, I also thought about what I should do if the desert bandits could not deal with you. Just in case, I used some tricks when I gave the directions. Although the direction we are heading in will allow us to reach the core area at the fastest speed, it is a very dangerous area. There are many terrifying creatures, such as sand scorpions, giant lizards, and the most terrifying of all, demonic centipedes. From your point of view, I should applaud your meticulous planning. Chinrue shrugged. But you don't have to worry. It's already not bad to be able to arrive at the fastest speed. As he said that, Chinrue suddenly frowned. Laguna felt his vision blur, as if some kind of space had been replaced. When he regained his vision, he found that the entire ship had instantly retreated by tens of meters. Where the ship had been, the ground had cracked open, and a huge body appeared. Only half of the body was revealed, and it looked like an enlarged earthworm. Its body was long and wriggling, and it had no limbs. However, there was a terrifying mouth at the end of its body. Desert centipede. Laguna blurted out, Damn it, we actually alarmed this thing. The desert centipede was a kind of giant sandworm with extraordinary strength. It usually lurked in the depths of the sand and attacked passing creatures. It was the most terrifying predator in this area. If it was not for Chinrue's power that made the red sand ship rise in time, the attack that broke through the sand just now would have shattered the entire ship. After the giant centipede missed its attack, it let out a low roar towards the moving ship. Laguna's strength was already close to the level of a demonic emperor, but when he heard this roar, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He saw Chinrue's figure instantly appear above the giant body, and the centipede's roar stopped abruptly. It did not attack Chinrue, but instead quickly fled towards the sandpit, as if it had seen something terrifying. The desert centipede had another characteristic, and that was that it could burrow underground. Its huge body was extremely fast in the depths of the earth, and the surface of the sand dunes did not rise or fall at all. He saw Chinrue slowly stretch out his hand and beckon towards the void in front of him. A huge body broke out of the sand and floated in the air. From the way it struggled and roared in panic, it was clearly not willing. Soon, the sandworm returned to the ground, burrowing into the sand and revealing half of its body. If this thing is the scariest demonic beast in this area, then I think no guests will dare to come near us before we leave this area. Chinrue's voice sounded next to Laguna again. Then, under Laguna's dumbfounded gaze, the centipede moved up and down in the sand in front of them, just like a guard to clear the way. Chapter 1096. Under the guidance of the demonic kraken, the red sand ship did not encounter any more uninvited guests except for the sandstorms along the way. Laguna didn't know how Chinrue did it. He just felt that he was lucky. In the face of this absolute strength, his strategy was simply a joke. Whether it was the strength of the desert bandits or the demonic beasts along the way, it was simply vulnerable. If it weren't for Sir, who saw the tattoo, and the little Princess Royal Highness's soul was by his side, he would have died like Red Beard and the others. This was naturally caused by Chinrue's analytical eyes and the demigod's coercion. After successfully passing through this area, Chinrue released the mental oppression on the demonic kraken. The huge earthworm immediately drilled back into the sandpit with relief and disappeared. The journey in the desert was boring and long. Now, there was no longer the appreciation when they first entered the desert. All they saw was monotonous and endless sand. Half a month had passed, and the red sand ship had entered the core area of the desert. This was the result of having Laguna as a guide. Laguna's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Chinrue, but his sense of smell in the desert even impressed Chinrue. The sand dunes looked the same to Chinrue, but Laguna could find the key among them and find the right direction. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. If Chinrue set off alone, he was likely to wander around the periphery of the desert in another half a month. The sandstorm in the core area was much larger than the periphery. Even the Sandmen found it quite difficult to control the ship to move in the specified direction. The demonic beast attacks encountered along the way had also become a lot more frequent. With Chinrue around, they naturally couldn't pose a threat. It was just that they had never found the moving fantasy oasis. The wind has finally subsided. Chinrue took off his goggles and patted the sand on his cloak. Although his strength was extraordinary, it was inevitable that he was a little tired after continuing to travel in this environment. Furthermore, they were sitting in the red sand, where food and water were guaranteed in the warehouse. It was unimaginable for them to travel through the desert on foot like the historical figures in the other world. It'll probably calm down for a while, but it's definitely not the time to be optimistic. In the heart of the desert, we have to be vigilant at all times. Yesterday, when we encountered the scorpions, we almost... Laguya's voice suddenly stopped, and he stared ahead with a dumbfounded expression. Chinrue followed his gaze and saw a slender silhouette faintly condensed in the clouds in the distant sky. It was the body of a woman with long hair and a long robe. Her robe and hair extended into the sky, full of white clouds, emitting a faint light as if she was controlling the entire sky. The moment they saw this scene, they felt a sense of boundless divinity. They felt how insignificant they were, and they could not help but prostrate themselves in worship. Tita Sani. Laguya stammered out a name. He had been in the desert for more than a decade and had heard many rumors about this desert goddess, but this was the first time he had seen her in person. Chinrue also remembered the legend of the Chitty Kingdom that little Jim had told him. He did not expect to see the desert emissary that the god of light had bestowed upon him today. "Sir, should we kneel and pray?" Laguya asked softly. Chinrue's eyes were fixed on the silhouette in the clouds. When he heard Laguya's words, he asked, "Do you believe in the god of light?" Laguya did not say anything. Although the Cloud Empire was once a holy empire that was favored by the god of light, it was later eroded by the mysterious church and fell. The church had publicly announced that they had been abandoned by the god of light and sent out the Inquisition to constantly encircle the remnants. As the protector of the royal family, although Laguya was extremely disgusted with the mysterious church, he was also an enemy of the Church of Light and would not believe in the god of light. True faith requires piety from the heart. If it's just superficial respect, it will definitely cause more dissatisfaction of the gods, so... Chinrue looked indifferently at the influence of Tessanir in the distant sky, and he added another sentence in his heart, "If she is a real god." Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, whether this Tez-Sani was a god or an emissary. In fact, Qin had actually seen a real god in this world, or more accurately, a dead or dormant god. Even if it was a giant corpse that had lost its vitality, it was still an unfathomable star region. The clouds in front of him seemed magnificent, vast, and extraordinary, but compared to the corpse, it could only be considered to be a false bravado. Qin had a feeling that the goddess' eyes did not seem to open. Although he was not a believer, Leguia was still very respectful of the existence of the gods, so he asked carefully, "My lord, then we—" In the clouds in front of him, the slender figure gradually distorted and thinned, disappearing in a flash. This scene made Leguia nervous again. Qin smiled and said, "Our attitude is the best respect for her. Since Tez-Sani has disappeared, let's continue on. At least it is worth the ticket price to see the glory of this goddess." Ticket price? Leguia did not understand what Qin said, but Tez-Sani had disappeared, so there was no point in saying anything. The red sand ship traveled for a while and did not encounter any obstacles. Even the wind blowing in their face was very gentle. Leguia did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt a kind of dead atmosphere around him was getting thicker and thicker, and he could not help but feel more uneasy. At this moment, the color of the clouds in the sky gradually darkened, and the clear sky began to dim. Soon, a thick, smoke-like black cloud appeared on the distant horizon. Black Death Sandstorm. Leguia's tensed nerves seemed to be flicked by something, and he exclaimed, "This is the most terrifying sandstorm in the Black Hell Desert, known as the Black Death God. It is at least 1,000 times stronger than the one we encountered before. Can we still avoid it?" Qin frowned. This was not the first time he encountered a sandstorm, but as Leguia said, the power of this sandstorm was far greater than before. Not only that, but he could also sense that the sandstorm contained a strange and powerful energy. Even though he was separated by such a distance, he could still feel that his soul was trembling. An invisible pressure began to accumulate like silk threads, wrapping around his heart. To be more precise, it was a strange force of will. No one can survive in a sandstorm. "My lord, if you have any means of escape, use it quickly." Leguia seemed to feel something, and his body trembled as he recalled the scene before. He shouted, "Tez-Sani! This must be the punishment of the desert goddess." Qin expression changed slightly because the will was accumulating more and more, and even with his current peak demigod soul power, he could not resist it. The rolling black cloud on the horizon was already gradually approaching. It was actually very fast, and it was getting bigger and bigger in his vision. The sense of depression in Qin heart was also constantly magnified. He felt a face with closed eyes and his soul began to become clear, just like the figure in the clouds previously. There was no doubt that this was Tessanir's will. "It's too late, my lord. Dig a big hole immediately, the deeper the better. Let's hide in it and use all our strength to protect ourselves, and we might have a chance of survival." Leguia shouted, feeling the pressure in the air increasing, and even his voice was almost drowned out. Seeing that Qin was standing there in a daze, he thought that he was scared out of his wits. He gritted his teeth, took out a shovel, and started digging desperately. With the horror of the Black Death sandstorm, even if he followed Leguia's method, it would be difficult to survive, but in his understanding, this was the only way to survive. The black smoke was approaching in an instant, and its power was extremely terrifying, but the power of the wind element was not the most fatal. The real death god was the spiritual storm containing Tez-Sani's will. This kind of spiritual power had already materialized, and even the pearl of mist of the wind elemental king could not play a role. Worship, surrender, believe. Gods are invincible. No matter how powerful you are, you can only look up to the sky. Countless thoughts of surrender appeared in Qin mind, but the super system did not react. This was not an ordinary soul erosion, but an idea that Chenrue had under that kind of pressure. He felt that his willpower was constantly weakened by Tasani's will, and some weak links in his mind were infinitely magnified. Rather than saying that he was fighting Tasani, it was better to say that he was fighting himself. Those who believe in me will live, and those who don't believe in me will die. Chenrue took a deep breath, stared at the rolling black clouds that were approaching quickly in front, and finally spoke. "The so-called gods, sir, hide in here." Leguya had already dug a large pit with a depth of more than 1 meter. He yelled, but even his voice was pushed back into his mouth by the huge pressure. He even staggered and lost his footing. "No, even if it's a real god," Chenrue still said to himself. He still didn't move, but he slowly closed his eyes. His daughter's lovely face appeared in his mind, and his whole body was steaming. Leguya was about to pull Chenrue into the pit, but he suddenly found that he couldn't move. Everything around him suddenly became quiet. To be more precise, time stopped, including the overwhelming black death in front of him. This strange stillness was only for a moment. After about 3 or 4 seconds, the flow of time suddenly accelerated several times. Leguya felt that his entire vision shook violently. Then the approaching black death seemed to be broken by some unparalleled force. Is this the illusion of impending death? Leguya rubbed his eyes hard. In his vision, the terrible black death sandstorm was torn apart like silk in front of the figure. The whole world seemed to be shaking until the black dust completely dissipated. The dust settled. "If you stand in front of me, I will not hesitate to kill you." Chenrue slowly retracted his fist. He didn't use polar transformation, nor did he use any special moves or equipment. He just used his mind, will, and soul to launch the purest strike. This strike not only defeated Tasani's will, but also defeated his own self. Just as he said, even if it was a god, he was not afraid. Leguya looked at the figure who raised his fist in disbelief. Black death sandstorm, the power of a god? It was defeated by a punch. The biggest impact this punch gave him was not the strength, but the faith and will, the determination to move forward, even if it was a god standing in front of him. At this moment, Leguya couldn't help but feel a sense of worship, not to some goddess, but to this person. Her Highness found a very great man, a real guardian. Chapter 1097. The only difference is that the mirage is awake now. Chenrue's gaze penetrated the phantom fountain that was constantly attacking the defensive shield in front of him like a sharp sword. There was something he didn't say. The awakening of this mirage was not necessarily natural. It was probably related to the desert goddess he encountered before. "Sir," Ligia said in a low voice. "Look there!" Hearing Ligia's words, Chenrue also felt a kind of fresh green. He was secretly delighted. "As long as I find the fire crystal sand and the phantom icefall here, I can save Duo and the water elemental king." As expected of the royal mentor, "You are so knowledgeable." Chenrue nodded approvingly. The power of this mirage should have reached the super grade. In addition to the illusion talent, it also has a special space ability. Otherwise, I would have noticed its existence long ago. No matter what, let's solve this illusion first. Chenrue recalled what the Light Elemental King said. Delcus and the Church of Light were originally in a cooperative relationship, and the Desert Goddess was recognized by the Church of Light. The Dream Oasis should be a real existence. Even if there was no phantom icefall, there should be fire crystal sand. This is not the phantom icefall. It's just a predatory power. To be more precise, it's a materialized illusion. Chenrue took a deep breath. I don't know if you have heard of the creature called Mirage? At this moment, Chenrue had a hint of warning in his heart. He saw a touch of green suddenly appearing in the air, covering him and Ligia. At this time, a huge wave suddenly set off in the small lake, turning into a huge hand with a faint green color. It grabbed at Chenrue. With a tap of his feet, Chinrue had already grabbed Laguya and soared into the sky, since he needed the phantom spring water to repair the water elemental heart. Chinrue did not use his destructive power. Instead, he chose to catch him alive. With a thought, the time rule was cast. After flipping over a large sand dune, Laguna exclaimed from the bow of the ship, "Sir, look over there!" Chinrue's eyes lit up. He didn't seem to notice the appearance of the spring water at all. It was worthy of the name Phantom. "You're right. Let's disembark first." Chinrue nodded. He recalled the Sandmen and walked towards the oasis with Laguna. Chinrue retracted his star-devouring power, and his gaze fell on a certain direction in the distance. His hand turned into a blade, and he slashed down from the sky. The space seemed to be split into two, and at the same time, a beast's low scream rang out. The oasis was getting closer and closer, and Laguna cried out in surprise, "What a refreshing smell! This enchanting green." That's right, it was the fantasy oasis. I still remember what it looked like. "No, you only entered here, and this place is not the fantasy oasis at all." Chinrue shook his head. "You were indeed lucky at that time. Perhaps it was because it was sleeping and it was just instinctively hunting. Otherwise, you would have been long gone without bones." But the strange thing was that the analytical eyes didn't react as if the spring water didn't exist at all. "Did you feel that you were swallowed first, and then you realized that you were fine? This is the phantom spring water? Is it that Sir mentioned just now, this phantom spring water?" Laguna pointed at the green that was still attacking the defensive shield. Chinrue also said similar words before coming to the Black Prison Desert. At that time, Laguya scoffed at it. Now, after witnessing Chinrue defeating the Black Death sandstorm that made everyone fearful, Laguya was already convinced of the strength of this Sir. He nodded. Chinrue slowed down, spread out his perception, and walked towards the small lake with Laguna. "Sir, what happened?" Chinrue's figure flickered, and he had already moved away with Laguna. After the green mist, it seemed to seep into the ground and disappeared. Another 3 days passed. Perhaps because the Black Death sandstorm was defeated previously, it was actually calm along the way. There wasn't even a demonic beast that attacked. Now, the power of this mirage far exceeded that of the previous one. It was probably not only at the kingdom level, but it had reached the demigod level. Its spirit talent was extremely wonderful. Not only could it completely materialize the illusion, but it could also emit corresponding fluctuations according to the mental state of the person entering, making the illusion more realistic. What Chinrue perceived about this oasis was mostly from Laguna's subjective feelings and introduction. Even the discovery of the phantom spring was an illusion generated by Laguna's mind, which affected Chinrue. "Great. We finally found this moving oasis." Laguna suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. "Sir, although we found the oasis, we should still be careful." At this moment, he felt his soul being shaken by something. He opened his eyes involuntarily and found that he was safe and sound. He was protected by a translucent round shield, which was the defensive shield that Chinrue had cast. Was it because the special environment here was immune to the laws of time, or was it not powerful enough? Did he have to use polar transformation? Quite an amazing spirit talent. Even I was fooled. A burning light appeared in Chinrue's eyes as he looked at the phantom spring that was constantly hitting the defensive shield. If one was trapped in the illusion for too long, even if the mirage didn't prey on them, their soul, and would gradually weaken until they collapsed. The green enveloped Chinrue and Laguna. Laguna felt his vision go black, and his body felt like it was being torn apart by countless sharp teeth. He could not help but scream, "Don't worry, I'm here." Chinrue patted Laguna's shoulder. "I'll do my best to protect your safety." Race, Mirage Chinrue frowned slightly. This phantom spring is really like what Laguna said previously. It's like an invisible predator. Water element demonic beast? When Chen Rui was at the Dead Sea back then, he had encountered the mirage on the hidden misty island and was almost confused by the illusion. In the end, he defeated the mirage with Shura's help, and Adeline absorbed the mirage's illusion power. Chen Rui's spirit was refreshed. He ordered the Sandmen to drive the red sand ship forward at full speed toward the location of the green light. The strange thing was that the giant hand was not controlled by the laws of time, and it was coming toward them without any decrease in momentum. Trees and grass could be seen everywhere in the oasis. The air humidity was obviously higher than the desert. There was no boring and anxious feeling at all. After traveling in the desert for so long, they only felt exceptionally comfortable after entering the oasis. Entering the oasis did not mean safety. In addition to the highly toxic phantom spring, there might be other dangers. Chen Rui and Laguna did not relax their vigilance because of this. Of course, I remember this fantasy oasis. Physique SSS- Power SSS, Spirit SSS+, Speed SSS-. Because this defensive shield isolates some kind of mental power, I can now be sure that you entered this place when you escaped from the church's pursuit. Sir, be careful. The last time I entered this oasis, it was near this small lake that I encountered the phantom spring. The few referees who were chasing me were engulfed by the spring that suddenly appeared and quickly corroded. In the end, not even their bones were left. One of my companions escaped to the front, and the spring actually moved to his side and engulfed him instantly. Seeing that the situation was bad, I took advantage of the time when it swallowed the others to escape from the oasis without looking back. I'm ashamed to say it, but that's all I know about this oasis. Later on, I heard a lot of rumors about the fantasy oasis. Most of the adventurers went there and never returned. Thinking back to the time, I was very lucky. Sir, only then did Laguna react. He just asked Chen Rui to be careful just now, but he was almost engulfed. He was still in shock. Chen Rui, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He got up and took a look. He saw a little green in the flat terrain in the distance. It looked so eye-catching in the yellow sand all over the mountains. Looking at it with his full vision, there was a faint light in the green. It seemed to be the light of water. The moment this thing appeared, the entire oasis disappeared completely, leaving only a barren desert. After walking along the small lake for a while, he did not find the phantom spring. There was no abnormality in his perception, but the super system prompted that a mental power invaded and was automatically converted. It seemed that this oasis was really weird. Laguna was shocked. Sir, you mean that what I saw back then and what I see now are just illusions created by the mirage? No wonder, legend has it, that this fantasy oasis in the Black Prison desert can move. It turns out that it can wake up sometimes. Then, does the fantasy oasis really exist, or... Analysis, illusion power, mental attraction, space refraction. Chen Rui looked in the direction he pointed. Next to the bushes, a clear spring appeared. It was steaming with white gas and faintly showed a green light. At this moment, the nearby things seemed to be torn apart, twisting and flying toward the black hole. The first to be hit was the phantom spring, then the small lake, the forest, everything was swallowed. Yes, why is it like this? The broken space gradually returned to normal, and there was already a 5-meter-tall thing there. It was in the shape of a huge shell with 2 petals. It was silver gray, and the inside was a little blurry. Only 2 faint blue lights could be seen, flickering like eyes. The 2 huge silver gray shells had a shocking crack, and green juice kept oozing out. Obviously, it was seriously injured because of the blow just now. Before he finished speaking, Chen Rui activated teleportation again and appeared by the small lake. The green that appeared under his feet missed. This is the one I encountered last time. It just appeared, but sir, you have to be careful. As soon as Chen Rui's voice sounded, the defensive shield on his side immediately disappeared and was replaced by a black hole. Mirage? Ligia thought quickly. Is it the kind of demonic beast that creates large-scale illusions to prey on? I've only heard of this rare creature. but I've never seen what it looks like. Not far away there was a small lake. A cool breeze blew past, causing the clear and crystalline waves to ripple and wrinkle the reflection of the green trees. The root of this devouring was the mirage's mental power. The things that were devoured previously could still be continuously restored, but they finally couldn't support it anymore and began to become thin, unable to recover. If Ligia's submission to Chinrue before was because of Veronica, now he was completely convinced. The phantom spring seemed to notice their gaze and gradually disappeared from sight. This spring can really become invisible. Danger level high. A strange green color appeared on the ground under Chenrue's feet again, and it flew like lightning. Sensing the mental power invasion that the super system kept prompting, Chenrue moved his mind. He actually didn't dodge. Ligia was shocked. Comprehensive strength assessment. SSS plus Oasis. Chenrue was taken aback. His figure shook again and he dodged. The so-called Oasis was just a dream. Chapter 1098. A cold light flashed in Chenrue's eyes. It is indeed a mirage, and it is at the peak of demigod. It seems that it has been entrenched in the black prison desert for many years. It has been pretending to prey on the fantasy oasis. Then the real fantasy oasis, sir, Leguia exclaimed in surprise. The appearance of this mirage is the legendary guardian servant of Tassanil. Guardian servant? Chinrue frowned. Leguia suddenly shook as if he saw something unimaginable. His face was full of horror, and he actually knelt down. Your Majesty, before Chinrue could speak, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He saw Duo, whom he had been worried about, was locked in a cage-like barrier. Outside the cage was a figure with 6 pairs of wings, Raphael. At Raphael's feet, a woman covered in blood was lying on the ground. She was obviously dying. It was actually Catherine. Chinrue's eyes narrowed. Although it felt so realistic, he knew very well that this was just the talent of the mirage's illusion. At the same time, the super system's spirit power invasion prompt sounded again. Chinrue snorted coldly. He didn't care about any scenery that appeared in front of him. He waved his hand at the place shown by analytical eyes, and 7 huge light balls suddenly flashed out. The light balls were connected by wisps of faint light, and they burst open instantly. The white light flashed, and all the illusions were torn apart. The original appearance of the mirage was revealed again, but most of the carapace on its body had been broken, and its breath had suddenly weakened. The mirage itself was best at creating illusions. Its spirit power was so strong that even a powerhouse of the same level couldn't escape, but its physique and strength were weak. After being hit by this 7 stars explosion, it was already severely injured. Chinrue put his hands together, and the hot air suddenly became cold. The mirage's body suddenly froze. Half of its body was frozen by the power of winter territory, so it couldn't cast illusion for a while. Only then did Leguia wake up. He was sweating profusely and gasping for air. What just happened? In fact, Leguia was just hit by the aftermath of the illusion. The real target of the mirage was Chenrue. Unfortunately, he was defeated before he could exert the illusion. Otherwise, once he fell into the illusion too deeply, Leguia's spirit would collapse directly. No matter what you see, it's not real. Chinrue turned his head and asked, You just said that this thing is Tassanil's guardian servant. Yes. Leguia wiped the sweat on his forehead. In Tassanir's related books, its name is Donduma, which means dream guardian, but I didn't know it was a mirage. Even in the statue of Tassanil, it has a place, usually appearing as a mount at the feet of the goddess. Understood. Then it must know the whereabouts of the real oasis of dreams. Chinrue slowly walked toward the mirage. The mirage tried its best to use its illusion to erode Chenrue's mind, but it had no effect at all, because there was already a black armor on Chenrue's body, the Angry King armor. The Angry King armor could not only greatly reduce physical damage and magic damage, but it could also protect the soul from mental erosion. When entering the oasis of dreams previously, Chinrue did not realize that he was facing a mirage, so he did not use the Angry King armor. Chinrue was not only equipped with the Angry King armor this time, but there was also another thing, the God-Eating Mask. The God-Eating Mask glowed with a faint yellow light, and a strange power enveloped the mirage. The mirage felt the coming crisis and struggled desperately, but it still couldn't escape the arrival of this strange power. What Chinrue had to do next was to use the God-Eating Mask to control the mirage's soul and find out where the real oasis of dreams was. The mirage was shrouded by the power of the God-Eating Mask, and the spirit power it emitted was all bounced back. At the same time, a terrifying power penetrated into the soul. The God-Eating Mask could control the souls of enemies weaker than itself and make them obedient servants. The spirit power of Chinrue and the mirage was at the SSS plus level. Chinrue, who was also at the peak demigod level and had the galaxy territory faith, had a spirit level above the mirage. In addition, the mirage was severely injured at the moment and was imprisoned by the realm of winter, so it should be able to be completely controlled. Chinrue's eyebrows behind the mask suddenly raised because he felt that there was a powerful will in the mirage's soul, and it was actually contending with the power of the God-Eating Mask. This will was definitely not the mirage's own. It felt a bit familiar. I encountered it when I was in the Black Death sandstorm. In the clouds, the pair of closed eyes. Under the influence of this will, the strange power of the God-Eating Mask couldn't penetrate the mirage's soul for a while. When they were in a stalemate, a trace of purple starlight flashed in the mask's eyes, and an incomparably bright light appeared all over its body. The powerful power instantly covered the will. If it was this will, even if it was fused with the strange power of starlight, it couldn't be suppressed. But in the mirage's body, the power that the will could exert could not exceed the mirage's own limits. Therefore, in just an instant, the God-Eating Mask broke through the defense of the will. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Chinrue's brows suddenly frowned. Before the God-Eating Mask could control the mirage's soul, the mirage's body suddenly twisted and actually burst open. At the moment when the God-Eating Mask wanted to control the mirage's soul, the will detonated the mirage's soul and body. The mirage, who had always been good at controlling illusions to control others, was just a puppet being controlled from beginning to end in this short and intense battle. Chinrue's closed eyes slowly opened. Although the explosive power of the soul was sudden and strong, it was not enough for him, who used the purple pole star transformation. "Sir, look there." Leguya's voice sounded behind him. Chinrue took a closer look. It turned out that after the mirage's body burst open, it did not disappear. It turned into a path emitting a faint white light, leading to the void in front. This was not the power that Chinrue exerted, but obviously the real battle had just begun. You don't want an uninvited guest like me to destroy the country you built. Or should it be called the system? Have you finally decided to meet me? The surrounding space began to collapse, leaving only the path. It seemed that Teshanir didn't give him an extra choice. Chinrue glanced at Leguya, and Leguya felt his eyes turn black as he fainted. Then a light flashed beside Chinrue, and he had disappeared. After Chinrue kept Leguya in the Tower of Glory, he took a deep breath and walked toward the white light path step by step. At the end of the road was a light door. The light door opened automatically and Chinrue walked in. What he saw was a refreshing lush green, and the surroundings exuded a fresh breath. This scenery actually gave Chinrue a familiar feeling. A small lake, woods, yes, an oasis. It's exactly the same. It's the oasis created by the mirage just now. Chinrue thought of the attribute of space refraction of the mirage in analytical eyes, and he suddenly understood. It turns out that the oasis is not a complete fabrication, but a real projection that is refracted. In other words, the oasis in front of me is a real fantasy oasis. So is the Phantom Fountain also real? And the fire crystal sand that I still have no clue about so far? Chinrue walked forward unhurriedly. With every step he took, he was secretly adjusting his star power to get as close to the best state as possible. He didn't know what kind of existence he would face, but his mentality at the moment was unstoppable, just like when he punched the Black Death sandstorm previously. Chinrue stopped and raised his head. The white clouds in the distant sky began to gradually condense and form. It was the image of the woman he saw at the beginning. She was much cleaner than last time, but her appearance was relatively hazy. Her eyes were still closed. The woman's body glowed with a white brilliance, giving people a sacred feeling that couldn't be looked at directly. Chinrue clearly felt that it was the power of faith. The white light fell to the ground, and the life breath of the entire oasis suddenly became 100 times richer. The sky seemed brighter, and the lake water was clearer. The seemingly vibrant breath brought tremendous pressure to Chinrue. He felt that the surrounding space was full of terrifying power, and even the air was almost solidified. The power of faith is very powerful. Chinrue suddenly spoke, and a strange power spread along with his voice. The power of the surrounding steel seemed to have been brushed by the ripples of water. Even the strongest power might not be able to completely destroy that extremely soft power. The originally solidified balance was immediately broken. Although it was still terrifying, it was no longer flawless. Using the softest thing in the world to gallop the strongest thing in the world. Water sword technique. A real sword might not necessarily be a sword. Chinrue had already made a move and dissolved the power of the woman in the clouds. However, I can feel the modeled power of faith. Obviously, it doesn't really belong to you, or rather, you can't really have this faith. Chinrue looked up at the image in the clouds, but it was more of a kind of disregard. He slowly turned around and said, "Because you're not a god, but most of the time, you think of yourself as a god. Is it because you've been playing a role for too long that you can't go back to your original self when you're really immersed in the role?" It was the same words and the same sword. If the previous sword strike could be said to have form and substance, then this sword strike was formless and formless. The sword that attacked the heart was more fatal. The woman condensed by the white clouds in the sky disappeared, and behind Chinrue, a figure condensed by light began to become clear quickly. A head of long silver hair. Her eyes were still closed. Her facial features were slightly blurred, but the proportion was extremely perfect. The snow-white robe had no extra inlay or texture, but it looked luxurious and graceful. Her body exuded a calm breath, but under this calmness, there seemed to be a terrifying storm brewing. Chinrue just turned around and faced the woman who should be called Oracle. Even without looking at the data in analytical eyes, he could feel the power of this woman. This feeling was only felt when facing the top powerhouses like Michael, Satan, and Raphael. Chapter 1099. Angels were mostly male, and some are asexual or neutral. The proportion of female angels was relatively small, especially the higher-ups. At this moment, what appeared in front of Chinrue was a beautiful and holy female angel. But Chinrue's eyes did not have the slightest appreciation for beauty, but vigilance, extreme vigilance. In the analytical eyes, Tessa's data was displayed as race, Angel Comprehensive Strength Assessment, SSSS plus Physique, SSSS plus Power, SSSS plus Spirit, SSSS plus Speed, SSSS plus. Analyzed attributes: Wind attribute, Earth attribute, Fire attribute, Water attribute, Body of Battle Will, Holy Fighting Heart, Full Martial Skill, Proficiency. Danger level: extremely dangerous. Sure enough, this is a peak pseudo-god. As an angel, Tessa didn't have the power of light elements like Michael and Raphael, but she had the power of all four elements except light and dark elements. What surprised Chinrue even more was that such a seemingly quiet and beautiful female angel actually had the attribute of full martial skill proficiency. There was no doubt that she had the most terrifying, close combat ability. Chinrue secretly channeled star power, constantly eliminating the huge oppression emanating from Tessa. Am I right? Your Excellency Tessa, or should I call you Ms. Beautiful and Moving Angel? Although Chinrue didn't open his eyes, and his face was wearing the god-eating mask that was integrated with star armor, Tessa could clearly feel the indifference. Who are you? This voice sounded very pleasant at first, but it contained an invisible, deterrent majesty. I'm just a passerby. Chinrue bowed slightly to Tessa. First of all, please forgive me for being presumptuous. I didn't know that the Mirage was your servant. Tessa raised her head slightly, and her quiet voice penetrated the mask and went straight to the soul. What power did you use when you wanted to control Don Duma? It's a kind of spiritual energy that corrodes the soul. It's similar to what that Don Duma did to me. I'm just returning the favor. Chinrue didn't think that Tessani could see through the god-eating mask that was fused with the star armor. Besides, the focus of her words was on the key point that the Mirage Don Duma attacked him first. Even if he wanted to control Don Duma with a secret technique, it was just a counterattack, not a provocation. Really? That power gave me a familiar feeling. That's why I let you enter this kingdom to confirm it. Now it seems that it was just an illusion. Tessani's voice was tinged with inexplicable emotions. Chinrue finally understood why, after the Mirage died, Tessanil did not continue to attack or leave, but guided him here instead. Ms. Tessanil, you may have misunderstood. Although I'm honored, this is the first time we've met. Chinrue smiled slightly. To tell you the truth, I came to the Black Prison Desert to find the fire crystal sand in the Oasis of Dreams, and Tessanil interrupted him directly. Since it's a misunderstanding, then you only have two choices left now. Chinrue heard the strong hostility in Tessanil's words, and he frowned. Let's not talk about Don Duma first. Miss took the initiative to attack first in the Black Death Sandstorm. In fact, I didn't offend Miss. I don't need to explain. Tessanil completely cut off the way out with one sentence. And you only have to choose. Death or surrender. Chinrue shook his head. You're not the first person to give me this choice. Of course, you won't be the last. I feel your strong self-confidence. It's not reckless arrogance, but real confidence. Tessanil nodded. Although your current strength is at the middle stage of the pseudo-god level, I can be sure that you have means beyond this level of strength. This means can even pose a certain threat to the peak pseudo-god. The most admirable thing is your will. What you saw before was not the real me. It was just a consciousness that I released in my sleep, containing my will. However, this will was defeated by your punch. The determination contained in that punch awakened me from my sleep. To be able to meet an opponent like you. Very good. Chinrue's pupils contracted slightly. He had already encountered several peak pseudo-gods, including Satan, Charlie, Michael, Raphael, Ben-Hong, and the clones of the three lords of the abyss. These peak experts had one thing in common. That was, they were arrogant. Even the scheming Ben-Hong had this mentality. Of course, the key to this kind of arrogance was the gap in strength. For an ant like him, this kind of arrogance was reasonable. However, Tessanil was different. Although her strength was comparable to Satan, Michael, and the others from the beginning, she saw Chinrue as an opponent. This was not only caution and respect, but also meant that this woman in front of him would be more difficult to deal with. The fire crystal Sandy mentioned just now. Tessanil stretched out her hand and gently rotated her fingers. Then Chinrue felt countless pale yellow crystal lights flying out of the oasis at high speed and quickly gathering in her palm. Chinrue's mind moved, and he reached out toward the crystal light. However, the crystal light was like a phantom that actually passed through his hand. Don't waste your effort. Even if you get these illusion crystal sand, it's useless. In fact, they are of little use to me. The entire kingdom of illusion crystal sand is here, and it will take at least 100 years to produce new ones. Tessaniel said calmly. The crystal light had condensed into a huge light ball with a diameter of about 5 meters above her palm. Then, Chinrue felt a powerful golden and red power appear in Tessaniel's hand, wrapping around the light ball. The light ball began to change rapidly, flashing violently, and finally condensed into a crystal ball about the size of a fist, faintly shining with a golden and red light. This is the real fire crystal sand. Tessaniel's words made Chinrue suddenly understand. It turned out that the fire crystal sand was made with the power of fire and earth, the illusion crystal sand. Judging from the level of power Tessaniel displayed, it was definitely not an ordinary two-elemental power. It should be the power of a peak pseudo-god combined with the talent ability to create. For the sake of that punch you gave me back then, I'll satisfy your little wish. The fire crystal sand is here. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Tessaniel stretched out her finger and gently touched the fire crystal sand floating in the air. An arc of light wrapped the crystal sand. But you have to be aware of the consequences, such as death. And you only have 5 minutes. As she said, the arc of light emitted a bright light, and the edge of the fire crystal sand began to turn into powder and disappear little by little. Chinrue did not expect that Tessaniel would choose this way to fulfill his wish. The fire crystal sand did not disappear very quickly, but because the crystal ball was not big, it would disappear completely in a few minutes. So this was the meaning of 5 minutes. Chinrue did not know how much fire crystal sand he would need to help Duo overcome this difficulty, but he was sure that it could only be more, not less. In other words, he must hurry. As soon as he thought of this, his figure immediately disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Tessaniel and grabbed the crystal sand. Swift as the wind. Before moving, he had already exerted the power of speed. Although Chinrue's hand reached for the crystal sand, almost all his attention was focused on Tessaniel. However, Tessaniel did not move at all. She just watched him grab the fire crystal sand. Just as Chinrue was about to touch the fire crystal sand, Tessaniel suddenly disappeared in his perception. Chinrue, who had been vigilant, found Tessaniel's location in analytical eyes. It turned out that Tessaniel had already appeared beside him in an instant. This speed was much faster than expected. If it weren't for analytical eyes, even he with the power of swift as the wind couldn't keep up at all. Almost at the same time, a terrible sense of crisis enveloped Chinrue and Tessaniel's fist. Before it reached him, Chinrue had already felt an extremely terrifying while enveloping his whole body. The invisible force caused the operation of star power to stagnate. Under that indescribable power, his soul trembled involuntarily. The environment of this kingdom was far stronger than ordinary places, but under this punch, the space actually showed a state of being torn apart. It was not an ordinary crack, but a vacuum state. Such a state of shattering into a vacuum would only appear when Chinrue used a big move like Nirvana Dimension. Tessaniel just casually punched. It looked like a delicate fist, but it carried such a pure and violent force. It was unbelievable. If this punch hit, even with the protection of the star armor and Angry King armor, his body and soul would be completely shattered. Chinrue had fought against peak pseudo-gods such as Michael and Satan, but even those powerhouses did not have such terrifying absolute power like Tessaniel. Another word could be more accurately described: strength. At the critical moment, Chinrue activated a power without hesitation. His body turned into a green lightning, and his movement speed increased several times again. He had already appeared 100 meters away and avoided this punch. Tessaniel frowned and threw another punch. The distance between the two was hundreds of meters, but the power of this punch did not weaken because of the distance. It was as if the punch had landed on Zhang Heng's body, and the cracks in the space along the way were like a huge chain that extended. Chinrue's figure once again turned into a green lightning, and he dodged this blow. He had to dodge far away, Otherwise, the cracks in the vacuum alone would bring him terrible damage. Tessa Neal waved her fists, and countless terrifying fist forces intertwined into a crisscrossed giant net, completely enveloping Chen Rui. Even if he was not hit, the violent fluctuations still made Chen Rui feel shocked. It was as if he had returned to the feeling when he first entered the raging sea of the training ground. Like a small boat tossing in the roaring sea, a little carelessness, and he would be smashed into pieces. In the terrible power like the raging sea, the green lightning rushed. Although it was faintly discernible, it was never extinguished. This power was something that Chen Rui had recently succeeded in using. Deep analysis. Breeze Shadow Boots. Chapter 1100. The Breeze Shadow Boots had 3 abilities. First, Wind Release. Greatly increase movement speed and speed ability. With the skill Flash, it could triple the speed again. Flash had an effective time of 1 minute and could be used twice. Second, Wind Catching Shadow. Wind Catching. Double attack speed. Effective time of 30 minutes. Shadow Catching. Lock on the target. No matter how far the target escaped, you could launch an attack. Effective time of 3 minutes. Third, Wind Body. In this state, you could use the opponent's attack to slide backward, greatly reducing the damage. Effective time of 10 minutes. In fact, these were equivalent to 4 abilities, and all of them were very practical skills. Chen Rui had a deep understanding of the acceleration power of Wind Release. It not only improved his own speed, but also the ability and talent of speed. For example, the power of Wind Blast performed by Chen Rui was greatly increased, so he could successfully dodge Tessani's intensive attacks. Flash was a powerful skill for escaping or winning at critical times. Wind Catcher. S attack speed was not the same as the basic speed increase of normal equipment. Instead, it increased the speed of all skills or equipment, which was twice the total speed of the accumulated factors. Shadow Catching was even more mysterious. It could lock on the target and attack from a long distance. Even if the target escaped to another space, it could still continue to attack. It was simply a super tracking missile that could surpass all obstacles. Of course, there was a time limit of 3 minutes. Wind Body was an extremely practical skill for unloading and defense. If there was anything lacking, it would be these abilities of the Breeze Shadow Boots. Except for Wind Release, the other abilities could only be used once every 24 hours. If it were not for the boots facing Tessani's terrible attack, Chen Rui would have used up all his life-saving skills, such as Mirror Body, Dematerialization, and Star Diversion. Seeing that the green lightning had escaped from her fist net while dodging and approaching the position of the fire-condensing crystal sand step by step, a sneer appeared on Tessani's face. She bounced her feet and instantly appeared in front of Chen Rui. Chen Rui knew that he was no match for her in a head-on battle, so he had to take advantage of his speed. He immediately moved sideways, bypassed Tessanier, and rushed to the fire-condensing crystal sand. However, Tessanier followed him like a shadow. That speed was actually above Chen Rui, who had the buff of Wind Escape. Chen Rui could be considered a veteran in escaping. He tried his best to evade by taking a roundabout route. There were several times when he was almost caught. With Chen Rui's current strength, with the help of Wind Blast, his speed was close to that of a pinnacle pseudo-god, and with the enhancement of the Wind Shadow Boots, he should have reached the level of SSSS+. But Tessani was even faster than him. Frightening strength and frightening speed. Tessanier punched again, faster than before. At that moment, Chen Rui almost mistook her for the one wearing the Breeze Shadow Boots. Just as the violent power was about to tear his body apart, Chen Rui, who had transformed into a green lightning, flashed again. His speed suddenly increased by 3 times, and he instantly escaped from the range of the fist power. Flash of the Breeze Shadow Boots. Although the battle between the two had been going back and forth for many rounds, because of the extreme speed, the actual time was less than a minute. Chen Rui remembered his purpose of coming here. With the power of Flash, he rushed to the fire-condensing crystal sand floating not far away. At this moment, the sense of crisis approached again. Chinrue was shocked. Tessaniel actually kept up with Flash. Is this her real speed? No. Tessani had not yet equipped the armor of faith. Of all the semi-divinity realm pinnacle cultivators he had ever met, this woman was definitely the fastest and the strongest in terms of pure strength. Chinrue was already confused and horrified because of Tessani's fist. This time, the fist power contained the power that she had not displayed before. Countless strong rays of light with space cracks flew out. This time it was not a line, but a surface, sealing every direction that Chinrue could move forward, backward, and sideways. In the blink of an eye, the surface had become bigger and bigger. It quickly pieced together and folded together, turning into a fully enclosed cube-like space, trapping Chinrue in it. In the enclosed space, countless lines condensed with terrifying power flew out of those surfaces, whizzing toward Chinrue. Everything in their way was cut and shattered, and the cube space was rapidly shrinking. This was not an ordinary attack, but one of Tessani's most powerful skills. Nirvana! Facing the power of annihilation, Chinrue could not dodge at all. His eyes flashed, and he finally launched a life-saving skill. His body suddenly became transparent. Mirror body. Tessanier frowned again. She saw that the cube, that should have shrunk into nothingness together with Chinrue, who was trapped in it, actually distorted strangely. The faces that constituted the space were dismantled and restored into countless lines that came back to her. The space around her suddenly shattered in large areas. Although the lines that were reflected back could not merge and annihilate everything like the real one, the power was still terrible. What surprised her the most was that the opponent in front of her, who was only a middle-stage pseudo-god, was able to reflect the powerful attack of a pinnacle pseudo-god like her. Before Tessani could think more, she was already wrapped by countless powerful forces that were reflected back. The nearby space began to break and tear in disorder. The defensive power scattered around her was penetrated by the lines of annihilation, and countless cracks appeared on her white robe. Chinrue did not look back at his masterpiece. Instead, he quickly rushed toward the congealing crystal sand with the power of Flash. This was the most important thing. The speed of Flash was extremely fast. In less than a blink of an eye, the crystal ball floating in the air was already within his reach. In an instant, Chinrue felt that the aura behind him suddenly increased several times. All the chaotic light and broken space around Tessani were instantly turned into powder. Almost at the same time, a figure with a light purple light shot out. The light purple light was so fast that it almost caught up with Chinrue in a flash. The light contained an extremely terrifying power. Before it touched Chinrue, it had already made him feel the pain like a knife on his back. Even the star armor that was integrated with the Angry King armor could not block it. With such power, once he was hit, there was no chance of survival. Tessani was about to completely kill this enemy, only to feel that the opponent's speed increased again, and she could not catch up with him. She could not help but be shocked. How can he still accelerate? Something is wrong. She immediately realized that it was not that the opponent was faster, but that she was slower. The flow of time was changing. The power of time. These changes, including the psychological changes of the two, all happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the figure was only one step away from condensing the fire crystal sand, Tessani's closed eyes suddenly opened, ignoring the law of time, slowing down. Chinrue felt his soul tremble, and a pair of eyes appeared in his mind. One pupil was red, and the other was silver. The moment the eyes appeared, all the blood in his body seemed to stop flowing. Not only his blood, but also his star power, spiritual power, and even his consciousness. At the same time, the power of time was also stopped. Chinrue was shocked. Even Satan could only use the opposite power of time to offset the power of time he exerted. What ability did Tessani use? She could actually directly break the power of time. The fire crystal sand floating in the air in front of him was within reach. However, without the influence of the power of time, the purple light instantly penetrated Chen Rui's body, and his body suddenly shattered. At this time, Chen Rui's voice came slowly, Su Rulin. From the previous attack and defense to the power showdown, the whole process was lightning fast, far faster than the speed of sound. Chen Rui, who was about to get the fire crystal sand, finally failed, and was smashed one step before the fire crystal sand. Tasani's silver and red pupils shrank slightly. In her sight, the smashed body was actually a fly. After smashing, the fly reassembled into Chen Rui's body, safe and sound. The fly transformation technique of the God-eating mask. At this time, Chen Rui's right hand was holding a crystal ball that emitted a golden red light, which was the fire crystal sand. Your Excellency Tez Sani, I think there is no need for us to continue fighting, at least for the time being. Although he got the fire crystal sand, Chen Rui's back was already soaked with cold sweat. The battle just now was extremely short, but it was all carried out at an extremely high speed. It could be called a lightning battle. The intensity and danger were no less than any of the bitter battles he had experienced. To be honest, Tasani's combat talent and ability were too terrifying. If it weren't for the power of the breeze shadow boots and the God-eating mask, he would have been killed. Tasani snorted coldly and did not make another move. The white robe on her had been shattered under the power of the mirror's reflection. She simply flung the robe and threw it to the ground, revealing the tight clothes inside. This was a white tights that was convenient for fighting. Tez Sani was only of medium height, but her body was extremely well proportioned. Although this outfit exposed very little skin, it outlined the perfect curves of her body. If the white-robed Tessanir was a quiet and serene desert goddess, then the current Tessanir was a valiant Valkyrie. She exuded a powerful fighting aura, as if every inch of her skin could become a raging, burning power. She was holding a very strange-shaped weapon in her hand. It was a sword with a long and narrow spiral body. It was a bit similar to the drill that Chen Rui had seen in his previous life. The main body was lavender, and the edge was a sharp silver blade. It was such a terrible weapon that almost harvested Chen Rui's life and soul. If he hadn't used the demonic fly's transformation in time, his body would have been crushed by this sword. Tasani's eyes fell on Chen Rui's face. Her silver-red eyes glowed like a sharp sword, as if she wanted to see through his mask. Seal of Earth, Seal of Wind. Chapter 1101. Chen Rui was secretly shocked. Forget about demonic flies. He didn't expect even the breeze shadow boots to be seen through. It's you. Tessanir's voice suddenly became cold. Her eyes flashed, and the terrible feeling of freezing star power and soul appeared in Chen Rui's heart again. Chen Rui was immediately on guard. Tessanir was also a peak pseudo-god. Compared with Michael and Satan, she was more inclined to the physical attack type. Her power was perfectly integrated with her body. However, she also had a very terrible power. She could actually make the time power, Su Rulin, ineffective. It was probably caused by the talent of Body of Fighting Will, or Sacred Heart. In this regard, Tessanir was the most difficult opponent he had ever encountered. Now that he had used up the fly transformation and mirror body, once the time power was suppressed, it would be quite difficult for him to escape with the Stargate in case his life was in danger. Where is your fallen sword? Tessanir's cold voice was like a sharp sword, and her body was filled with far more violent momentum than before. The fallen sword? Chen Rui frowned. You got the wrong person. At this moment, Chen Rui's face suddenly changed. It was not because of Tessanir's power, but because of the fire-congealing sand in his hand. On the fire-congealing sand, the arc of light that was gradually dissipating suddenly turned into a strange mark. The mark emitted silver and black electric arcs, and the fire-congealing sand began to rapidly annihilate again. Chen Rui tried his best to exert the power of star devouring, but it could only slow down the speed of the fire congealing sand's disappearance. With this kind of power attached to it, it was impossible to put it in the storage warehouse. Madame Tessanier. Although there was a sharp pain in his eyes like needles, Chenrue still looked straight into the silver-red pupils without evading. He didn't even blink. What do you mean? I'm not used to talking to people like this, Tessanier said coldly. Take off your mask. Chenrue frowned. The star armor's visor disappeared together with the god-eating mask, revealing the ordinary appearance of Chenrue. You don't even have the guts to show your face. Tessaniel glanced at his face and showed contempt. This was originally mine. Cut the crap! Tessanier raised her spiral sword to the sky, and the entire sky of the oasis darkened. Large, dark clouds covered the sky, flashing silver and black electric lights, and a huge mark, which was the same as the one on the tough crystal sand, loomed in the sky. Chenrue felt it more and more clearly. This sword did not contain the 4 talents of Tessanier, but the aura of light and darkness. The power of light and dark elements was pure and dense. It was hard to believe that the surface world also had such strong dark elements. It should be the sword's own power. The mark on the tough crystal sand and this void slash are one. If you want to eliminate that mark, take this sword. The cold voice suddenly appeared in the air. The spiral sword that Tessanier held high seemed to be integrated with the entire sky. Tessanier's appearance also changed. 6 pairs of silver wings appeared behind her, and her aura of power rose again. It really is the highest level of 12-winged angel. In the blink of an eye, the surging power of light and darkness on the sword made the long sword seem to have skyrocketed hundreds of times. It turned into a purple towering giant sword surrounded by black and white lightning, slashing toward Chenrue's head. This was not just one sword, but thousands of sword intents converging into one. The sword had yet to fall, but the nearby ground had already cracked due to the astonishing might of the sword. Chenrue had no more time to think. A sword appeared in his hand in an instant, and he attacked. The sword was snow-white, engraved with 2 strange marks. The sword edge was 2 angels back to back, exuding a simple and mysterious aura. Sword of Fallen Angel. Whether this sword was the fallen sword that Tessanier mentioned or not, the only thing that Chenrue had to do now was to take the opponent's sword, the Void Slash that contained the powerful power of light and dark elements. In an instant, the overwhelming power had enveloped Chenrue. The entire oasis trembled violently, and large pieces of earth and stones floated in the air under the surging of that huge force. After a long time, the dark clouds and lightning gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to its original blue color. The cracks on the ground could not be repaired like the sky, even if this was a special kingdom. On the ground that was as hard as steel, a huge crater appeared, like a meteorite falling to the ground. When the dust settled, Tessanier held the spiral sword and maintained the posture of slashing down, while Chenrue, who was parrying with the sword horizontally, became blurred, drifting away like a fallen leaf blown by the wind. Tessanier's eyes stared ahead, where Chenrue's figure became clear again. Tessanier said 2 words coldly, wind body. Wind body, one of the skills of the breeze shadow boots. It can slide the opponent's attack power backward and greatly reduce the damage. Effective time is 10 minutes. As Tessanier said this, her cold gaze fell on the sword of Fallen Angel in Chenrue's hand. Chenrue's right arm holding the sword of Fallen Angel suddenly shook, making a loud explosion. The star armor wrapped around his arm cracked, and bright red blood appeared in the cracks. Chenrue didn't seem to notice it. All his attention was on the piece of fire condensation, crystal sand in his left hand. There was still 1/3 of the fire condensation, crystal sand left. Tessanier really didn't use any more tricks. As the void slash disappeared, the mark on the fire condensation crystal sand also disappeared. With a thought, Chinrue had already kept it in the storage warehouse. He was finally sure in his heart. I finally got the fire condensation crystal sand that Duo needs. After putting his heart at ease, Chinrue felt the severe pain caused by the heavy injury on his right arm. He took the big move just now head-on. With Tessanier's strength, even Satan and Michael might not be able to take this blow head-on, but he took it just like this. There was only one reason: the Sword of Fallen Angel. The Sword of Fallen Angel had 3 abilities: soul-splitting, sword manipulation, and blazing wings. Chinrue often used soul-splitting to kill the soul. Sword manipulation could double the damage, and it could be used without the body. Other than fighting, he could occasionally use it to show off. Only blazing wings was rarely used. Blazing wings, during the effective time, completely immune to light element and dark element attacks. Limited to 1 use per hour. The biggest mystery of the Void Slash just now was the repulsive and explosive power after the light element and dark element blended with each other. It was a bit similar to Rala's Elemental Fury and the Elemental King's Universe Annihilation. However, before the power exploded to the extreme, it was completely restrained by the characteristics of blazing wings. The impact that Chinrue suffered was just Tessanier's own power after filtering out the power of that big move. Of course, the power of the peak pseudo-god was still not trivial, especially the type of Tessanier. Although the power of Wind Body was offset by most of it, the remaining still caused heavy damage to his right arm. He almost couldn't hold the Sword of Fallen Angel steadily. It really is the Sword of Fallen Angel, and the power of blazing wings just now. Do you still want to deny it now? Tessanier seemed to be very familiar with the 7 artifacts. She said the abilities that Chinrue used just now. What made his heart palpitate the most was that the silver-red pupils exuded an invisible deterrence. The terrifying feeling of freezing was like a sword of Damocles hanging above his head that could explode at any time. Deny. Chinrue faintly understood that Tessanier used Void Slash just now to force him to use the Sword of Fallen Angel to resolve it, or she was testing him previously. She had a preconceived understanding because of the Breeze shadow boots and God-eating mask. I have nothing to say. Chinrue sighed, and the Sword of Fallen Angel disappeared. He shook his head. You are not the first person to misunderstand me, but it seems that it is useless even if I explain again. I wanted to kill you just like this, but it seems that you have forgotten a lot of things, or you haven't remembered yet. Tessanier stared at him for a moment, and her eyes slowly closed. Chinrue suddenly felt his heart lighten, and the deterrence of freezing disappeared. He saw that Tessanier had changed back into a brand new white robe. The 6 pairs of silver wings behind her disappeared, and the terrifying spiral sword also disappeared. Killing you in this state is simply an insult to my holy melody sword. You should go before I change my mind. Chinrue was very surprised. He had been highly vigilant at first, and he was ready to activate Stargate and Tower of Glory. He didn't expect Tessanier to let him go so easily. However, he couldn't leave yet. Your Excellency, Tessanier, there is one more thing. My patience is limited, especially for those who don't know when to advance or retreat. Please give me a minute, Your Excellency, Tessanier. I want to ask one thing first. Is there a phantom ice spring in this oasis? Phantom ice spring? Tessanier said coldly, There is a phantom ice spring, but you can't find it here. It is in my kingdom, and the real ice spring will take at least 3 years to condense successfully. 3 years? Chinrue was secretly delighted. Lambost's maximum support time is 5 years. When he learned from Laguya that the phantom ice spring would take hundreds of years to produce, he was worried that there was not enough time. Now Tessanier said that it only took 3 years. There was enough time to get it to save the Water Elemental King. Tessanier's voice interrupted his thoughts. You don't have to be delusional. The value of the Phantom Ice Spring is not comparable to the Fire Crystal Sand at all. It is a necessity for my training. The Phantom Ice Spring is one of the reasons why I chose this place as my kingdom. Chinrue asked tentatively, "What if I exchange it with something of equal value?" "You have 30 seconds. Tessanier's meaning was obvious. Resurrection potion, longevity potion, magic item, holy relic of light. 20 seconds. Seeing that she was not moved at all, not even curious, Chinrue couldn't help but be anxious. He suddenly thought of something, and a flower appeared in his hand. What if it is this? This flower was pure white, crystal clear, and as exquisite as a carved gem. It exuded a sacred and holy aura. Even though she closed her eyes, Tessanier still recognized the origin of this flower. Snow Dowlet? Yes, it's the sacred flower. Tessanier said contemptuously, "I don't know where you got this flower, but this thing is not a rare thing for me at all. There are 3 snow dowlet trees in the holy mountain of light. I can have as many as I want." Her Excellency Tessanier's relationship with the holy mountain of light is really not ordinary. Chinrue smiled, looking confident, "But it seems that you have been asleep for a bit too long. You don't even know what happened in the holy mountain of light. The sacred flower is extinct in the holy mountain of light." What? Tessanier was shocked and showed an incredible expression. The degree of shock was still beyond Chinrue's expectation. Subsequently, the desert goddess didn't care about the time limit of 1 minute or tens of seconds. She immediately cast a mystic art and drew a mark. The mark disappeared into the void. Soon after, the light began to condense again, and a figure appeared in the place where the mark disappeared. Chinrue was taken aback because this figure could be considered as his acquaintance. One of the 3 supreme angels, Raphael. Obviously, this was just a projection without any power. It should be used for communication. The first sentence Raphael said after appearing moved Chinrue. "Gabriel, you finally woke up from your sleep?" Chapter 1102. This name really shocked Chinrue. It turned out to be Gabriel. Gabriel, Michael, and Raphael were known as the 3 supreme angels of the holy mountain of light. Gabriel was a female angel. Chinrue could not imagine that this goddess in the desert was actually one of the 3 giants of the Church of Light. Chinrue figured out many things in an instant. The reason why Gabriel slept in the black prison desert and turned into the desert goddess, Tessaniel, must be because she wanted to try another way to become a god. No wonder the desert messenger was recognized by the Church of Light and pushed to the altar, further evolving into the desert goddess. But it seemed that Gabriel's attempt did not achieve the desired results. Previously, Chinrue could feel that the power of faith in the kingdom of Tessaniel was relatively modeled and chaotic because the faith belonged to the desert goddess, not Gabriel herself. As an angel, Gabriel could not really have the power of faith that should only belong to gods. Come to think of it, Chinrue was the most wanted criminal of the Church of Light, and now he met his old friend Raphael again. Then Gabriel still did not open her eyes. She said indifferently, "Raphael, you are also awake? Where is Michael?" Mijia Lai has fallen into a deep slumber again. Not long ago, he was ambushed by Ben Hong and an accomplice in the Light Palace and lost the Seal of the Wind. Right? Speaking of the Seal of the Wind, it happened after you fell into a deep slumber about 100 years ago. Raphael said a few words and finally found the armored man in the distance, faintly emitting purple starlight. His pupils suddenly shrank. "It's you." Although the appearance was different, the star-like armor and the power of the aura were engraved in Raphael's heart, so he recognized it at a glance. "You just realized?" Chinrue shrugged and deliberately bowed. "Dear Lord Raphael, we meet again." "You know him?" Gabriel asked with a deeper meaning in his words. "Of course I'm this guy." Raphael's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He killed a Jorel and stole the Snowdale tree. He might even be in cahoots with Ben Hong. "Benghan?" Gabriel's tone changed a little. "Uriel was killed by her." "I haven't lost my memory." Gabriel's tone was even colder. Lord Raphael, Chinrue chuckled. What you said about killing and stealing is something that happened a long time ago. Don't bother about it anymore. Didn't you almost kill me last time? A long time ago. Let it go. How long has it been? This kind of casual tone made Raphael's expression suddenly turn ugly, especially the phrase almost killed, which sounded like mockery to his ears. Last time, in front of so many people, he actually let this enemy escape so easily. It was simply a great humiliation. Raphael secretly swore that if he met this person again, he would definitely capture him alive and torture him to death. However, he didn't expect to reunite under such circumstances. As a communication projection, his combat power was almost zero, and there was no way he could deal with this enemy. Fortunately, Gabriel was there. From the looks of the enemy, it seemed that Gabriel had injured him. Gabriel, hurry up and catch him. He must be alive. Are you ordering me? Gabriel retorted, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Gabriel, Raphael was a little anxious. Now is not the time to care about this. The Snowdale tree is already in his hands. You should know what this means. I don't need you to remind me, Gabriel said slowly. Before you came, he was talking to me about a deal, and one of the items in the deal was the Snowdale tree. That's why I used the summoning rune. There's no need for a deal at all. Capture him, and you will naturally get everything. By the way, this guy has a very special power, and he escaped from me last time. Your sacred heart can break all powers. You can definitely capture him. As soon as Raphael finished speaking, a door of light had already appeared beside Chinrue, and then his figure flashed and disappeared into the door of light without saying a word. Raphael! Gabriel! Gabriel's reaction was extremely fast, and with a flick of his white robe sleeve, an invisible force swept towards the stargate that had not completely disappeared, trying to grab Chinrue out of the space. However, this force passed through and had no effect. Gabriel's expression became solemn. The Sacred Heart actually can't eliminate this power of teleportation. My power can't enter the space either. Raphael was shocked. Even Gabriel's most powerful Sacred Heart couldn't dispel this strange space door. No wonder I was in vain last time. At this moment, Chinrue's figure walked out of the space door again and smiled at the two of them. You two, where were we just now? Raphael immediately stopped clamoring. Come and go as you please. This move could prove something more than any words. If they completely fell out, then the Snowdale tree would become a real sacrifice. Good move. Gabriel nodded slightly. What you just said was a deal. Well, since it's a deal, then we can temporarily put aside all unpleasant past events and talk about the bargaining chip. Gabriel's strength was there, and there was a precedent of the power of time failing. Chinrue was indeed very afraid of that Sacred Heart, so he didn't beat around the bush anymore. I told Raphael the last time on the Holy Mountain that the Snowdale tree might become our bargaining chip. I can give you the Snowdale tree, but I want the Eidolon ice spring. Why should I believe that the Snowdale tree is still safe and sound? Raphael didn't continue speaking because he had already seen the Snowdale flower in Chinrue's hand. He could feel the freshness of the flower. It was actually just plucked from the tree. Is this enough to prove that the Snowdale tree is still under my control, Sir Raphael? Chinrue deliberately emphasized the word control. The meaning was very simple. He could control the life and death of the Snowdale tree at any time. Raphael stared at the Snowdale flower. You can want the Eidolon ice spring, but you must first hand over one. Who said I can? Gabriel's cold voice cut off Raphael's words. Raphael, do you need me to specially remind you? This is the Black Prison Desert. I am Tessanir. But you are also Gabriel. Raphael seemed to want to explode, but he held it back. The past is the past. We don't need to fight in front of outsiders. The Holy Mountain of Light is also your foundation. The Snowdale tree must be recovered. Chinrue's heart moved. It seems that the three supreme angels are not monolithic, or in other words, Gabriel came to the Black Prison desert not just for experiments. It must have something to do with something that happened back then. Gabriel didn't argue with Raphael anymore. She turned her head to Chinrue. I only have one condition. If you don't agree, then even if you destroy the Snowdale tree, don't think about getting the Eidolon ice spring. Chinrue heard the resolute tone. He frowned slightly. What condition? There's still 3 years before the Eidolon ice spring is formed. 3 years later, you bring the Snowdale tree. Gabriel's mouth curled into a strange smile. Come to the Holy Mountain of Light to trade. The Holy Mountain of Light. Raphael was about to speak, but when he heard this condition, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chinrue frowned. Gabriel actually proposed such a condition. The location of the trade was the base of the Church of Light. At that time, it was very likely that he would not only face Gabriel or Raphael, but also Michael. With the 3 supreme angels together, would he still have a chance? Do you have the guts? Although Gabriel's eyes were closed, Chinrue had a feeling that the strange silver-red eyes were staring at him from his soul, with an inexplicable sneer. Chinrue pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled. I promise you. He didn't think he was a righteous person, but he should repay the kindness of receiving water. No matter what secrets the 6 elemental kings had, or what would happen after collecting the origin fragments, he had to make this trip just for what the water elemental king had done for him in the crimson double-fanged sea. The Eidolon ice spring was determined to get it. 3 years was much longer than the 3-month period when he was hostile to Satan back then. The danger 3 years later might be even greater, but he had already gradually comprehended many of the mysteries of the Purple Pole Star Emperor. He believed that he would be much stronger than he was now in 3 years. Raphael was secretly delighted. As expected of Gabriel, she actually grasped the opponent's weakness and reached such a deal. As long as this guy has the guts to come to the Holy Mountain, no matter how strange his ability is, he will definitely not be spared in the face of the 3 angels. The last Holy Sun incident was just a moment of carelessness. There were some mistakes that he would definitely not make again. Okay. Gabriel felt Chinrue's confidence, so he didn't seem to be too surprised. He nodded slowly. Don't let me down, a guy whose name I still don't know, but I'm not interested in knowing. Raphael sneered. If there are other guests by then, the Holy Mountain of Light will also welcome them. For the wise Sir Raphael, it's better for me to be called Arthur. Chinrue unceremoniously grabbed Raphael's sore spot and gave him a contemptuous smile. However, there are many people who want my life. Just you still have to queue up. While laughing, Chinrue's figure disappeared into the Stargate. Hearing the undisguised contempt in the laughter, Raphael clenched his fists. For so many years, he had always been high and mighty, worshipped by countless believers. When one of the 3 supreme angels, Raphael, was mentioned, who would not be in awe? When had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, it was by a mouse whose strength was far inferior to his. Arthur? The unfamiliar name made Gabriel look at Raphael. Of course, Raphael wouldn't mention the Holy Sun incident that he considered the greatest shame of his life. He snorted coldly and changed the topic. Gabriel, a lot of things have happened in the Holy Mountain recently. You should go back as soon as possible. When the time comes, this guy is likely to come with Ben Hong. You can settle the old scores with him. I have my own plans. I don't need you to tell me. Gabriel's cold voice suddenly had a special meaning. You should worry about yourself. Worry about myself. Raphael was stunned. He felt a destructive force coming at him, enveloping his entire projection. This projection was used for communication, so it couldn't resist at all. It instantly turned into particles and quickly began to dissipate. Raphael could feel that it wasn't Gabriel's hand, but the guy who disappeared. He could actually launch such a strange attack after leaving. In front of Gabriel, this was equivalent to being slapped in the face by the other party. Damn. Raphael gnashed his teeth, but before he could finish his sentence, his entire figure dissipated into thin air. Shadow capture. At this moment, the sneer on Gabriel's face was more of a gloating one. Skill of the breeze shadow boots, shadow capture, lock on target, attack no matter the distance. Lock on duration of 3 minutes. Chapter 11:03. Glorious Volcano. A light door disappeared out of thin air, and Chinrue's figure appeared in the Hall of Blaze. The last blow to Raphael's projection was purely because he didn't like that guy. This slap was loud enough, and it could be considered as him venting his anger. Anyway, even if Chinrue didn't do anything, Raphael would still find a way to kill him during the trip to the Holy Mountain 3 years later. Dad. A red light reacted the fastest and took the lead to rush toward Chinrue. Dad, where did you go? I missed you so much. Duo rubbed his face hard. Chinrue quickly hid his helmet and hugged his daughter. He just smiled and couldn't speak for a while. After being intimate for a while, Catherine's figure appeared behind him. Seeing the concern and longing in the deep and beautiful eyes that were like the night sky, Chinrue felt warm in his heart. Chinrue, your hand. Catherine noticed the abnormality of his right arm immediately and was taken aback, but she saw Chinrue shaking his head at her. It turned out that before he came back, Duo happened to be very tired from playing. She felt excited for a while when her dad came back. Now her eyelids slowly drooped, and she was obviously going to fall asleep. Sure enough, after a while, the little girl fell asleep on her dad's left shoulder. Soon after, her body temperature began to slowly drop, and her body trembled involuntarily. She was obviously still affected by the side effect of the awakening force. Catherine wanted to take Duo, but Chinrue was reluctant to let go. Seeing Catherine deliberately showing a jealous look, Chinrue smiled and kissed Her Majesty Empress's face. Her Majesty Empress smiled and secretly used Nirvana Force to heal the injured right arm. The three of them came to the main hall together. I'm back. Chinrue handed Duo over to the child's mother and took out the fire-condensing crystal sand from the storage warehouse. Your Highness, I wonder if these are the fire-condensing crystal sand that Duo needs? Are these enough? It really is fire crystal sand. This amount is enough. Not only will it allow me to use secret techniques, but it will also allow me to refine some other special items. Refine something special? I now suspect that you're using your official position for personal gain and deliberately let Chinrue look for the fire-condensing crystal sand. Wind Elemental King Seth shook his head. Seth, Ogmageddon was furious. You are even more suspicious than the water elementals. Do you want me to praise you for being more honest than the earth elementals? Seth sneered. When Chinrue heard that the amount was enough, he was relieved. The quarrel between the two elemental kings made him feel funny because both of them were comparing their sworn enemies. It seemed that the elementals' quarrel was really interesting. Stop arguing. Fortunately, Chinrue is not someone else. Light Elemental King Delcus smiled apologetically at Chinrue. It's my honor. Chinrue heard that the third kings didn't treat him as an outsider, so he also joked, Your Highness Delcus, who is more magnanimous than the dark elementals. Delcus' face immediately darkened, while Seth and Ogmartin burst into laughter. Chinrue, I know you are worried about your daughter. I'd better help the little girl, Duo, solve the problem first. To be honest, this little girl's affinity with fire, even I like it a lot. It's a pity that the Elemental King can't be passed on like the human or demon's king. Otherwise, I will choose her as the next Fire Elemental King as my heir. Ogmageddon said casually and walked to a platform in the hall. He didn't avoid it and took out a lot of materials in front of Chinrue. The fire elementals who were bathed in fire began to carve marks on the ground under the command of this king. Ogmageddon waved his hands and condensed the power of the entire palace of flames. He was preparing to carry out a special fire melting ritual to transform the purest fire source power into the origin mark and integrate it into Duodwa's body. Thank you, Ogmageddon. I'm afraid he can't hear our voices now. I'll say you're welcome on his behalf. By the way, your hand. Seth noticed Chunrue's injury and frowned. With your strength, you won't get this kind of injury even if the Black Prison Desert is dangerous. What kind of strong enemy did you encounter? Unfortunately, Seth, I didn't use the mist pearl you gave me because I encountered an unexpected and terrifying enemy. To be more precise, it was a woman, Gabriel. The Light Elemental King and the Wind Elemental King were taken aback at the same time. The one of the three supreme angels. Delcus looked at Chinrue with a strange gaze. As far as I know, Gabriel not only has the powerful strength of the peak of pseudo-god, but she also has a special talent that can break through all powers. Although this breakthrough is not infinite, with Gabriel's strength and this terrifying talent, she can be regarded as the top existence among the peak powerhouses. You can actually escape from her hands. Chinrue smiled bitterly. It's just luck. In fact, the dream oasis is her sleeping place. These injuries are the result of the fire condensing sand bet with her. No wonder, Seth suddenly said. I felt an extremely terrifying power in the Black Prison Desert back then. It turns out to be Gabriel. No matter what tricks you used, or... Anyway, it's really rare to be able to get the fire-condensing sand from Gabriel's hands. Or... Chinrue didn't understand the meaning of Seth's words, but he quickly said the more important news. There was an unexpected gain this time. That is, Gabriel still has the Phantom Icefall in her hands. This news moved the three Kings of Light at the same time. Chinrue sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't get it this time. The Phantom Icefall is the essence of the Phantom Icefall. It will only be formed after 3 years. I reached an agreement with Gabriel to go to the Holy Mountain of Light to trade with her 3 years later. Is it the snow tree that you used to exchange for the Phantom Icefall? Delcus had witnessed Chinrue stealing 3 snow trees. With the wisdom of the Light Elemental King, he immediately guessed it. Yes, Icyril died in your hands, right? With your old grudge with the Church of Light, it seems that the trade 3 years later is far more dangerous than this time in the Black Prison Desert. Delcus looked worried. In fact, this little king didn't know about the 2 feats of Chinrue at the Holy Mountain of Light. Otherwise, he would be shocked. Now that the origin fragments of the 6 elements have been gathered, it's a pity that the Water Elemental King's elemental heart has not been repaired. Otherwise, the 3 supreme angels are nothing. Seth said disdainfully. These words made Chinrue secretly ponder. After Lambost's elemental heart is repaired, can the elemental kings become cockroaches? However, judging from the previous communication, both the 3 Kings of Light and the 3rd Kings of Darkness were tight-lipped about this matter. Even Moore was no exception. He was not a person who forced his friends. Since they had their own difficulties, it was better not to ask. Even if the Elemental King could rival the 3 Supreme Angels after a certain incident, it could only be achieved after the Water Elemental Heart was repaired. Before that, Chinrue must first go to the Holy Mountain to trade for the Phantom Icefall. This order couldn't be reversed, so he still couldn't pin his hopes on it. In any case, our current strength is too limited, so I'll leave everything to you. Delcus nodded to Chinrue. Hearing the 3 Kings of Light, the enemies of the 3rd Kings of Darkness, asking for this matter, Chinrue couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Chinrue, you are recognized as a friend of the 3 Kings of Light, and you are also the person who destroyed the main altar of the 3 rulers of the Abyss. There is something I want to tell you. Seth's solemn expression and tone surprised Chinrue. Is it related to the Abyss? I can't be sure. Seth frowned and said, Actually, the 3 of us gathered together this time because of this matter. Elements are one of the basic substances that constitute this world. As the controllers of elements, we all feel some disturbing omens, as if something terrible is about to happen. Could it be that there is a problem with the seal power where the Abyss is located? Chinrue reacted quickly. Seth asked rhetorically, "Do you know what will happen if the seal fails?" Chinrue nodded. "Everything will be destroyed, just like a civilization outside the main plane that I inherited. In fact, the true purpose of the abyss is not only destruction, but it is certain that their first execution must be destruction. Everything in the world will cease to exist. I know that the abyss has been trying to use believers to erode the world and try to open various entrances, but these are just small tricks compared to the real seal. The real seal should be fine for the time being." Chenrue's heart moved. Seth can feel the power of the abyss seal? This is equivalent to telling me that the abyss seal is related to the elemental king. However, the three of us can't be sure if it is caused by the abyss. Seth shook his head. "We just confirmed a certain common sense of crisis. If possible, I hope that after you return to the demon realm, you can discuss this matter with the third kings of darkness. Currently it should be the earth elemental king and the dark elemental king. If they also have the same omen, then this matter is no trivial matter." Chenrue did not ask whether the abyss seal was caused by the elemental king's main body. He knew that since Seth didn't say something, there must be something difficult. He didn't delve into this issue. He asked, "So what should I do?" "We can only wait and see now, but once the situation really develops to a certain extent, not only your power is needed, but also the power of another person." "Who?" "One of your wives, the fairy dragon lady who is recognized by the crown of the elemental goddess, Rala." Chenrue frowned. From Seth's tone, he could tell that Chenrue was just an incidental addition. Rala was the real focus. What does this have to do with Rala? Chenrue thought of the elemental king's previous attitudes toward the 6 elemental kingdoms and the crown of the elemental goddess, and he was even more curious. "It's too early to say this now," Light Elemental King Delcus interrupted. "No matter what happens, repairing the Water Elemental King's water elemental heart is the most basic prerequisite. I'm sorry, but there are some things that we really can't say now." At this time, Orgemiton's voice sounded. "The fire melting circle is ready. Ms. Catherine, please put duo in this imprint. Seth, Delcus, both of you help me." Chapter 1104. After Augmartin shouted, the few of them lost the mood to talk. Catherine immediately put Duo, who was in her arms, into the center of the fire-melting circle, while Delcus and Celestine stood in their designated positions. A pair of brass knuckles appeared on Augmartin's right hand. Brass knuckles were iron rings on the fist, also known as brass knuckles and iron lotus flowers. This was the true form of the origin of Fire Fragment. Then the Fire Elemental King stretched out his right fist and faced the sky. The white clouds in the sky suddenly turned fiery red, forming rings. Delcus and Celestine raised their hands at the same time. Delcus wore the Radiance bracelet formed by the origin of Light Fragment on his arm, while Celestine's origin of Wind Fragment was a necklace on his chest. White and cyan lights flickered and sank into the ring-shaped fire clouds, projecting rays of tricolored radiance that fell on the fire-melting array that was engraved on the ground. The fire palace, which was already very hot, became even hotter. According to Augmartin, the effect of this kind of fire-melting ritual was also divided into high and low levels. If one was unlucky, the infusion of the origin seal would not be perfect, and the effect on Duo would be much smaller. Therefore, the power of the 2 elemental kings was needed to make the ritual reach the most ideal level. Under the power of the 3 origin fragments, Augmartin's entire body turned into a dazzling flame and flew above Duo. The dazzling flame scattered into burning words, then turned into drops of flames that fell on Duo. Duo's clothes were not damaged, but her body became red. Although he knew that Duo was a phoenix and was not afraid of flames, and Augmartin was rescuing her, this scene still made Chenrue secretly shocked. While he was nervous, he suddenly realized that Catherine's aura beside him had also become weird. Catherine's calm eyes seemed hollow, and her black pupils were burning with flame-like power. It seemed that the change of those flame words caused some kind of resonance in her soul. Gradually, the power in her body surged uncontrollably and burned into a black flame. Don't worry, this state is beneficial to Ms. Catherine. I believe that after this time, the special bloodline power in her body will gradually exert its true power. Augmartin's voice rang out from the flaming words. The voice was produced by countless words at the same time, and it sounded a little frightening at first. Only then did Chen Rui relax. The flames were still burning, and the text was like a whole article, constantly changing, demonstrating the entire content. These contents dripped along the flames onto Duodwa's body, as if she was digesting them. Duodwa's body faintly exuded a special aura. This aura was so strong that even Chenrue couldn't help but be moved. The fire energy of the entire blazing flame palace suddenly increased by dozens of times. Even Chenrue, who had the Fire Phoenix divine mark, felt a little overwhelmed. If this was an ordinary place, it would have already melted. The strange thing was that Catherine was actually fine. There was a faint trace of the same aura on her body that echoed Duodwa's aura. The black flames behind her had already formed a pair of substantial wings. The powerful aura became more and more intense, and the fire-melting array gradually expanded. With a boom, a red light soared into the sky, and the ring-shaped clouds in the sky turned into the shape of a huge fire phoenix. This fire phoenix flew around the blazing flame palace before turning back into a flame and entering the body of the little girl below. Her skin returned to normal from its red color, and her little face was no longer pale like when the cold disease broke out. Instead, it returned to its rosy color. During the whole process, Duo had been sleeping soundly with her eyes closed and did not wake up. After the fire phoenix entered her body, her original trembling gradually stopped. Her whole body was completely relaxed, and she slept even more soundly. This ritual is very perfect. Duo has integrated the purest fire elemental source power to form the origin seal. Not only will she not have that kind of cold disease in the future, but the risk of awakening her bloodline will also be greatly reduced. Orgemitan's voice was filled with exhaustion, and the aura of Seth and Delcus also seemed to be much weaker. Thank you. Chenrue finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodded hard, and wiped the tears that involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This kind of feeling couldn't be felt unless one was a parent. In any case, his daughter was basically fine, and any hardships or dangers that she had experienced before were worth it. The black wings behind Catherine gradually disappeared, and her body softened as she fell down. Chenrue reacted quickly, and he appeared in front of her in an instant and hugged her. She's fine. She has gained a lot of benefits from this ritual, and that little bit of bloodline power has also begun to recover gradually. It can be said that she is closer to some kind of initial power. This power is too huge, and she can't bear it for a while. That's why she fainted. She will be fine after slowly adapting, and her strength will be greatly enhanced. Initial bloodline power? Chenrue had heard Delcus say something similar before. It should be referring to Asmodeus' Nirvana talent. Anyway, it was beneficial and harmless. Thank you. This was already the second time Chenrue said these two words to the three Lords of Light today. That kind of gratitude was by no means ordinary politeness. Catherine was his woman, and Duo was his daughter. His wife and children formed a complete family. Family was the most important meaning in his life. You don't have to be so polite. Maybe we will need your help in the future. Orgemitan laughed, but his laughter seemed very weak. Let's stop talking. I'll take a break first. These two guys are much more cunning. They are recovering their strength without saying a word. In this palace of flames, I will definitely recover before them. As expected of the Fire Elemental King, he even wants to win this. Chenrue nodded and didn't say much. Although he also brought the light origin fragment and fire origin fragment to Delcus and Orgemeton, he didn't understand the true significance of the origin fragment to the Elemental King. But the origin fragment was more of a transaction nature. No matter what, I will remember this kindness in my heart. I will definitely repay it when I have the chance in the future. The next day, Qinrui left Mount Sunshine and returned to the demon realm directly through the Stargate. However, it was not the fallen angel empire, but the star point of the Shadow Empire. Catherine had left the Shadow Empire for quite a long time. As the Empress, although she entrusted Lilais and Frentz to deal with military and political affairs, she couldn't disappear for too long after all. Now that Duoduo's problem was basically solved, she must return as soon as possible. In addition to Catherine and Duoduo, there was another person with them, Leguya. With the previous experience in the Black Prison Desert, Leguya, who was completely convinced by Qinrui, had steeled his heart to follow him. The most important person to the little princess, even if Qinrui had already stated his identity as a person from the demon realm and the destination of the demon realm. As for little Jim, Qinrui had left him a sum of money early in the morning and helped him eliminate future troubles. With little Jim's cleverness, it should not be a problem for him to survive. In fact, with Leguya's background, if he had too much involvement with little Jim, it would harm him instead. Therefore, Daddy Lars would never return to the Black Prison Desert this time. Leguya's strength was only at the later stage of the Great Demon King. He barely touched the edge of the Demon Emperor, but he was the first royal teacher of the Yin Tang royal family back then. He was good at military strategy and knowledgeable. He was proficient in various miscellaneous skills such as astrology, geography, identification, herbs, etc. He was definitely a top talent. Catherine took a fancy to this talent at first glance. After some contact, Leguya had been completely convinced by the wisdom and knowledge of this mysterious mistress who wore a veil. However, when Catherine invited Leguya to join the Shadow Empire as the Demon Realm Empire's Empress, he was unexpectedly declined. After all, this was a guardian who was loyal to the Yin Tang royal family. Except for Veronica and the Supreme Guardian, Qinrui, he would not be loyal to any other force. However, Leguya still underestimated the cunningness of the demon realm's first sage. It should be wisdom. After a while, little Princess Royal Highness. This was the second time Leguya saw Veronica's soul projection, and he still looked very excited. "Teacher, Leguya," Veronica said sternly, "you are an excellent talent with outstanding abilities. Unfortunately, the Cloud Empire has declined, and there has been no place for you to use your skills. I have always felt uneasy. Sister Catherine is not only the first empress of the demon realm, but also the first sage. She is the best at using people. She will definitely give you a stage to play your best. In this way, not only can I rest assured, but I can also be at ease." Leguya frowned. "But, little Princess Royal Highness, what if this is my order?" Leguya knew that Veronica was doing this for his own good, so he bowed his head and said, "Then I can only obey." Catherine smiled slightly. "Then I'm very happy that there is such a talented person working for the Shadow Empire. However, it's just working, not allegiance. Is there a difference? Your allegiance will always be to Veronica, or plus the Supreme Guardian." Catherine glanced at Qinrui with a smile. "As for serving, if you feel that I'm not a suitable person to serve, or I don't let your talents be truly displayed, then you can leave at any time. I won't force you." Veronica nodded to Leguya. Leguya sighed and bowed to Catherine. Then, "Please guide me in the future, Your Majesty." Veronica smiled, and her figure gradually disappeared. Catherine's lips behind the veil moved. It seemed that some words were ringing in Leguya's ears. With Catherine's strength, if Qinrui didn't deliberately eavesdrop or cast polar transformation, he wouldn't be able to hear the content of this voice transmission. In just a few words, Leguya's eyes lit up. He bowed deeply to Catherine. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Everything is in your hands." I will repay your majesty with loyalty and ability. Very good. Turtula, your majesty. Turtula's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Let me introduce first. This is Laguya, a royal mentor from the human world and the new principal of the Empire College. Turtula, you first take him to familiarize himself with the environment of the Empire, then arrange everything related. The official appointment will be announced soon. Yes. Sir Laguya, please follow me. After Laguya left, Catherine called Lilith, who was on vacation, and asked her to take Duo to Clear Lake on the outskirts of the Shadow City to play. Duo used to like that place very much. When she returned to the Shadow Empire, she clamored to go there. In addition to Catherine herself, only Lilith, who brought her up since she was a child, could do this. After instructing a few words to strictly prevent Duo from getting close to things related to the pig head, Lilith accepted the order and left. Your Royal Highness, don't you want to say something? Catherine blinked and walked to Chinrue. What else can I say? Accuse you of poaching in front of me? Even using Veronica to save the country? Chinrue shrugged. Catherine said with a smile, in fact, the lifeline of the Empire College is still in your hands. As long as Veronica says a word, won't Laguya become yours again? What, my man? It was the same sentence, but Catherine's special tone made Chinrue speechless. We're not gay, okay? It seems that in order for the Empire College's principal to stay in the Shadow Empire for a long time, I can only bribe Royal Highness. You said bribe? Her Majesty Empress lifted her veil, slowly squatted down in front of Chinrue, and reached for his belt. Hey, this is the palace hall, right? No one will dare to come in without my order. Her Majesty Empress's hands were quite dexterous. In the blink of an eye, something was exposed in the air. Your reaction seems to be stronger than usual, a man who says one thing but means another. Then Her Majesty Empress didn't speak anymore. There was no time. A certain man shivered in comfort. All right, I'll say one thing but mean another. What is more comforting than this kind of bribe? By my beloved Her Majesty Empress. Just like that, Chinrue lived a happy life in the Shadow Empire for more than 10 days. Catherine gained huge benefits from the flame melting ritual in the Palace of Flames. The special bloodline power that should be left by Duo in her body began to fully exert itself. Her strength advanced by leaps and bounds, soaring from the original early stage of demigod to the peak stage of demigod incredibly. However, on the other hand, due to the rapid growth of strength, there would often be uncontrollable situations. This was not a joke, but a very dangerous situation. For example, when eating, the entire table would be smashed into pieces if she was not careful. So much so that Catherine didn't dare to hug Duo at all. Under normal circumstances, this required a long time of training and control. Fortunately, the training ground of the super system had a 1,000 times time rule. Over there, Catherine's control of strength was strengthened step by step. In addition, there was an additional training method, which was dual training. Dual training was originally the profound meaning of life and death training. Its main function was to double the power of the super system skills, but this main function was automatic anyway. What was widely used was its supplementary function. Power could be condensed through sex, making it easier to use. Through a lot of practice, this function could really be called the magical skill of the Crystal Palace. Generally, the higher the strength, the more difficult it was to purify and improve. Therefore, they could have sex in the name of training. It could be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was really wonderful. The Asmodeus royal family's name of Desire was by no means undeserved. In the cognition of the Asmodeus royal family, sex between lovers was a matter of course. Basically, all kinds of methods were acceptable. Being able to make both parties happy was the greatest success. Catherine was also an empress, but she was much more open in this aspect than Jia. This actually benefited a certain guy. usually before Chenrue could finish a sentence. Female benefactor. I think you are a 1 in a million training genius. He had already been pushed down by Her Majesty Empress.